corpse wakes inside a locked cell. It has no name, no past, no future. Only a brand burned into its flesh. And somewhere far above, beneath the frozen roof of a forgotten asylum, a dying knight drops a heavy iron key through the bars. The key falls into darkness, into silence, into the hands of someone the world has already thrown away. But to understand why this moment matters, one must go back much further. Before the prison, before the curse, before Lordran, before the gods, before even death itself. There are stories that do not begin with heroes. Stories that do not begin with the rise of great kingdoms, the clash of massive armies, or the complicated affairs of men. They begin in silence. Before time had a measure, before history had witnesses, before the world learned how to change, there was the Age of Ancients. It was a world unformed, a vast, incomprehensible landscape shrouded in endless pale fog. There was no sky to speak of, no sun to mark the passing of days, no moon to govern the tides, no warmth, no shadow, no beginning, and no end. Only gray crags, colossal arch trees, and the everlasting dragons. The arch trees rose like pillars in an unfinished universe, their roots twisting deep beneath the earth, their canopies vanishing upward into the mist. They did not grow as trees grow now. They simply were. Ancient, silent, and immeasurable. Upon them rested the dragons. But to call the dragons rulers is to misunderstand the world they belong to. They did not conquer. They did not build. They did not hunger for dominion, because dominion requires desire, and desire belongs to a world of lack. The dragons belonged to something older, a state before ambition, before decay, before the fragile burden of souls. Wrapped in stone scales of immortality, the everlasting dragons endured without change. Whether they felt joy, pain, fear, or even the passage of time, no living thing remains to say. They were closer to monuments than beasts, closer to mountains than kings. In that age there was no life. And because there was no life, there could be no death. There was no light. And because there was no light, there could be no dark. The world remained suspended in perfect motionless stasis. Nothing grew in the fog. Nothing decayed among the roots. The wind did not blow, and the waters did not flow. It was eternity without movement. But eternity, it seems, is an unnatural thing. Deep below the earth, far beneath the roots of the great arch trees, something impossible occurred. In the absolute dark, a spark ignited. And from that spark came fire, the first flame. With the birth of fire, the universe experienced something it had never known, disparity. The sudden, violent introduction of opposites. For the first time, there was heat and there was cold. There was life and there was death. And most importantly, there was light and there was dark. The stillness had been broken. The grey world had been wounded by difference, and from that wound history began. From the dark beneath the earth, strange figures began to stir. They were hollow, fragile, wretched vessels of flesh, drawn upward by the warmth and the blinding light of the first flame. They stumbled out of the dark like things waking from a dream they could not remember. And within the flame they found power. They found the souls of lords. These souls were not merely sources of magic. They were pieces of a new reality, immense forces that gave shape to the age that was about to begin. Nito, first of the dead, claimed a soul bound to death, disease, and decay. He became a silent lord of rot and endings, a grave made flesh, surrounded by the inevitable truth that all living things would one day return to dust. The witch of Izalith, together with her daughters of chaos, claimed a soul from the flame, and from it drew the power to shape fire itself. In her hands, flame became art, weapon, ritual, and law. Gwyn, a towering figure of immense will, claimed a soul of radiant power, a soul that would become inseparable from sunlight, lightning, and divine rule. From it, he drew the strength to hurl bolts of light with such force that even immortal stone could be torn apart. And then there was one more. The furtive pygmy. So easily forgotten. Small, frail, and insignificant, beside the grandeur of the lords, the pygmy did not claim a soul of blazing sunlight, or roaring flame, or absolute death. He reached instead toward the fading embers at the edge of the fire. And there, in the quiet shadow of the first flame, he found the dark soul. Unlike the other lords, who raised their souls like weapons and banners, the pygmy waited. He hid in the dark. He allowed the dark soul to fracture, dividing it into countless tiny fragments, passing them down to those who would come after him. Over long ages, these fragments would spread, multiply, and grow. They would become humanity. But that would come later. First, the new lords had to claim the world. With the strength of the Lord's soul surging through them, Gwyn and his allies looked upward, toward the surface, toward the gray world of the everlasting dragons. The dragons represented the old order, the motionless age, the world before disparity. So the lords went to war. It was a war of apocalyptic scale, a war not merely between armies, but between two versions of reality. Gwyn's mighty bolts of sunlight struck the dragons with the force of falling stars, splitting the fog and peeling apart their stone scales. The witch of Izalith and her daughters unleashed great storms of fire, turning the ancient gray into a burning red, setting even the roots of the world alight. Nito, rising from the depths, released a miasma of death and disease, a creeping rot that belonged to the new age and had no place in the old. But the lords did not win through power alone. They won through betrayal. Among the everlasting dragons was Seath the Scaleless. He was born without the immortal stone scales of his kin. In a race defined by permanence, Seath alone was marked by lack. The others possessed the one thing denied to him, the cold, perfect immortality of stone. and from that lack came envy. Seath turned against his own kind. Whether out of hatred, desperation, or the unbearable knowledge of his own difference, he abandoned the dragons and allied himself with Gwyn. With Seath's betrayal, the war turned. The old world began to collapse. The dragons fell from their high perches. Their colossal bodies crashed down through the fog, shaking the foundations of the earth. The Grey Age, which had endured for longer than memory could reach, was broken at last. Thus began the Age of Fire. A golden era rose from the ashes of the dragon. The gods built their great cities of white stone in impossible height. Sunlight poured over towers, bridges, temples, and cathedrals. Beneath the warmth of the newly born sun, kingdoms of men began to take shape. Order replaced stillness. History replaced silence. For a time it must have seemed as if the lords had won forever. But the gods, in all their brilliance, failed to understand a fundamental and terrifying truth. Fire is a fragile thing. It hungers. It consumes fuel. And eventually, inevitably, it begins to fade. The tragedy of Dark Souls is not that the fire fades. It is that those powerful enough to understand this truth are too terrified to accept it. Thousands of years passed since the dawn of that golden age. The grand cities of the gods now stand empty, their marble halls echoing with footsteps that no longer come. The deities who once ruled from their shining thrones have fled, vanished, or hidden themselves behind illusions of former glory. The ancient lords who defeated the dragons are now lost to madness, slumber, rot, or ash. And the first flame is dying. As the light fades from the world, the dark begins to seep back in. And with the dark comes a curse. The dark sign. It appears without warning upon human flesh, a black ring of fire burning itself into the skin of the afflicted. To bear the dark sign is to be marked as undead. And to be undead is to be denied the mercy of an ending. When an undead is struck down in battle, consumed by sickness, or broken by the fall from a great height, they do not find rest. They do not pass quietly into the grave. They awaken again at a bonfire, their wounds closed, their body restored, their suffering renewed. Again, and again, and again. At first, this may sound like immortality, but it is not a blessing. It is erosion. With each death, something is lost. A memory fades. A name becomes harder to hold. A face once loved becomes a shape without meaning. Purpose dissolves into exhaustion. Hope weakens. The soul thins beneath the weight of endless repetition. This process is known as hollowing. And when the last memory collapses, when the last ember of purpose goes out, nothing remains but a hollow shell of dried flesh, driven by instinct, violence, and a mindless hunger it no longer understands. The kingdoms of men saw the curse spreading through their streets and did what frightened kingdoms often do. They did not cure it. They hid it. The undead were gathered, chained, and carried far to the north, to a cold and isolated mountain range beyond the concern of ordinary life. There, in a place built for forgetting, they were locked away. The Undead Asylum. It was not a prison meant for rehabilitation. It was not a place of execution. It was a lie made of stone. A vast, crumbling institution created to bury the evidence of a world coming apart. The asylum clung to the side of a freezing mountain, its towers split by age, its walls damp with frost, its corridors filled with the smell of rot, rust, and old despair. The undead were thrown into narrow cells behind heavy iron doors. Locks turned. Chains tightened. Names were forgotten. And the keys were taken away. There the cursed were left to wait. Not for rescue. Not for judgment. For the end of the world. The only sounds that echoed through the asylum were the bitter winter wind howling through cracked masonry, the slow drip of freezing water from vaulted ceilings, and the miserable groans of those who had already forgotten who they were. High above, on the broken roof, a great bloated demon wandered in circles, its heavy footsteps sending dust and loose stone falling into the cells below. No one was meant to leave. No one was meant to matter. But prophecies like fire are often born in the darkest places. Among the undead there was a legend. A whisper passed between the damned. A chosen undead would one day escape the asylum, travel to the ancient land of Lordran, and ring the bells of awakening. Only then would the fate of the undead be revealed. Whether this legend was prophecy, mercy, or manipulation, no prisoner in that place could know. They only knew that it gave shape to despair. For centuries, perhaps it was nothing more than a story told among hollows. A fragile myth for those who had nothing else left to hold. Until one day, a knight from the land of Astora dragged himself across the freezing roof of the asylum. His name was Oscar. His armor was broken. His strength was failing. His own journey was nearing its end. But before he surrendered to the curse, he performed one final act of hope. He dropped a key through the bars. Down into the dark. Down into a forgotten cell. Down to a solitary undead who had been left to rot with the rest of the world's failures. When that prisoner reached out and took the cold iron in their hand, it was not merely the beginning of an escape. It was the breaking of a silence that had lasted since the dawn of the world. It was the first step of a pilgrimage. A slow, lonely journey out of the frozen dark and toward the dying golden light of Lordran. The undead escapes the asylum in the claws of a giant crow. The mountains drop away beneath them. Snow vanishes into cloud. The towers of the prison shrink into pale stone teeth on the edge of the world. Somewhere below, behind iron doors and frozen walls, the other undead remain where they were left, nameless, rotting, waiting for a death that will never properly come. The crow says nothing. It only flies. For a while there is wind, the dull creak of leather and rusted metal, and the distant shape of Lordran rising out of the mist. This is the land spoken of in the old prophecy, the land of ancient lords, the place where the bells of awakening are said to wait. But from above, Lordran does not look like a kingdom awaiting salvation. It looks exhausted. Towers lean at strange angles. Ridges break off into empty air. Walls built by hands long gone cling stubbornly at the cliff sides. Far beyond the ruins, high above the clouds, Anor Londo still catches the light. Too clean and too distant to seem real. The crow does not carry the undead to that golden city. It descends instead toward a ruin at the edge of everything. A ring of cracked stone, dead grass, collapsed arches open to the sky, a small bonfire burning in the wind. Firelink Shrine. The name sounds warm, almost merciful. The place itself feels older than comfort. It sits exposed to the air, neither fortress nor temple, more like the remains of a thought the world once had and then abandoned. The undead lands near the flame. After the asylum's locked cells, Firelink feels almost impossible. Open space, paths leading outward, no gate immediately closing behind. The flame crackles softly at the center of the ruin. Its warmth is real. So is the silence around it. From Firelink, Lordran opens in pieces. A path climbs toward the undead Burg, where hollow soldiers still patrol walls no one needs defended. An elevator descends toward New Londo, a drowned city sealed beneath grief and fear. Past the graveyard, skeletons gather among tilted stones, guarding the way into the catacombs and the deep places below. Locked gates, broken stairs, and distant towers suggest still more routes, each one leading into some older wound. Firelink gathers these roads together without explaining any of them. Beside the bonfire sits a man in worn armor, the crestfallen warrior. He has the posture of someone who arrived long ago and slowly ran out of reasons to stand. He is not hostile. That almost makes him worse. The rend is full of things that attack on sight, but this man offers something more corrosive, resignation. He has watched others come through this shrine, undead with swords too large for them, clerics clutching faith like a shield, wanderers still pretending they had been chosen for something noble. They came chasing the same instruction: ring the bells of awakening, and the fate of the undead will be revealed. The crestfallen warrior explains it with the dry amusement of a man who has heard the joke too many times. There are two bells, one above in the old church of the undead parish, one below, past rot and poison in the depths of Blighttown. Ring them both. Then something happens. He does not sound impressed. That is the first real lesson Lordran gives. The world does not speak in answers. It gives directions. A bell, a gate, a vessel, a lord, a flame. Each instruction feels ancient enough to be sacred, yet none of them explains who left it behind, or how many pilgrims followed it before vanishing into the stone. The bonfire offers a gentler kind of mystery. To the undead, it is relief. A place to rest. A place to return after the body breaks. The flame holds them together when everything else in Lordran seems designed to pull them apart. But even here, comfort has a cost. Below the shrine, behind iron bars, sits Anastasia of Astor, the firekeeper. She tends the flame without speaking. Her tongue has been cut out. Her body is frail, hidden away beneath the very sanctuary her suffering sustains. Most travelers will feel the warmth of Firelink before they ever notice the woman imprisoned below it. That detail matters. Lordran loves to place beauty above pain. A shining city above a dying world. A sacred flame above a mutilated keeper. A prophecy above 1,000 failed pilgrims. Near the ruin stands Petrus of Thorolund, a cleric of the Way of White. He is polite, measured, careful with his words. In a land of hollows and monsters, his composure almost feels reassuring. Almost. The Way of White speaks of duty and salvation, but its shadow reaches back to the human kingdoms that feared the undead, gathered them, chained them, and sent them north to be forgotten. Petrus carries that old world with him, its manners, its rituals, its ability to sound merciful while standing beside abandonment. So Firelink becomes a strange first home. A warrior who has surrendered to despair. A firekeeper who cannot cry out. A cleric whose kindness has sharp edges. An empty pool where some ancient serpent has not yet risen. A graveyard at one side, a dead city below, and above it all, a road into the Burg. The place is peaceful, but the peace is thin. It feels less like safety than a pause between punishments. Still the undead remains. For a moment, there is warmth. For a moment, there is a direction. In Lordran, that is enough to begin. The first bell waits above. The path toward it climbs into the undead Burg, a city of narrow walkways, broken battlements, locked houses, and rooftops where hollow soldiers crouch with firebombs in their hands. They still wear helmets. They still raise shields. They still hold formation in doorways and stairwells, defending a place whose meaning has long since disappeared. They are not strangers to the undead. They are warnings. Hollowing does not always leave chaos behind. Sometimes it leaves routine. A body keeps walking its old patrol. A hand keeps gripping a sword. A soldier keeps guarding a wall after the kingdom, the commander, and the reason for the order have all turned to dust. That is what makes the Burg frightening. The hollows do not look impossible. They look close. A few more deaths. A little less memory. A purpose repeated until it becomes empty movement. Perhaps that is the narrow distance between the pilgrim and the things blocking the road. From the bonfire, the climb begins. Behind the undead, the crestfallen warrior remains by the flame, laughing softly at a prophecy he no longer believes in. Anastasia waits in silence beneath the shrine. Petrus watches with the patient smile of a man who knows more than he says. The graveyard stirs. New Londo sleeps under black water. Somewhere far above, Anor Londo shines with a light that has already begun to feel suspicious. The undead has no army, no homeland, no clear promise of reward. Only a fading instruction. Ring the bells. So they walk toward the Burg, up through the dead roads of Lordran, up toward the first bell, and into the long machinery of a prophecy that may have been waiting for them all along. The road out of Firelink climbs through stone and ash. At first it feels almost humble. A narrow path cut into the cliffside. A few broken stairs. Old walls patched by time rather than hands. The wind moves through gaps in the masonry, carrying with it the distant crackle of the bonfire below. For a while the shrine remains visible behind the undead, a small flame in a bowl of ruins, shrinking with every step upward. Then the path turns. Firelink disappears, and Lordran closes in. The undead Burg rises above the shrine like the remains of a city that forgot how to die. Its towers are cramped together, its rooftops uneven, its streets choked by rubble and broken furniture. Doors hang loose from their frames. Windows look out over empty air. Charred beams jut from collapsed houses, and old banners cling to walls in strips of faded cloth. This was once a place where people lived. That is what makes it cruel. The Burg is not some ancient battlefield removed from ordinary life. It is a neighborhood, a fortified district of narrow alleys, rooftops, staircases, and small rooms where someone once slept, ate, prayed, argued, sharpened knives, mended boots, waited for news, listened for bells. Now the only citizens left are hollows. They wait behind corners with broken swords. They drag axes across stone. They stare from rooftops with firebombs in their hands, patient in the way only the mindless can be patient. Some wear scraps of armor. Others still carry shields dented from battles they no longer remember. Their faces are sunken, their skin dried tight against bone, their eyes emptied of everything except a faint, hungry awareness. The undead raises a weapon. The hollows raise theirs. For the first time in Lordran, the curse becomes intimate. In the asylum, hollowing was a distant horror. A fate heard through iron bars in moans from neighboring cells. At Firelink it became a warning spoken by the crestfallen warrior and seen in the silence of those who had stopped hoping. In the Burg, it has hands. It has blades. It throws itself down staircases and across rooftops, screaming through a throat that has forgotten language. Every hollow soldier looks close enough to recognize. That closeness matters. The undead who fights through the Burg is not clearing monsters from a city. They are walking through a possible future, cutting down bodies that might once have followed the same prophecy, warmed themselves at the same bonfire, heard the same instruction, and climbed toward the same bell. Somewhere along the way, purpose became routine. Routine became violence. violence became all that remained. The streets teach quickly. A careless step invites an ambush. A doorway hides an axe. A rooftop rains fire. A narrow bridge becomes a trap the moment the undead commits to crossing it. Lordran does not need grand speeches to explain its nature. It lets a hollow soldier kick open a door at the wrong moment and trusts the lesson to land. The Burg is small compared to the legends of Lordran, but it understands cruelty better than many kingdoms. It uses height. It uses corners. It uses impatience. It punishes the hand that swings too early, the foot that rushes forward, the eye that fails to check the shadows. And slowly, death by death, the undead learns the rhythm of the place. Shield raised at the doorway. Listen before the staircase. Watch the rooftops. Never trust a quiet room. Each return to the bonfire is humiliation and education woven together. The path does not become easier because Lordran softens. It becomes easier because the undead changes. Memory gathers in the body. The place that once seemed impossible becomes legible, one wound at a time. That too is part of the curse. The dead roads of Lordran train those who cannot stay dead. Higher in the Burg, past the locked homes and ruined walkways, the undead finds the first merchant of the journey. He sits alone in a cramped room among crates, old tools, scraps of armor, and the strange comfort of inventory. His voice is dry, amused, a little too cheerful for a man living above a city of hollows. He sells weapons, keys, arrows, and advice, with the same faintly bitter humor, as if commerce is simply the last habit that has survived in him. There is something unsettling about him, not because he is monstrous, because he is functional. In Lordran, that can be more disturbing than madness. A man sits in the ruins, trading goods to passing corpses, surrounded by enemies that were once people. Perhaps this is resilience. Perhaps it is denial. Perhaps after enough time, even the end of the world becomes a kind of workplace. The undead buys what they can. A key. A few arrows. Maybe a better blade. Small choices. Small preparations. Lordran rarely announces when something will matter. Beyond the merchant, the Burg tightens. The streets lead to a high tower and a long battlement stretched over the void. The air opens suddenly. For a brief moment there is space enough to breathe. The clouds move below. The stones ahead lie empty. Then the tower behind the undead erupts. The tourist demon climbs over the battlements with the weight of something dragged out of an older, hotter world. Horned, massive, hunched beneath the sky, it lands on the bridge and turns the narrow path into a killing floor. There is no ceremony. No challenge spoken aloud. Only a monster too large for the place it inhabits, and an undead with nowhere to run except forward or back. The tourist demon is the first great wall Lordran places in the pilgrim's path. It teaches a different lesson from the hollows. The hollows punish carelessness. The demon punishes fear. Its axe carves wide arcs through the air. Its body fills the bridge. Every instinct says the creature belongs to a scale beyond the undead's reach. But Lordran is full of giants brought low by patience. A tower ladder, a plunge from above, a moment of nerve. The demon falls. Its body dissolves into the same strange absence that takes so many enemies in Lordran, leaving behind only souls and a bridge suddenly quiet again. The undead continues, and there, at the edge of the sunlight, stands a knight looking toward the sky. Solaire of Astora. He is almost absurd when placed against the rest of Lordran. Polite, warm, open-handed. His armor bears the image of a sun painted with childlike conviction. His voice carries a brightness that feels out of place among the ash and stone. He speaks to the undead without suspicion, without contempt, without the exhausted irony of the crestfallen warrior. He has come to Lordran seeking his own son. The phrase sounds foolish, then it lingers. Solaire is not naive in the simple way a sheltered man might be naive. He has walked far enough to reach this ruined land. He knows danger. He understands the curse. His cheerfulness is not ignorance. It is effort. In Lordran, hope often appears cracked, strange, or dangerous. Solaire's hope takes the form of devotion to a light he cannot fully explain. He searches for something radiant enough to justify the darkness around him. That search makes him ridiculous. It also makes him precious. He offers the undead a white sign soapstone, a small object, easy to overlook. But its meaning is enormous. The journey through Lordran is lonely by design. The walls, the stairs, the fog gates, the dying fires, the locked doors, everything seems arranged to isolate the pilgrim inside their own repetition of failure. Solaire gives the undead a different possibility. Cooperation. A sign left across worlds. A hand extended through the strange boundaries of the curse. For a land built on decaying cycles, this is a quiet rebellion. To be summoned is to say that even in a collapsing world, one undead does not have to suffer entirely alone. Solaire looks at the sun. The undead looks toward the bridge ahead. And the world burns. The Hellkite Drake descends with a scream of wings and fire, sweeping over the stone bridge in a blast of heat that turns soldiers to ash and forces the undead into cover. Its red body settles above the gate like a living warning. The way forward is visible. The path is obvious. The dragon makes it almost impossible. Lordran often does this. It shows the destination before allowing the journey. The undead can see where they need to go. The parish lies beyond. The bell waits above. But between intention and arrival, the world places flame, teeth, stone, and fear. So the pilgrim finds another way. Beneath the bridge, through rats and damp tunnels, past old doors and sudden shortcuts, back to fires already kindled, through the underside of the city, where progress feels less like triumph than infiltration. Eventually, the road bends toward the undead parish. The architecture changes before the danger does. The Burg is cramped and desperate, a place of houses and rooftops. The parish feels older, more formal. Stone steps widen. Arches rise. The ruins carry the shape of worship. Even broken, the place suggests ritual. Here, the hollows wear better armor. Balder knights still move through the church grounds with a faded elegance, their capes worn, their blades quick and precise. Unlike the ragged soldiers of the Burg, these enemies feel closer to memory. Their forms still hold discipline. Their movements still contain traces of training, rank, perhaps even pride. That makes them more tragic. The curse does not only devour peasants, soldiers, thieves, or nameless prisoners. It reaches knights, clerics, heroes, anyone whose purpose can decay into motion. At the gates of the parish waits an armored boar, plated in metal, snorting steam into the cold air. It charges through the courtyard like a piece of siege machinery that has mistaken itself for an animal. Around it, hollows throw fire and blades from protected positions. The scene is ugly, practical, almost military. The gods may be gone, but their world still knows how to defend a church. The undead pushes through, up stairways, across courtyards, past the iron portcullis and into the old parish itself. Inside, the air changes. Sound softens beneath the high ceiling. Light filters through narrow openings and catches on dust. The church is ruined, occupied, dangerous, but some residue of sanctity remains in the stone. The place remembers worship even if no true congregation remains. At the altar stands a large knight in heavy armor guarding the firekeeper's soul. That detail is easy to miss in the violence of the moment. A sacred soul protected in a desecrated church. A relic of the fire hidden among hollows and steel. Another reminder that Lordran scatters its holiest things inside places already ruined. Above the parish, the first bell of awakening waits. But before the climb, the undead discovers a sound that does not belong to the dead city. Metal striking metal. Steady. Patient. Alive. Below the church, near the old forge, Andre of Astor works as if the world outside is not ended. His hammer falls with calm certainty. Again, again, and again. In a land of moans, shrieks, and dragon fire, the sound of honest labor feels almost miraculous. Andre is not wrapped in prophecy. He does not speak like a priest or a king. He does not pretend to explain the fate of the undead. He sharpens weapons. He reinforces armor. He warns when warning is useful. He laughs from the chest, grounded and human. There is dignity in that simplicity. The gods of Lordran built illusions, prisons, and dying systems of fire. Andre repairs a sword so someone can survive the next corridor. For the undead, that may be the more trustworthy form of grace. Near the parish, another figure waits behind bars. Knight Litric of Karam, golden armor, soft voice, hands folded like a man born comfortable with secrets. He asks to be freed. The request seems simple enough. A locked cell, a prisoner, a key. The undead has known what it means to wait behind bars. Oscar's key began this journey. To open another cell feels almost natural. But Lordran has a talent for making mercy dangerous. The trek speaks with gratitude, but there is something curved beneath it. His politeness does not warm the room. It measures it. He belongs to the kind of darkness that smiles before it acts. Still, the door opens. A choice is made. Its cost will arrive later. For now, the bell remains above. The undead climbs the church tower. Wooden beams creak underfoot. Ladders rise through cold air. The sound of the world falls away with each step. At the top, the roof opens beneath the sky, and the first true height of the pilgrimage reveals itself. Then the bell gargoyles descend. They come like pieces of the church itself given claws and wings. Stone bodies, axe blades, tails lashing over the roof tiles. The first attacks with the weight of a statue dragged into motion. Then, as flame begins to spill across the rooftop, another joins. The fight feels ceremonial in a way the Taurus demon did not. The demon guarded a bridge. The gargoyles guard a threshold. Below them lies the long climb from Firelink, the hollows of the Burg, the Dragon Bridge, the Parish Halls, Andre's Forge, the Trek Cell. Above them hangs the bell, the first clear demand of the prophecy. The undead fights among bells and clouds, surrounded by the remnants of worship. Blade against stone, fire across slate, wings beating in the high air. One gargoyle falls, then the other. For a moment the roof is still. The undead climbs the final ladder. At the top waits the bell of awakening. It is larger than expected. Dark metal, ancient and silent, hanging above the parish like a throat that has not spoken in years. The undead pulls the lever. The bell rings. The sound moves through Lordran with impossible weight. It rolls over the rooftops of the Burg, down into Firelink Shrine, through the graveyard stones, across the bridges and towers, perhaps even into places where no living ear remains to hear it. For the first time, the prophecy answers with something physical. Sound, vibration, proof that the undead has changed the world, even if only a little. Far below, the crestfallen warrior hears it. Somewhere beneath stone and poison, the second bell waits. And somewhere deeper still, ancient things begin to stir. The first bell has been rung. The pilgrimage is no longer rumor. It has entered the machinery of Lordran. The undead descends from the tower carrying no crown, no revelation, no cure. Only the echo of the bell remains, fading slowly into the wind. That echo is enough to pull them onward. back through the parish, back toward the roads below, toward locked doors, lower streets, damp tunnels, and the places where the city begins to rock from within. The first descent is over. Now Lordran asks the undead to go down. After the first bell, Lordran does not open like a conquered kingdom. It folds inward. The sound still lingers in the air above the parish, fading over rooftops, graveyards, towers, and forgotten roads. For a brief moment, the undead has proof that the prophecy can be touched. A bell was found. A guardian was defeated. A sound meant for ancient ears was dragged back into the world. But no answer comes. No god descends. No voice explains the curse. No door opens to mercy. Only another path waits. And this one leads down. The key found near the church does not unlock a palace, or a temple, or some sacred road toward the gods. It opens a door beneath the bridge, back near the old Hellkite's fire, where the stones are darker and the sunlight weakens quickly. The undead steps through. The air changes. The upper Burg was cruel, but it still had sky. Its rooftops, towers, and battlements gave the illusion of breath. Even when the dragon burned the bridge, even when hollows waited behind corners, there was space above the violence. The lower undead Burg has no such mercy. Here, the streets narrow into alleys. Buildings lean inward. Balconies sag over the road like broken rib. Doors are locked from the inside, or hanging open just enough to suggest that whatever lived there left in a hurry, or never left at all. The stones are damp. The light comes in thin pieces. Every sound seems trapped between walls. This is not the city of soldiers and watchmen. This is the city beneath the city. The place where the Burg hides what it does not want seen. The first enemies move differently here. Thieves slip from doorways with knives drawn. They are faster than the hollow soldiers above, lighter on their feet, more deliberate in their cruelty. They do not stumble like men who have forgotten combat. They lunge, circle, bleed the undead with small blades, then vanish behind corners and stairwells. Dogs come with them. Thin, vicious things, all ribs and teeth, rushing low to the ground before the eye has time to settle. They turn the alleys into panic. A soldier can be measured. A knight can be read. A dog in a narrow street is chaos with a spine. The lower Burg teaches a different fear. Not the fear of size. The Taurus demon was massive. The Hellkite dragon was overwhelming. The bell gargoyles were ceremonial, almost majestic in their violence. Here, death is small. A knife in the side. A dog at the ankle. A door opening behind you. A corner taken too quickly. Lordran has begun to strip grandeur from the pilgrimage. The prophecy may speak in bells and ancient duties, but the road itself is made of locked rooms, dirty blades, and things waiting in the dark because hunger has outlived memory. behind one of those doors the undead hears a voice. Not a groan, not the rasp of a hollow. A voice. Grix of Vinheim is trapped in the lower Burg, locked away among thieves and ruin, far from the clean schools and polished theories of sorcery. He speaks with relief when freed, but also with the nervous refinement of a man who has brought books into a world that eats men whole. His presence feels almost absurd here. Sorcery belongs in imagination to towers, libraries, apprenticeships, quiet rooms, careful gestures. Yet here it is, reduced to a frightened man behind a wooden door, waiting for someone with a key. That is Lordran's habit. It takes every human order, faith, scholarship, knighthood, trade, and leaves it stranded in the wrong place. A cleric beside a cursed bonfire. A blacksmith under a ruined church. A sorcerer locked in a slum. Everyone has brought some fragment of the old world with them. None of those fragments are enough. Farther in, the lower Burg leads to a fog gate pressed into a cramped courtyard. There is no grand approach, no long bridge, no view of the sky before the battle. Just a stone stairway, a narrow drop, and the sudden realization that the space ahead is too small for whatever waits inside. The Capra demon attacks almost immediately. It is a butcher's vision of a demon, horned, heavy, hunched forward with two enormous blades, its body filling the courtyard like rage given muscle. The dogs rush first. The walls press close. The camera of the mind has nowhere to stand. There is no elegance to the fight, no noble rhythm, no clean duel beneath the heavens. Only impact. Barking, stone, panic. The undead scrambles for stairs, for height, for 1 second of separation. The demon follows, blades crashing into walls, the dogs snapping at the heels. The fight feels unfair in a way Lordran has not yet fully revealed. Not because the enemy is impossible, but because the room itself seems complicit. The Capra demon is not only guarding the path, it is teaching what descent means. Below the Burg, the world stops pretending to be honorable. Eventually, the demon falls. The courtyard goes quiet. The dogs lie still. The undead takes the key to the depths. A key into the bowels of Lordran. A key no sane pilgrim would want, except that the second bell waits somewhere below, and the prophecy has already narrowed the shape of choice. The first bell was high in a church beneath open sky. The second lies beneath poison, rot, and everything the city has allowed to sink. So the undead descends again. The door opens into damp stone. But depths begin with the sound of water. Not clean water. Not the sacred silence of a buried temple. Water that has carried too much for too long. It drips from ceilings, runs along gutters, gathers in corners, slides over old masonry slick with filth. The air is thick with mold and meat. Every corridor seems carved less for passage than drainage. The place feels alive in the worst possible way, as if the city above has been feeding it for centuries. This is where Lordran's waste goes. Bodies, sewage, secrets. The things thrown away by the upper streets do not vanish. They collect. The undead steps into a world of kitchens, tunnels, cages, drains, and butcher blocks. The first great shape inside is not a demon, but a butcher. Massive, masked, carrying a cleaver fit for splitting animals or men. The butcher works in a room stained by old labor. Tables sit under hooks. Barrels and sacks crowd the wall. The violence here does not feel like combat. It feels industrial. Someone at some point used this place not to wage war, to process flesh. That is what makes the depths so disturbing. They are not merely ancient ruins overrun by monsters. They are functional spaces whose function has become horrible through abandonment. A kitchen remains a kitchen even after the cooks go hollow. A drain remains a drain even when it leads to nightmares. Near the butcher's domain, another prisoner waits. Laurentius of the Great Swamp, trapped in a barrel far from home, nearly reduced to another piece of refuse in Lordran's underbelly. When freed, he greets the undead with gratitude that feels startlingly sincere. There is warmth in him, a rough kindness, an earthy humor that belongs less to cathedrals and kingdoms than to campfires and mud. He carries pyromancy, not the polished sorcery of Vinheim, not the divine miracles of Thorolund. Something older, more bodily, closer to breath and hunger and survival. In another story, fire would be only power. In Dark Souls, fire is always complicated. The first flame created disparity. Gwyn feared its fading. The Witch of Izalith tried to reproduce it and birthed catastrophe. Bonfires comfort the undead while binding them to a cycle they do not understand. Laurentius offers a smaller flame, a human flame, a craft passed hand to hand, learned in swamps, shaped by those who know that warmth can preserve life as easily as it can destroy it. For a moment in the depths, fire does not feel like a cosmic prison. It feels like a gift from one lost person to another. The moment does not last. The tunnels below widen and twist. Rats swarm through the dark, some small enough to slip through broken grates, others bloated to monstrous size by whatever they have been feeding on. Their eyes catch the low light. Their bodies move through sewage and shadow with horrible confidence. Above them, a channeler waits. A servant of Seath, draped in strange robes, performing his little dance of command from behind the safety of distance. His presence here seems almost out of place until the pattern becomes clear. Lordran is not a collection of isolated tragedies. Its corruptions overlap. The gods, the dragons, the scholars, the churches, the dead, the demons, all of them have left traces in one another's ruins. The channeler does not need to explain himself. He strengthens the creatures below. He watches from above. That is enough. The depths continue downward into narrower passages where the light begins to fail. The walls sweat. The floor drops away unexpectedly. One bad step sends the undead into a deeper maze of tunnels and basins where pale-eyed things wait in the dark. Basilisks. Small, bulbous, almost absurd at first glance. Then they breathe. A white mist spills from their bodies and fills the passage. It is not fire. It is not poison. It is something worse because it does not merely wound the body. It curses. The first time the curse takes hold, it feels like a violation of the rules the undead has begun to trust. Death has become terrible but familiar. Die, return, try again. Lose souls, recover them if possible. Suffer, learn, continue. Curse interrupts that rhythm. It reaches deeper. The body hardens. The soul contracts. The return to the bonfire feels wrong, diminished, punished in a way ordinary death never managed. Suddenly the undead understands that even immortality has layers of vulnerability. Lordran can still find new ways to make permanence feel fragile. The basilisks are not grand enemies. They do not command armies or guard gates. They lurk in holes under the city, breathing ruin into anyone foolish enough to fall too far. In another world, they might be vermin. Here they are a theological argument. The curse is not only a brand on the skin, it is an environment. Pressure. A law written into the dark places of the world. Past the rats, the drains, the basilisks, and the channeler's strange influence, the undead finds another kind of survivor. Domno obzena. A merchant seated in the depths, as if the place were a roadside market, wrapped in colorful oddity, speaking with a cheer that feels almost theatrical. He sells armor, rare goods, fragments of other people's stories. Around him the stone sweats and the sewers breathe, yet he behaves as though travel itself has made all horrors negotiable. There is wisdom in that, perhaps, or madness with good posture. In Lordran, the difference is often decorative. Eventually the tunnels open into a vast chamber, a place too large for comfort. The air is wet and heavy. Water pools across the floor. Broken pillars rise from the muck. The ceiling hangs high above, lost in darkness. The undead steps forward, and the world holds its breath. At the far end of the chamber, something moves. At first it looks almost like an opening. A mouth. A wound. Then the rest of the body drags itself into sight. The gaping dragon. It is one of Lordran's most grotesque miracles, a dragon so consumed by hunger that its body has reorganized around appetite. Its chest has become a massive vertical maw lined with teeth, a devouring pit where anatomy should be. Its small head bends above it like an afterthought, almost irrelevant compared to the enormous mouth that defines the creature. This is what desire looks like when nothing remains to govern it. The everlasting dragons of the ancient age were stone permanence, stillness. They belonged to a world before hunger could properly exist. The gaping dragon is the opposite, a descendant, a distortion, a body dragged entirely into the logic of consumption. It does not seem regal. It does not seem wise. It seems like a stomach that learned to walk. The fight is ugly and immense. The creature slams itself across the flooded floor, claws tearing through stone, tail sweeping through the dark, its monstrous mouth opening as if it means to swallow not only the undead, but the chamber, the tunnels, the whole rotting underside of Lordran. And yet, like so many things in this land, it can be studied. Its charges have rhythm. Its hunger creates openings. Its enormity becomes a weakness. The undead survives by patience again, by watching the impossible until it becomes possible. Blade by blade, wound by wound, the dragon falls. The chamber settles. The appetite is silenced. And from the corpse of that grotesque thing, the path to Blighttown opens. This is the reward for surviving the depths. Not revelation. Not salvation. A key. Another descent. Another layer of the world peeling open to reveal something worse beneath it. The first bell was rung in sunlight, above a church after a climb through rooftops and stone. The second bell waits below poison, below hunger, below the places where Lordran sends what it refuses to see. The undead stands at the threshold and feels the air rising from beneath. Warm, sick, rotten. Somewhere far below, in a swamp of poison and wooden scaffolds, one of the daughters of chaos waits beside a bell that is not rung in ages. Firelink is now distant. The Parish is above. The Burg is behind. The depths have shown what lies underneath civilization when the surface finally cracks. The road continues downward, into Blighttown, into sickness, into sacrifice, into the ruined legacy of fire. The door beyond the depths does not open into a road. It opens into a wound. The undead leaves behind the flooded chamber of the gaping dragon, the butcher tables, the rats, the basilisks, the damp corridors where the city's filth gathers in darkness. For a moment it seems Lordran can sink no lower. Then the descent continues. Wooden platforms cling to the walls of a vast vertical pit. Ladders twist downward into shadow. Ropes hang from beams too rotten to trust. Torches burn in places where no sane person should have tried to build anything. The air is hot, wet, and diseased. It presses against the lungs like a hand. This is Blighttown. A settlement, if that word can still be used. A ruin made from scaffolds, shacks, pulleys, ladders, planks, and desperation. It does not feel built. It feels accumulated, as if the unwanted things of Lordran kept falling into this pit year after year until they learned to stack themselves into a city. Above, the Burg still resembles civilization. The Parish still remembers worship. The depths still preserve the shape of utility, kitchens, drains, storage rooms, channels for waste. Blighttown has gone further. Here, human order has softened into rock. The wood creaks under every step. The platforms tilt. Whole structures sway in the dark, held together by nails, rope, and habit. Somewhere far below, a poison swamp glows faintly through the haze. The bottom is visible only in fragments, a dull green sickness waiting beneath everything. The first inhabitants are enormous. Infested barbarians stand in the way, with crude clubs and swollen bodies, their movements heavy, their strength almost absurd in the narrow walkways. They do not fight with the discipline of Balder Knights or the twitching routine of Burg hollows. They attack like bodies ruined by environment, disease, and rage. Each blow carries the weight of something that has survived too long in a place no one was meant to survive. The undead moves carefully. Too carefully, perhaps. Because Blighttown is patient in ways the previous roads were not. A hollow soldier kills with a sword. A basilisk kills with breath. Blighttown kills with footing. A misstep sends the body through the scaffolds. A careless roll becomes a fall. A ladder appears safe until an enemy blocks the bottom. The architecture itself seems diseased, forcing the undead to fight gravity, wood, poison, darkness, and panic at the same time. Then the darts begin. Small shapes hidden across the pit lift blowpipes to their mouths. The first needle lands almost unnoticed. A sting. The sound. A thin change in the blood. Then the body begins to burn from within, toxic. Poison was already cruel. It gnawed slowly, a punishment for stepping into filth or lingering too long in the wrong place. Toxic is different. Toxic feels personal. It floods the body with urgency. The undead can no longer move at Lordran's pace. Every second becomes a theft. Every ladder becomes too long. Every enemy becomes an obstacle between the body and the moss that might save it. Blighttown understands pressure. It makes the undead afraid of time. The blow dart snipers are not grand warriors. They do not guard thrones or churches. They crouch in forgotten corners above a swamp, sending sickness through the dark one needle at a time. Yet they may be more terrifying than half the demons in Lordran, because their violence lingers after the attack is over. A sword wound ends when the blade pulls away. Toxic keeps speaking. Down through the scaffolds, the undead find signs of life reduced to its barest terms. Fires burning in shacks. Bodies pressed into corners. Crude elevators turning through the gloom. Creatures clinging to walls. Parasites moving through wood and flesh as if the distinction no longer matters. The place is full of people and almost entirely without society. Whatever community once existed here has dissolved into survival, infection, and ambush. Blighttown is what happens when the world stops pretending the abandoned will be rescued. And yet it is not empty. That is the uncomfortable part. Something has adapted. Something has learned to live here. The undead keeps descending. The platforms end. The swamp receives them. At the bottom of Blighttown, the world widens into a low, poisonous expanse. The ground sinks underfoot. Every step pulls against the legs. Green water clings to the body and seeps through armor. Mosquitoes drift above the surface in twitching clouds. Leeches writhe in the mud, fat with poison and filth. The air is thick with heat rising from somewhere deeper, some buried furnace beneath the rot. The swamp does not attack all at once. It wears. That is its cruelty. It asks the undead to cross slowly while the poison climbs. It turns distance into suffering. A patch of dry land becomes treasure. A route becomes a road. A small island becomes a place to breathe. Blighttown's bottom feels far removed from the prophecy. The bells of awakening sounded almost noble when spoken beside Firelink's bonfire. One above, one below. A simple pilgrimage. A sacred errand. The first bell waited in a church. The second waits beyond a poison swamp. That contrast begins to feel deliberate. Lordran has a habit of hiding important things where only the desperate or the damned would go looking. It places a bell beneath filth. It places fire beneath sacrifice. It places truth beneath suffering, then calls the survivor chosen. Across the swamp, half buried in the rock, rises a strange mound covered in pale growths and tangled webbing. Qualag's domain. The entrance looks organic, almost alive. The stone has become soft around it. Egg sacs cling to the walls. Spider-like creatures crawl in the dark, their bodies swollen with heat and disease. The path narrows into a tunnel that seems to breathe. The undead enters. The air changes again. Blighttown was wet rot. This place is fever. The walls glow with a dull internal warmth. The ground feels less like earth than flesh. Every step carries the sense of approaching something wounded, guarded, and deeply old. Then the chamber opens. At first, the figure ahead appears almost human. A woman's torso rising from a monstrous spider body, still and watchful in the fire-lit dark. Her hair falls over pale skin. Her face is calm, severe, unreadable. Beneath her, the spider shifts with heavy limbs, a creature of chitin, flame, and hunger. Chaos Witch Quella, one of the daughters of the Witch of Izalith, one of the surviving pieces of a catastrophe the undead does not yet fully understand. She does not speak before the battle. She simply attacks. Fire spills across the arena. The spider body lunges and twists. A curved blade flashes in Qualak hands, while lava spreads over the ground, turning the chamber into a moving trap of heat and pressure. She fights with a terrible grace, divided between beauty and monstrosity, between woman and demon, between intelligence and instinct. At first she looks like another guardian, another boss between the undead and the bell, another obstacle in the machinery of prophecy. But Quelag is not only guarding a path, she's protecting someone. Behind her domain, hidden past a false wall, lies a small chamber lit by a bonfire. There sits her sister, the fair lady, another daughter of chaos. Blind, sick, and fused into a pale spider body, she rests against the wall with a tenderness that makes the whole chamber feel unbearably sad. Her voice, if the undead is ever able to understand it, does not carry malice. It carries pain, gentleness, and confusion. She mistakes the stranger for her sister. She speaks as if Qualla Whack has returned. It is one of the quietest cruelties in Lordran. Qualla was not waiting below Blighttown out of simple bloodlust. She was gathering humanity, feeding it to her sister, trying to soothe an illness that cannot be cured by force, only eased for a moment. Suddenly the battle looks different. The fire, the guarded entrance, the body half consumed by chaos, the violence at the threshold. Qualla was not a monster placed before the bell for drama. She was a daughter standing between the world and the last fragile thing she loved. The undead kills her anyway. That fact sits heavily. Dark souls often makes the player understand too late. The fair lady remains in her chamber, still tended by the flame, still waiting for a sister who will never come back. Near her waits Yi, diseased and devoted, his body infected with eggs, his loyalty sharpened by gratitude. He serves her with the intensity of someone who is rejected by the world and found holiness in another rejected being. To outsiders, this chamber would look grotesque. A sick spider woman, a parasite-ridden servant, a hidden bonfire under a swamp. But after the journey through Blighttown, it may be the most human place the undead is found. Here, love has survived. Ruined, desperate, diseased love. But love. That is why the Daughters of Chaos matter. Their tragedy is not simply that they became demons. It is that even after the disaster of Izalith, even after bodies were twisted and names were lost, they kept fragments of tenderness alive inside the ruin. Qualla protects her sister. The fair lady eases the suffering of those infected with the Blighttown. Yi kneels beside her with reverence. Quelana, hidden elsewhere in the swamp, carries the memory of pyromancy like an exile carrying ashes from a burned home. The world above may call this place monstrous. The story is less clean than that. Long before the undead arrive, the Witch of Izalith tried to recreate the first flame. The old fire was fading, and the lords were afraid. Gwyn would eventually offer himself to the flame. Izalith chose another path. She attempted to make a new fire from her own lord's soul. The result was chaos. Unstable, hungry, uncontrolled. From that failed act came demons, mutation, flame without balance, life fused with suffering. Izalith was not merely destroyed. It was transformed into something that kept producing pain. Qualla and her sister are not separate from that history. They are its daughters in every sense. Born from brilliance, marked by failure, left to survive beneath a world that would rather forget how demons began. In the chamber beyond Quelag, the second bell of awakening waits. The undead climbs toward it through the heat. This bell does not hang above a church roof beneath clean sky. It is buried in the underworld, below poison and scaffolds, beside the entrance to Oolacile. Its metal has known dampness, smoke, and the slow patience of things hidden beneath the earth. The lever moves. The bell rings. The sound rises from below. It travels through Blighttown, through the swamp, through the depths, through the Burg, through Firelink, through the bones and stones of Lordran. The first bell rang from above, bright and exposed. The second answers from beneath, deeper, heavier, carrying with it the weight of rot and sacrifice. Together, the two bells awaken something. Far away, near Firelink Shrine, a massive shape stirs from sleep. Stone shifts. Teeth open. An ancient serpent rises from the flooded pit. King Seeker Frant. The prophecy has advanced. The undead has done what was asked. One bell in the heights. One bell in the depths. The path forward will now reveal itself, or at least pretend to. But before the undead leaves, Blighttown leaves its mark. The place is easy to hate. Its poison. Its darkness. Its ladders. Its miserable platforms. Its hidden snipers. Its swamp that drags every step into suffering. Yet hatred alone misses the point. Blighttown is Lordran's underside made visible. It is the cost of the shining city above. It is where the rejected, infected, and transformed endure after all cleaner stories have turned away. It is filth, but not emptiness. It is sickness, but not meaninglessness. At its bottom, beneath all that poison, the undead finds one of the saddest forms of devotion in the game. A sister killing strangers for humanity. Another sister waiting in blindness and pain. A servant made holy by disease. A bell that turns suffering into progress. The pilgrimage continues because of this. Because Quala dies. Because the fair lady keeps suffering. Because the prophecy demands a sound from a place that should have been left in peace. The undead returns from the swamp carrying the echo of the second bell. Above, the gate to Sen's fortress has opened. The road now leads away from rot and upward toward the proving ground of the gods. Blighttown sinks behind them, steaming in the dark. But its lesson remains. The world of Dark Souls is not divided cleanly between the sacred and the profane. Sometimes the sacred is hidden inside the profane. Sometimes the monster is guarding mercy. Sometimes the path to heaven begins by killing someone who only wanted to save her sister. The second bell wakes more than sound. Its echo rises from the poisoned floor of Blighttown, passes through damp tunnels and ruined streets, and reaches Firelink Shrine like a message dragged up from the bottom of the world. The first bell had spoken from the heights. The second answers from below. Together, they form the shape of an instruction old enough to feel less like guidance than machinery. Back at Firelink, the shrine has changed. The bonfire still burns. The crestfallen warrior still sits beside it, though his mockery has begun to curdle into something more bitter. The paths still lead outward into graves, water, stone and ruin. But in the flooded hollow near the shrine, something ancient has awakened. Kingseeker Frampt rises from the dark. He appears with the slow, repulsive grace of a thing that belongs beneath the world rather than upon it. A vast serpent's head, heavy-lidded eyes, teeth crowded in a mouth, too human in its speech and too inhuman in its shape. His voice comes from far down, thick with age, ceremony, and appetite. He knows the undead, or claims to. He calls them chosen. He speaks of Lord Gwyn. He speaks of succeeding the great lore. He speaks as if the path ahead has been waiting for this exact moment, this exact pilgrim, this exact obedience. The words should feel reassuring. Instead, they settle strangely. Until now, the prophecy had been vague enough to ignore when convenient. A rumor among hollows. A dying knight's final wish. A tired warrior's joke beside a bonfire. But Frampt gives it weight. He gives it a mouth. He makes the old story feel official. That may be the most unsettling thing of all. The undead has rung 2 bells and received no cure, no explanation, no memory returned, no divine answer descending from the sky. What appears instead is a serpent under the shrine, telling them the next step. Go to Anor Londo. Claim the Lord Vessel. Follow the road of the gods. The prophecy no longer whispers. It instructs. Far above Firelink, the great gate near the parish has opened. The iron doors that once sealed the way now stand apart, revealing the road into Sen's fortress. For many pilgrims, this must have been the moment hope returned. The bells were real. The gate moved. Lordran responded. After all the rot, poison, bells, blood, and repetition, the world had acknowledged their effort. A lesser story would turn that open gate into triumph. Lordran places a death trap behind it. At the entrance waits a knight in rounded armor, seated with a patience so complete it almost becomes part of the scenery. Sigmar of Katarina. He is large, oddly shaped by his armor, and carries himself with a strange mixture of confidence and confusion. There is warmth in him, a kind of stubborn courtesy that feels untouched by the full horror of Lordran. He has the voice of a man who still believes problems can be thought through, given enough time, enough courage, and perhaps a short nap. When the gate was closed, he waited. Now the gate is open, and still he hesitates. That hesitation makes him human. The chosen undead has become used to movement by now. Ring the bell. Find the key. Open the door. Descend. Climb, climb. Kill. Return. Repeat. Lordran trains the body to obey forward motion. Sigmar reminds us that any sane person would stop. A gate opens into a fortress full of unknown traps, serpent warriors, swinging blades, giants, and old divine mechanisms. The heroic thing may be to charge ahead. The sensible thing is to sit outside and think very carefully. Sigmar does both in his own way. Eventually the undead enters. Sentu's fortress receives them without ceremony. The first steps are already dangerous. A narrow walkway stretches forward between stone walls. Almost immediately, pressure plates lie hidden beneath the feet. Arrows fire from the darkness. Serpent soldiers wait with curved blades, their bodies tall, muscular, and coldly deliberate. They do not shuffle like hollows. They do not rage like demons. Their movements are disciplined, almost professional. They belong here. The fortress has not decayed into danger. It was designed as danger. That is what separates Senna's fortress from the places before it. The Burg was a city that had gone hollow. The depths were a utility space rotted into nightmare. Blighttown was abandonment made vertical. Senna's fortress feels intentional. Every bridge, plate, blade, staircase, and corridor has a purpose. The entire structure is a test with no examiner visible. A machine built to measure pilgrims by pain. The first lesson is simple. The floor cannot be trusted. The second follows quickly. The walls cannot be trusted either. Blades swing across narrow bridges in steady arcs, great pendulums of iron cutting through the air with the calm rhythm of a clock. The sound becomes part of the fortress. Scrape, rush, impact, silence, repeat. Cross too early and the body falls. Cross too late and another blade catches the ribs. Hesitate too long and the serpent soldiers advance. Sen's fortress turns timing into survival. It does not care how strong the undead has become. Strength cannot argue with a blade that knocks the body into empty space. The undead moves forward by learning the rhythm. Step, wait. Step, roll. Raise the shield. Watch the plate. Listen for the boulder. Kill the serpent before the next swing. Every part of the place overlaps. A trap rarely arrives alone. A narrow bridge has blades. The bridge has a serpent at the end. The serpent stands near a pressure plate. The pressure plate fires into the path of escape. Above it all, somewhere unseen, a giant resets the machinery. The fortress does not hate the undead. Hatred would make it feel alive. Center's fortress is worse because it feels indifferent. It kills with architecture. It watches bodies fall into pits, then quietly prepares the same lesson for the next pilgrim. Below the walkways, in the dark lower chambers, something waits for those who fall. Tight night demons. Broken, heavy creatures of stone and lightning, their bodies twisted around missing limbs and enormous weapons. They do not patrol the upper test. They wait in the punishment spaces beneath it, surrounded by mud, water, and the remains of failed attempt. A fall in Sen's fortress is rarely only a fall. It is transportation. The fortress takes the careless and drops them into older pain. Down there, among the demons and wet stone, the undead can feel the structure's true cruelty. The pits are not empty because emptiness would be mercy. They are stocked. A mistake becomes a new arena. A moment of bad footing becomes a fight against something that looks unfinished by creation itself. And still there are treasures below. That detail is pure Lordran. The world punishes curiosity, then rewards it just enough to make curiosity dangerous again. Higher up, the fortress begins to turn around a central mechanism of rolling boulders. The sound comes before the stone appears. A deep grinding from above, then a roar through the corridor. Then the boulder arrives, massive and unstoppable, filling the passage with a certainty that leaves no room for pride. It crushes serpent men, breaks walls, slams into gates, and turns hallways into timed executions. The undead learns to run between impacts, to press against walls, to duck into alcoves, to use the fortress against itself. At the center of the mechanism, a control room allows the path of the boulders to change. For the first time, the pilgrim does more than endure the machine. They touch it, redirect it, make it break open its own secrets. That moment matters. Sender's fortress is not conquered by brute force. It is understood. A closed path becomes open because the undead has learned how the cruelty moves. Behind one broken wall, trapped in a hanging cage, waits a man whose calm feels strangely out of place. Big Cat Logan, a sorcerer of Vinheim, scholar, master, and seeker of knowledge, vast enough to swallow the self. His enormous hat gives him an almost comic silhouette, but his voice carries quiet authority. He has come far in pursuit of the arcane, only to be caged inside a fortress built for warriors. There is a grim humor in that. The gods' proving ground has caught a man of intellect in an iron box. Freeing Logan does not seem immediately important to the prophecy. He is not a bell. He is not a lore. He is not a gate. He is simply another soul trapped in the machinery of Lordran. But his presence points forward, toward Seath, toward the archives, toward the lonely madness of knowledge pursued without peace. For now he leaves the cage with gratitude and dignity, already looking beyond the fortress in his mind. Some people travel through Lordran searching for salvation. Logan searches for understanding. The distinction will matter later. It may also destroy him. The undead climbs. The fortress grows brighter. After so much stone, shadow, and interior death, the path finally breaks onto the roof. The sky opens. Wind returns. Far below, Lordran stretches in fragments. Cliffs, bridges, towers, forests, graves, the distant burn of places already survived. The first glimpse of open air feels like mercy. Then the fire bombs begin. A giant stands above the fortress, hurling explosive stones down onto the walkways. The roof is exposed, narrow and treacherous. Flames bloom across the path. Pieces of stone shatter underfoot. The undead who has survived blades, serpents, boulders, demons, cages, and pits now has to cross the final stretch while the sky itself seems weaponized. The fortress saves its strangest cruelty for the moment that looks most free. There are other giants here too, laboring within the structure, tending its mechanisms, feeding its endless tests. They are not grand lords. They are workers in a divine machine. Their presence suggests that Sense Fortress is not merely abandoned. Parts of it still function because someone or something keeps them functioning. The gods are far away. Their systems remain staffed. That may be one of Lordran's most bitter ideas. Power does not need to be present to continue harming people. It only needs institutions, mechanisms, servants, habits, and enough bodies willing or bound to keep the machinery moving. Near the upper walls, the undead may find the merchant of the fortress. A man seated in impossible danger, selling arrows, armor, and strange goods, as if the rooftop of a death trap were a perfectly reasonable place to conduct business. By now, this almost makes sense. Lordran has merchants in ruins, sewers, and lethal fortresses. Commerce, like hollowing, persists beyond context. Perhaps he is mad. Perhaps everyone else is. At last, the path leads to the highest bridge. The air is thin. The fortress falls away on every side. Ahead waits the iron golem, a giant body of black metal standing at the edge of the world, axe in hand, shoulders broad enough to block the sky. It does not have the animal hunger of the gaping dragon, the feverish grace of Quelaag, or the wild brutality of the Taurus demon. It feels constructed for one purpose: to prevent passage. Behind it lies the route to Anor Londo. That fact gives the fight its weight. The iron golem is the final lock on the gate to the gods. It stands where the fortress ends and the heavens begin, a test not of worth in any moral sense, but of endurance. The undead has crossed the machine. The golem is the machine given a body. Its axe sweeps in massive arcs. Its fists slam into the stone. Its steps make the bridge tremble. One wrong movement can send the undead over the edge, falling from the summit after surviving everything below. Senta's fortress remains present even in the boss arena. Gravity is still part of the enemy. The architecture still participates. But the golem has a weakness that almost feels symbolic. It can lose balance. The enormous guardian built to bar the way to the gods can be staggered. The body of iron can tilt, falter, and fall. For all its size, it stands on a narrow bridge like everything else in the fortress. The undead strikes. Wait. Strikes again. The giant reels. For one strange second, the impossible thing looks vulnerable. Then it falls. The iron golem crashes down and the bridge is quiet. The test is complete. On the far side of the arena, a ring of light appears. Winged demons descend. They do not ask permission. They do not explain. They lift the undead from the summit of Sentur's fortress and carry them upward through the pale air, away from the traps, away from the boulders, away from the stone machine that has measured their persistence. Below, the fortress shrinks into the cliffs, a brutal little shape among greater ruins. Ahead, Anor Londo rises. For the first time, the legends look real. White towers bathed in sunlight, high bridges, cathedral roofs, golden air. A city suspended above the world like a promise the gods made to themselves. After the Burg, the depths, Blighttown, and Sen's fortress, the sight is almost overwhelming. Clean stone, open sky, symmetry, light. The eye wants to believe in it. The heart, if the undead still has one, may want to rest there. That desire is dangerous. Center's fortress has done its work. It has taken a corpse from an asylum and forced it through soldiers, rot, poison, bells, traps, serpents, giants, and iron. It has stripped away the last simple idea of chosenness. No divine hand lifted the undead gently to the city of the gods. The way to Anor Londo was earned through bruises, falls, curses, poison, and repetition. The pilgrimage has reached heaven by way of a slaughterhouse. As the demons carry the undead toward the shining city, Lordran performs its most elegant deception. It lets the light arrive after suffering. It lets beauty feel deserve. That is how the gods make their world convincing. Not by hiding the pain completely, by placing radiance at the end of it. The undead looks toward Anor Londo. The sun is bright. The towers gleam. The bells have rung. The gate has opened. The trial has been passed. For one brief moment the prophecy seems true. Then the city of the gods waits in silence. Anor Londo arrives like an apology. After the wooden rot of Blighttown, after the damp black corridors of the depths, after the blades and boulders of Sen's fortress, the city of the gods appears almost impossible. White stone rises into the sky. Towers reach upward with clean, impossible confidence. Long bridges stretch across empty air. The sunlight falls over everything in sheets of gold, washing the rooftops, the statues, the balconies, the vast cathedral at the heart of the city. For a moment, Lordran seems to remember beauty. The winged demons carry the undead over the outer walls and set them down on a high platform overlooking the city. Below, the world drops away into clouds. Above, the sun hangs bright and still, too perfect after so many hours spent underground. The undead stands there, small against the architecture. The prophecy has brought them here. One bell above, one bell below. The gates of Sen's fortress, the iron golem, the flight into the heavens. Everything is pointed toward this place. Every death, every return to the bonfire, every poisoned step through the swamp, and every narrow escape from the fortress machinery now seems to have meaning because Anor Londo gives suffering a destination. That is the first danger of the city. It makes pain feel justified. The path forward leads across polished stone guarded by sentinels larger than men. They stand beneath the sunlight in heavy armor, halberds resting in enormous hands, shields wide enough to cover a doorway. Their movements are slow, ceremonial, almost bored. They do not rush like hollows. They do not twitch with hunger. They defend the city with the weight of old authority. They look as if they belong to a world that still has order. But the longer the undead walks through Anor Londo, the more the beauty begins to feel strange. There are no crowds, no priests, no servants carrying water through the halls, no voices from the windows, no music drifting from the high towers, only guards, statues, polished floors, and sunlight. The city is immaculate in the way a tomb can be immaculate. Preserved, swept clean of ordinary life. Anor Londo does not feel abandoned at first. It feels staged, as if someone prepared the city for the arrival of a pilgrim, arranged the light, placed the sentinels, opened the path, and then vanished behind a curtain. The undead continues. The first obstacles are awkward and almost humiliating after the grandeur of the view. Narrow buttresses angle across the rooftops. Painted guardians dressed in white move lightly over the high beams with curved blades in hand. They are silent, quick, and delicate compared to the giants outside. A single misstep means falling into the empty air beneath the city. The gods have built their home above the world, but reaching its heart requires crawling over rafters like an intruder. That contrast stays with the undead. Anor Londo presents itself as divine order, yet its paths are fractured. The straight roads are closed. The grand doors are sealed. The pilgrim enters through side routes, broken windows, narrow ledges, rooftops, and forgotten passages. The city does not welcome. It permits progress through embarrassment and danger. Inside the great cathedral, the scale becomes overwhelming. The chamber opens with a silence so wide it feels physical. Pillars rise into darkness. White-robed guardians patrol beneath the ceiling beams. Somewhere below, a massive painting hangs on the wall, its surface cold and pale, showing a world hidden inside a world. For now, the undead passes it by. The painting will wait. Anor Londo is full of things that wait. Beyond the cathedral rafters, the path spills back outside into the hard brilliance of the sun. The rooftops slope downward. Flying buttresses stretch toward distant towers. The wind moves differently here, sharper, cleaner, less forgiving. Then come the nights. Silver nights. They are the first enemies in a long time who feel truly noble. Their armor is polished but worn by age. Their weapons are elegant. Their posture remains disciplined. Even after all this time, they fight with the cold precision of soldiers who once served a living god. They do not seem hollow in the same ragged way as the soldiers of the Burg. That makes them more unsettling. A hollow soldier in the Burg feels like a person reduced to instinct. A silver knight feels like duty continuing after the world that created it has already ended. Their bodies remain in place because the command remains in place. Guard the city. Guard the halls. Guard the princess. guard the illusion, even if no one comes, even if no one remembers why. The undead advances along narrow ledges where the city turns openly hostile. Far ahead, two silver knight archers stand on high balconies, firing enormous arrows across the open air. The bolts do not simply pierce. They throw the body backward. One hit can send the undead falling from the ledge into the bright emptiness below. There is something almost cruelly honest about this moment. Anor Londo does not hide its beauty. It weaponizes it. The sunlight blinds. The marble gleams. The heights stretch beneath the feet. Every surface looks clean enough to trust, and then an arrow arrives from the far end of the world, carrying the full contempt of a city built above the reach of ordinary men. The undead climbs anyway. Step by step, shield raised. Heart, if such a thing still matters, held tight against panic. The archers wait with perfect patience. They have no need to chase. The path itself does the killing for them. The ledge narrows. The distance closes. The arrows keep coming. One knight falls, then the other. The undead reaches the balcony and enters the inner residence of the gods. The quiet changes again. Inside, Anor Londo becomes domestic in a way that feels almost more disturbing than its grandeur. There are rooms with fireplaces, long corridors, staircases, bedrooms, storage spaces, sunlit windows looking out over roofs no one walks anymore. The city was not only a symbol. Someone lived here. That realization makes the emptiness sharper. The gods of Anor Londo were not abstract lights in the sky. They had halls, guards, chambers, habits, secrets. They built a home so large that even their absence became architectural. At a bonfire inside the palace, the undead may find Solaire again. He sits in the golden city with the same strange warmth he carried on the bridge beyond the Burg. In another place, his cheerfulness felt defiant. Here, beneath the sun he worships, it becomes more fragile. Anor Londo should be the answer to Solaire's longing. A city of light, a divine horizon, a place where the sun seems close enough to touch. Yet even here his search is unfinished. He remains a pilgrim, still looking for his own sun inside a city built to imitate one. His presence softens the loneliness of the palace, but it also sharpens the sadness of it. If even Solaire cannot rest here, then the light may not be what it appears. The undead moves deeper. The palace is full of small humiliations disguised as majesty. Silver knights wait behind doors. Mimics pose as treasure chests, turning trust into teeth. Long halls fold back on themselves. Staircases lead through rooms that feel too clean, too quiet, too preserved. Somewhere in the lower reaches, the giant blacksmith works. His hammer falls with a slow, enormous rhythm, deeper than Andre's, older in feeling. He sits surrounded by weapons and impossible craft, gentle in his vastness, almost childlike in speech. In a city of illusions and empty authority, the blacksmith feels real because he is making something. His work anchors the place. Metal, fire, hands, labor. Even in Anor Londo, where the gods built their image into every wall, the sound of a hammer remains more trustworthy than the shine of the marble. Beyond him, the palace gathers itself toward the great hall. The doors are enormous. The chamber beyond is larger still. At the far end, beneath towering columns and high windows, two figures wait. Dragon Slayer Ornstein, Executioner Smoo, the guardians of the princess. The trial at the heart of Anor Londo. They are opposites in shape and movement. Ornstein is slender, golden, sharp as a bolt of lightning. His spear carries the memory of the old dragon war, when Gwyn's knights struck the everlasting dragons from the sky. His armor has the elegance of a legend, polished by centuries. Smoo is immense, brutal, grotesque beneath his armor. He carries a hammer large enough to crush a body into the floor. His movements are heavy, eager, almost obscene. There is nothing graceful in him, only appetite given royal permission. Together, they are one of the clearest images of Anor Londo's truth. Beauty and brutality standing side by side. Both sanctioned, both sacred, both guarding the same door. The fight begins with pressure from two directions. Ornstein crosses the hall like lightning, spear flashing across impossible distances. Smoo advances with the inevitability of a wall collapsing. One punishes distance. The other punishes closeness. The pillars offer shelter until they break or fail to matter. The hall is vast but never spacious enough. For the undead, the battle becomes a study in divided attention. Listen for the spear. Watch the hammer. Do not become trapped against the wall. Do not trust the pillar completely. Do not strike because anger wants to strike. Wait for the small opening that survival allows. The fight feels less like a duel than an argument between two forms of power. Ornstein carries the old nobility of Gwyn's age, all speed, gold, and lightning. Smoo carries the violence hidden beneath that nobility, the crushing force that polite histories prefer to keep in the basement. When one falls, the other absorbs what remains. The city does not allow even death to be simple. If Ornstein falls first, Smoo crushes him under the hammer and takes the lightning into himself. The gesture is almost casual, a desecration performed without hesitation. If Smoo falls first, Ornstein grows, swelling with power until the Knight of Legend becomes something too large for the story that once contained him. Either way, the battle reveals the same principle. In Anor Londo, power consumes its own. The final guardian falls. The great hall goes silent. The undead stands among broken pillars, fading light, and the souls of two legends reduced to reward. Ahead, an elevator rises. The path leads upward into a chamber bathed in warm gold. There, behind white curtains and soft light, waits Guinevere, Princess of Sunlight, daughter of Lord Gwyn. She appears enormous, serene, beautiful beyond ordinary scale. Her voice is gentle. Her posture radiates calm. After so much violence, after the iron fortress and the poison swamp, and the dragon's hunger and the gargoyle bells, her presence feels like balm poured over the wounded mind. She calls the undead brave. She names them successor. She gives them the Lord Vessel. At last the pilgrimage receives an object worthy of its suffering. The Lord Vessel is not a mere relic. It is a sacred container, a key to the deepest chambers of the world. With it, the undead can open the path toward the great souls required to reach the kiln of the first flame. The journey expands suddenly. The bells were only the beginning. The true task now begins. Gather the souls of the old lords and approach the fire itself. Guinevere speaks of linking the fire, of succeeding Lord Gwyn, of fulfilling the fate of the undead. Her words are warm. The room is warm. The sunlight is warm. That warmth is exactly why the moment is dangerous. Everything in Anor Londo has led here. Every trap, every knight, every arrow, every guardian, every staircase has prepared the undead to receive this chamber as truth. The city understands the psychology of pilgrimage. If a person suffers long enough to reach a beautiful room, they may mistake relief for revelation. Guinevere does not threaten. She blesses. The command arrives dressed as comfort. The undead takes the Lord of Vessel. The prophecy now has a shape. Return below. Place the vessel. Seek the old lords. Fill it with power. Open the way to Gwyn. Link the fire. The road seems clear, almost merciful. Yet Anor Londo is full of details that refuse to settle. The city has too few people. The guards defend routines more than lives. The sunlight feels untouched by time. The princess waits in a chamber no one else seems worthy or able to enter. Gwyndolin, the last divine presence truly remaining in the city, hides below guarding a tomb and maintaining a light that keeps the dream intact. His existence is felt more than understood at first. A sealed path, a hidden covenant, a god associated with the moon in a city drowning itself in sunlight. There is a family story buried inside Anor Londo. Gwyn, who sacrificed himself to the flame. Guinevere, radiant symbol of abundance and divine mercy. Gwyndolin, hidden in shadow, raised under the sign of the moon, left behind to preserve a city of light after the others departed. The more one looks, the less Anor Londo feels like a capital. It feels like a shrine to absence. The gods are gone, but their image remains. The sun still shines, but its truth is uncertain. The princess still smiles, but the smile may belong to a spell. The city still stands, but its purpose is narrowed into one act: convince the undead to continue. This is the genius of Anor Londo. It does not need to lie with words alone. It lies with architecture, with gold, with scale, with musicless silence, with the relief of reaching a place that does not stink of sewage or poison, with a princess who speaks gently after hours of things trying to kill you, with a vessel placed into your hands at the exact moment exhaustion has made obedience feel like destiny. If the illusion is broken, the city changes. The golden light vanishes. Anor Londo falls into night. The warmth drains from the stone. The white towers become cold and blue beneath a dead sky. The palace that once seemed holy now reveals itself as a mausoleum of power. The sentinels disappear. The emptiness becomes undeniable. The city was never alive. It was being lit. That revelation is devastating because it does not make Anor Londo less beautiful. It makes the beauty sadder. The illusion was not random decoration. It was an act of preservation, a desperate spell cast over a dying memory. Gwendolyn kept the sun burning over an empty city because the image of the gods still had work to do. Pilgrims needed to believe. The prophecy needed a stage. The fire needed bodies. Anor Londo was not built only to house gods. It was maintained to manufacture consent. And the undead, whether deceived or aware, must now decide what to do with the gift received inside that deception. The Lord of Sel remains real. That is the cruelest part. The illusion may be false, but the path it opens is not. The gods can lie and still hand you a working key. After receiving the vessel, the undead leaves the princess chamber and returns through the palace. The great hall of Ornstein and Smoo lies behind them. The silver knights remain at their posts. The archers still guard their ledges. The giant blacksmith keeps working. Solaire continues his search. The painting in the cathedral waits in silence, holding a colder, stranger world behind its canvas. Anor Londo has given the undead what they came for. It has also changed the meaning of the journey. Before this city, the prophecy felt old and mysterious. After Anor Londo, it feels designed. The bells led to Framed. Framed led to Sen's fortress. Sensor's fortress led to Anor Londo. Anor Londo led to Guinevere. Guinevere gave the Lord a vessel and named the next task. Every step has the shape of ancient ritual. Every hardship has been arranged into progression. Every victory has tightened the path. The undead is stronger now, more capable, more useful. That thought is difficult to escape. The pilgrimage has not only tested the undead, it has prepared them. It has taken a nameless prisoner from a northern cell and turned them into someone who can kill guardians of the gods, claim sacred vessels, and gather the souls of beings older than kingdoms. A weapon does not need to know it is being forged. It only needs to survive the fire. At the edge of Anor Londo, the view remains magnificent. The city gleams above the clouds, quiet and enormous, still capable of making the heart ache. Even knowing the light may be false, even sensing the manipulation beneath the marble, the beauty does not disappear. That is part of the tragedy. The gods built something wondrous. They also built it on fear, exclusion, and the refusal to let their age end. The undead looks back once more. At the towers. At the cathedral. At the golden sky. At the dream of divine order preserved long after its truth has rotted away. And the journey turns outward. The Lord of Vessel must be placed. The sealed paths must open. New Londo. The Duke's Archives. The Tomb of Giants. Lost Izalith. The old powers are waiting in their ruins. The city of the gods has spoken, but its voice no longer sounds clean. The undead leaves Anor Londo with the Lord Vessel in hand and a suspicion growing quietly beneath the prophecy. The sun is beautiful. The sun may be false. And the fire, somewhere far below all this radiance, is still dying. In the great cathedral of Anor Londo, beneath the false sunlight of the gods, there hangs a painting. It is easy to pass by at first. The city overwhelms the eye with height and gold. Silver knights guard the halls. Painted guardians move like pale knives along the rafters. Ornstein and Sma wait beyond the great doors. Guinevere shines in her chamber like an answer to every miserable road that came before. Beside all that, the painting seems almost quiet. A vast canvas on a cathedral wall. Cold trees, a pale tower, snow. A world sealed behind brushstrokes. The gods placed it in the heart of their city, but it does not belong to the city's brightness. It does not share Anor Londo's warmth, its marble confidence, its theatrical gold. The painting feels older than decoration and stranger than art. It looks less like something made to be admired and more like something made to contain. Most pilgrims could stand before it forever and see nothing more than canvas. The painting does not open for everyone. It waits for an object small enough to seem meaningless. A doll. A strange, peculiar doll found in the very cell where the undead first awakened back in the Northern Undead Asylum. That detail bends the whole journey into a circle. The path to the painted world begins in the same locked room where the pilgrimage began. Before Lordran, before Firelink, before bells and dragons and divine trials, there was a corpse in a cell and a key falling through the dark. Later, if the undead returns to that place, the asylum is no longer only a beginning. It has become a memory that can be re-entered. The floor is familiar, the walls are familiar, the silence is familiar. But returning is different from arriving. The first time, the asylum was a prison. The second time, it feels like a wound that never closed. The undead walks through the place where they were meant to rot, now carrying the strength of bells, demons, gargoyles, swamps, fortresses, and gods. The cell remains small. The past does not grow larger just because the survivor has changed. Inside that cell waits the doll. Soft old, almost absurd in a world of swords and curses. a child's object, a piece of tenderness left in the birthplace of a nightmare. Its description speaks of someone drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. That is all. No grand prophecy. No command from a serpent. No golden princess offering destiny from a chamber of light. Just a trace of sorrow small enough to fit in the hand. The undead carries it back to Anor Londo. Back to the cathedral. Back to the painting. Then the canvas pulls them in. There is no negotiation. No warning. The world changes. The light disappears. Snow replaces gold. The undead falls into Ariamis. The painted world receives them with cold air and a bridge of stone leading toward a fortified monastery. Snow drifts across the path. Dead trees twist against the pale sky. The wind has a different sound here, thinner and more private than the air of Anor Londo. The city of the gods was vast and empty, built to impress from a distance. Ariamis feels enclosed, watchful, and sealed away from time. At the far end of the bridge, the gates stand closed. Behind the undead, there is no easy return. The painting has accepted them. Now it must be crossed. The first thing Ariamis teaches is separation. Lordran's other places connect by roads, elevators, ladders, gates, tunnels, and cliffs. Even the deepest swamp belongs physically beneath the world above it. Ariamis is different. It has been folded away. A country placed inside an image. A prison disguised as a landscape. A refuge hung on a cathedral wall. The undead has entered a secret the gods kept in plain sight. The inhabitants come slowly at first. Hollows shuffle through the snow, but they are not like the ragged soldiers of the Burg. Their bodies are swollen, diseased, distorted by something festering beneath the skin. Some carry torches. Some move in groups. Some explode into clouds of toxic blood when killed, punishing the undead for fighting too closely. Even death is contaminated here. The bodies in Ariamis do not simply fall. They leak consequences. The place is peaceful only from far away. Up close, every corner carries infection, rot, and old confinement. The snow covers the ground like a sheet pulled over something sick. It softens the shapes of the world, but it does not cleanse them. Beneath the white surface, Ariamis is full of things that were hidden because the outside world had no place for them. That is the first suspicion. The painted world may be a prison. It may also be a sanctuary. In Lordran, those two things often share walls. The path leads into a courtyard where a mass of shield-bearing hollows gathers in formation. The Phalanx. They stand packed together with spears and shields, moving as a body rather than as individuals. Their shape recalls an old military order, but time has reduced the formation into something almost pathetic. Discipline survives after the self has disappeared. The shield wall remains, though no nation remains behind it. Ariamis preserves what other places discard. soldiers without war, rituals without worship. Illness without cure, sins without confession. There is a tower ahead, a chapel, narrow stairways, locked annexes, broken rooftops, and paths that fold back into themselves. Like Firelink, Ariamis gathers roots around a central space. Unlike Firelink, the world refuses to let the undead leave until its inner mechanism is opened. The exit is sealed. The only way out lies forward. That fact changes the mood of exploration. The undead is not chasing a bell now. No serpent has pointed here. No princess asked for anything inside this painting. Ariamis is a detour, but once entered, it becomes absolute. The pilgrimage pauses and the world asks a different question. What do the gods do with what they cannot fit into their age? The answer is everywhere. Crow demons perch among the upper structures, half human, half bird, their bodies twisted into sharp, shrieking silhouettes. They move through the air with ugly grace, landing with talons and blades, guardians or prisoners or both. In another world they might be messengers. Here they seem like failed transformations left to circle the roofs of the sealed country. Below, in the underground dark, bone wheel skeletons wait with their usual vicious absurdity, spinning through tunnels like panic made of bone and spikes. They belong to the same family of horror as the catacombs, yet here they have been gathered into the painting's hidden anatomy. Ariamis collects fragments of other nightmares and gives them snow to fall under. There is also a dead dragon on the bridge, or something close to dead. Its upper body lies across the path, rotten and enormous, blocking the way with a mass of pale flesh. It convulses into violence when approached, spewing poison and decay. Later, the lower half waits elsewhere, animated in a stranger, more broken way, as if the body itself has forgotten how bodies are supposed to work. A dragon, rotting inside a painted world. The image feels like a blasphemy against the age of ancients. The everlasting dragons were once symbols of stone permanence, creatures of a world before decay had meaning. Here, a dragon corpse shudders in the snow, reduced to obstruction, poison, and leftover motion. Ariamis does not only contain the unwanted living. It contains the degradation of old sacred things. The undead keeps moving. Through white courtyards, across rooftops, down into wells, past locked doors and strange chambers. Ariamis does not explain itself in a single revelation. It accumulates. Every enemy adds a little more to the same idea. These are beings set apart. Diseased hollows, crow demons, dead dragons, bone wheels, strange invaders, forbidden weapons, occult traces, and at the center of it all a woman who asks not to be harmed. Velka's shadow hangs over the place. Not openly. Dark Souls rarely gives that kind of certainty. But the signs are difficult to ignore. The painted world contains objects and themes tied to sin, punishment, occult power, and things the gods would rather keep away from their shining halls. Velka, goddess of sin, is one of the strangest presences in the mythology of Lordran. Divine but not cleanly aligned with the bright order of Gwyn. associated with crows, pardoners, indictments, and a darker form of judgment. In Ariamis, the gods' categories begin to blur. Holy and forbidden, prison and refuge, monster and victim, sin and mercy. The painting may be a place where the order of Anor Londo sent what it could not destroy or would not publicly acknowledge. A hidden country for mistakes. A quiet chamber in the architecture of the divine, where contradiction could be locked away behind canvas. That possibility changes how the cathedral looks in memory. The painting was never merely hanging in Anor Londo. It was embedded there. The fall sun shone over a city that kept its unwanted world on the wall. Among the strange figures who may appear in Ariamis is Xanthus King Jeremiah, a phantom wrapped in yellow cloth and crowned with an enormous, unsettling headpiece. He invades like a relic from a fever dream, casting fire in the snow, absurd and dangerous at once. His presence raises more questions than it answers. Was he a king? A prisoner? A heretic? Another discarded thing given a corner in the painting? Ariamis does not organize its exiles into clean stories. It lets them remain strange. That is part of its power. Lordran's main prophecy tries to impose sequence. Ring the bells, claim the vessel, gather the souls, link the fire. The painted world resists sequence. Its meanings drift. It offers no grand instruction, only locked doors, pale snow, and the feeling that every inhabitant ended up here because some larger order had no better answer for them. Then, eventually, the path leads to the tower, to the long bridge, to the edge of the world. There, in the white silence, waits crossbreed Priscilla. She stands alone with a great scythe in her hands, tall and pale, with dragon features and a soft voice that does not match the violence of the road behind her. Her tale marks her as something between categories, neither fully human nor fully dragon, a being whose very existence would trouble a world built on hierarchy and separation. She does not attack first. That matters more than almost anything else in the painting. After hours of Lordran teaching the undead to raise a weapon at every movement, Priscilla speaks. She says this land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind. She tells the undead they do not belong here. She asks them to leave. The line is startling because it sounds impossible. Peaceful, kind. After toxic hollows, crow demons, bone wheels, phalanxes, and dead dragons. Yet Priscilla does not sound like a liar. She sounds like someone describing the world from inside its own wound. Ariamis may be horrific to the trespasser, but to those rejected by the outside, it may be the only place that does not demand they justify their existence. The inhabitants attack the undead because the undead is an intruder. That thought arrives late. Dark Souls often makes violence feel natural before it makes it feel questionable. Priscilla's presence reframes the whole chapter. Until now, the undead has been trained to see every obstacle as part of progress. A demon blocks a bridge, kill it. Gargoyles guard a bell, kill them. Prologue bars the path to the second bell. Kill her. Ornstein and Smo stand before the princess. Kill them. The world keeps rewarding survival with access. Ariamis interrupts that habit. The exit is behind Priscilla, but she does not bar it with aggression. She offers departure. The undead can leave without killing her. The path forward does not require her death. That choice is rare enough to feel sacred. Priscilla's weapon, the life hunt scythe, carries its own horror. It draws bleeding from the enemy and the wielder alike, a power beautiful in shape and terrible in cost. Even her means of fighting, if provoked, suggests a life that cannot touch the world without wounding it and being wounded in return. She can turn invisible. Only footprints in the snow reveal where she has moved. That image may be the purest expression of Ariamis. A hidden being in a hidden world, traceable only by the marks left on cold ground. If the undead attacks, the fight becomes quiet and sad. There is no grand music of divine judgment in the idea itself, no obvious moral triumph, no city to save by killing her. A crossbreed who asks to be left alone is forced to defend herself at the edge of her own sanctuary. If she dies, the world gives a reward. A soul, a dagger. A tail weapon if the undead was cruel or curious enough to take it. Lordran is very good at turning moral discomfort into inventory. If she lives, the undead walks past her. That may be the more important ending. The exit from Ariamis is not a door. It is a drop. The undead steps off the edge of the painted world and falls back into Anor Londo, back into the cathedral, back beneath the enormous canvas. The golden city receives them again as if nothing happened. But something has changed. The painting can no longer be only a painting. Anor Londo can no longer be only a city of gods. Behind the marble and sunlight there was snow. Behind the divine image there was exile. Behind the clean symmetry of the cathedral there was a hidden country of things too impure, too strange, too dangerous, or too inconvenient to remain in the open world. The painted world makes Anor Londo's beauty harder to trust. Not because Ariamis is uglier. Because Ariamis is honest about being damaged. Anor Londo hides its emptiness beneath gold. Ariamis covers its wounds in snow, but it does not pretend the wounds are not there. Its inhabitants are monstrous, diseased, violent, and strange, yet their guardian speaks of peace. Their world is locked away, yet perhaps that separation protects them as much as it imprisoned them. This is why Ariamis matters. It complicates the pilgrimage. The undead entered the city of the gods and received a sacred mission. Gather the Lord's souls and approach the first flame. That mission depends on a clean story. The gods are light. The curse is darkness. The fire must be linked. The path must be followed. Then the painting shows another possibility. The world is full of beings who do not fit the god's story. Some are hidden, some are punished. Some are protected. some are called abominations because no better word was permitted. Priscilla stands at the center of that ambiguity. She is dangerous, certainly. Her power is feared for a reason, but fear alone does not make her evil. The world outside the painting may have rejected her because of what she could do, what she represented, or what her blood implied about the boundaries between God, human, and dragon. In Lordran, categories are political. To name something divine, monstrous, human, cursed, sinful, or chosen is never neutral. Those names decide who belongs in the sunlight and who is sealed behind a painting. After Ariamis, the undead carries the Lord of Essel with less innocence. The old lords still wait. New Londo, the archives, the tomb, Izalith. The prophecy still demands their souls. But the painted world has placed a splinter in the journey. It has shown a land that wants no part in the great cycle. No bell. No Lord of Essel. No serpent. No demand to link the fire. Only a cold refuge at the edge of a canvas where the unwanted have built a kind of life among snow and ruin. Priscilla's words remain behind. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind. A ridiculous statement, a heartbreaking one. Perhaps both. The undead leaves the cathedral and returns to the golden halls of Anor Londo, where silver knights still keep their posts and the false sun continues to burn above the empty city. The painting hangs silently on the wall. A world inside a world. A secret inside a cathedral. A mercy shaped like exile. And somewhere beyond Anor Londo's light, the next roads are waiting. The Lord of Essel must be placed. The sealed paths must open. The old powers must be found. But after Ariamis, the undead knows something the prophecy never said aloud. Not every hidden thing wants to be revealed. Not every monster wants to be saved. And not every world touched by darkness is asking for fire. After Anor Londo, the road bends back toward older shadows. The undead has seen the city of the gods. They have crossed its bright bridges, walked beneath its false sun, faced its golden executioners, and received the Lord of Essel from hands that may never have truly been there. The pilgrimage has changed shape. The bells are behind them. The Lord of Essel is in their possession. The sealed roads of Lordran begin to open. Now the task is no longer to prove worth. Now the world asks for souls. The souls of ancient beings. The remnants of powers that once shaped the age. But before the undead can descend into New Londo and face the kings who fell into darkness, one thing is needed. A ring, a covenant made long ago. A fragment of another hero's story. So the road turns away from marble, sunlight, and prophecy. It leads into the trees. Darkroot Garden waits below the walls of old Lordran, tucked behind stone doors, moss-covered paths, and sleeping things. From the outside, it seems quieter than the places already survived. No bells, no cathedral, no poison swamps stretched beneath rotting scaffolds. no fortress built to cut bodies apart. Only roots, mist, green darkness. That quiet is deceptive. The forest does not announce its danger with fire or steel. It lets the undead walk beneath branches heavy with age. It lets grass swallow the sound of footsteps. It lets the path curve gently between old stone and deeper shade. Then, when the mind begins to soften, the trees move. Ents rise from the ground like pieces of the forest, remembering they have hands. Their limbs creak. Their bodies twist out of bark and moss. They do not feel like invaders in this place. They feel like the place itself becoming hostile. A hollow soldier can be understood as a person ruined by the curse. A demon can be recognized as a creature of fire and old catastrophe. The trees are different. They make the forest feel aware. Darkroot does not seem dead. It seems watchful. The undead walks carefully through the garden. Moss covers stone walls built so long ago they now feel less like human construction than another kind of geology. Old stairs lead nowhere obvious. Ruined archways stand among trunks. The air is thick with dampness, insects, and the low rustle of things moving just out of sight. This forest is not wild in the simple sense. It is cultivated ruin. Someone shaped it once. Someone left it to grow over its own purpose. The deeper the undead goes, the more Darkroot begins to feel like a memory the world has refused to finish forgetting. Above one path lies an old tower. Within it waits Havel the Rock, or perhaps one of his loyal warriors wearing his armor, locked away in silence beneath the undead Burg. Stone armor covers the body like a prison made from faith and strength. The dragon tooth in his hands is absurdly massive, a relic of hatred from the ancient war. Havel's presence near Darkroot is easy to miss in the larger pilgrimage, but it belongs to the same buried history. The war against dragons did not end cleanly when the Age of Fire began. Its weapons remained. Its grudges remained. Men and gods carried old fears into new ages, and those fears hardened into armor, miracles, prisons, and myths. Havel hated dragons. Seath served Gwyn. Gwyn rewarded Seath. Somewhere in that contradiction, loyalty cracked. Lordran is full of people trapped inside old allegiances long after the reasons for them have rotted away. Havel's tower is one such prison. Darkroot is another. Past Andre's forge, beyond the sealed stone door purchased at great cost, the garden opens into a darker wood. The air grows stranger here. Human shapes move between the trees, but they do not attack with the mindless hunger of hollows. They are warriors, thieves, clerics, sorcerers, hunters. They belong to a covenant. The forest hunters. Their leader is Alvina, a great gray cat who appears in the window of an old ruined structure, speaking with a calm intelligence that cuts through the forest's silence. Her voice is playful, ancient, and faintly dangerous. She does not greet the undead like a prophet or a priest. She measures them. This forest, she says in her own way, is protected. Trespassers are hunted. The grave of Sir Artorias must not be disturbed. That name matters, Artorias. By now the undead may have heard it in fragments. A knight of Gwyn, one of the 4 knights. The Abyss Walker, a hero bound to legends of Anor Londo, Oolacile, and the darkness beneath the world. His name carries the weight of a story already polished smooth by repetition. Artorias traversed the abyss. Artorias fought the dark. Artorias became the shape of heroic resistance. Darkroot keeps his grave, or what the world believes is his grave. Alvina's hunters are not guarding treasure in the ordinary sense. They guard memory. They guard the sanctity of a legend. They kill intruders so that something old can remain undisturbed beneath the trees. The undead can join them, for a time at least. A covenant in Lordran is never just a social bond. It is an agreement with a version of the world. Surf the sunlight, protect the forest. Hunt the guilty, guard a princess. Spread death, feed a fair lady humanity. Each covenant offers belonging inside a land where ordinary society has collapsed. The forest hunters offer a place inside the old oath. Protect the grave, punish trespass. Become part of the wood's immune system. It almost sounds noble. Then the undead remembers why they came. To enter the abyss, they need the covenant of Artorias. To obtain it, they must face the guardian of his grave. The old oath cannot remain untouched. The prophecy has reached the forest, and the forest will bleed for it. Before that confrontation, Darkroot offers other memories. In a ruined tower surrounded by moonlit stillness, the moonlight butterfly descends. It is beautiful in a way that feels deeply wrong. Its wings shimmer with pale magic. It floats above the bridge with slow, dreamlike grace, releasing sorceries from a distance while the undead waits for moments when it drifts close enough to strike. The creature looks less like a natural animal than a thought-given wings. Its connection to Seath can be felt in the color of its power. Moonlight crystal. Sorcery shaped into life. Later, in the Duke's archives, that same pale brilliance will appear again in colder, crueler forms. Here in the forest, it seems almost gentle. That gentleness makes it sadder. The butterfly does not roar, charge, or threaten like a demon. It hovers in silence, a magical remnant adrift in a garden of old stone. Killing it feels less like victory than interruption. Darkroot keeps many such fragments. There is the divine ember, hidden away in the watchtower beyond the butterfly, a relic of holy craft left among moss and ruin. There are stone knights sleeping under the trees, enormous and patient, rising only when disturbed. There are living plants that snare and poison. There are paths that loop back on themselves. There is a basin below where water gathers in the shadow of cliffs, and a great hydra waits with many heads beneath the surface. The hydra belongs to another texture of myth. A lake monster in an old basin, its head striking from across the water while crystal golems wander nearby. The place seems disconnected from the prophecy at first, almost like a forgotten corner of a different story. Then a golden golem appears. Inside it, trapped beyond time and sense, waits dusk of Oolacile. Her rescue is brief and strange. A woman from an ancient land emerges from a crystal prison in the depths of Darkroot Basin. She speaks with the manners of a world long vanished. Oolacile, her home, is not yet central to the undead's journey, but her name leaves a faint disturbance in the air. Oolacile, a lost kingdom. Old sorcery, a darkness that will matter later. Darkroot does this constantly. It plants names before explanations. Artorias, Sith. Oolacile, the Abyss. The forest is not a detour from the main story. It is the place where the main story's buried roots begin to show above ground. Eventually, the undead returns to the sealed heart of the garden. The forest grows darker. The path opens into a wide, quiet clearing. At the center lies a massive grave. A sword stands planted before it, too large for ordinary hands, weathered by rain, moss, and years of vigil. The air round the grave feels different from the rest of the forest. Less hostile, more solemn. Even the trees seem to hold themselves still. Then the guardian appears. Sif, the great grey wolf. At first there is only movement among the roots. Then a shape emerges from the trees, vast and silver grey, eyes fixed on the intruder. Sif steps into the clearing with the gravity of something that has been waiting for a very long time. In the wolf's mouth is Artorias' greatsword. The image is unforgettable. A beast carrying the weapon of a knight. A companion standing where a monument should have been enough. Sif does not look like a monster. That is the first wound. The wolf is enormous, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But there is intelligence in the stance, sorrow in the pause before battle, a sense that the fight begins because no other language remains between guardian and trespasser. The undead came for the ring. Sif stands in the way. The clearing becomes a place where two duties collide. Sif's duty is old, simple, and absolute. Guard the grave of Artorias, and perhaps more than the grave. Guard the ring. Guard the path to the abyss. Guard others from following the same road that consumed the night. The undead's duty is less clean. A prophecy, a serpent, a vessel, a dying fire, a world demanding souls. The fight begins. Sif moves with a terrible grace, sweeping the greatsword in wide arcs, leaping across the clearing, turning the knight's weapon into a circle of steel and fur. The size of the blade should make the wolf awkward. Instead, Sif has made grief into technique. Every swing feels practiced by centuries of memory. The undead blocks, rolls, waits, strikes. The sword cuts through grass. Leaves scatter. The grave remains behind them both. As the battle continues, the emotional shape of the fight changes. At first, Sif is a majestic opponent. A guardian worthy of the legend around Artorias. then the wounds accumulate. The wolf begins to limp. The great sword dips. Movement slow. Sif keeps fighting. That is when the clearing becomes unbearable. Lordran has shown the undead many kinds of persistence. Hollows continue through habit. Demons through rage. Knights through duty. The fair lady through pain. Solaire through hope. Andre through work. Sif continues through loyalty. Not abstract loyalty. Not loyalty to a kingdom, a god, or a prophecy. Loyalty to a friend, to a master, to someone who did not return whole from the dark. The undead kills Sif. There is no way around that if the path to the abyss is too open. The wolf falls beside the grave of Artorias, and the silence after the battle feels larger than the forest. The covenant of Artorias is taken. A ring born from an old pact allowing its wearer to traverse the abyss. In practical terms, it is a key. Another requirement. Another item placed into the machinery of progress. But it does not feel like a reward. It feels stolen. That is Darkroot's deepest cruelty. The forest does not hide the cost of advancement behind monstrous forms. It makes the cost noble, wounded, and loyal. It asks the undead to step over a guardian whose only crime was keeping faith with the dead. Later, the story will become worse. The undead will travel into the past of Oolacile and see what the legend concealed. They will see Artorias broken by the abyss, arm shattered, mind consumed, shield given to protect Sith. They will understand that the wolf once survived because Artorias spent the last of himself saving them. And if that memory is carried back into the fight in Darkroot, Sif recognizes the undead. The Guardian still fights. That recognition does not save either of them. It only makes the old tragedy more intimate. But even without that future knowledge, something in Darkroot already feels incomplete. The grave, the sword, the wolf, the covenant, the locked path to New Londo, all of it points toward a history that has been simplified into legend. Artorias the Abyss Walker, the hero who crossed the dark, the knight whose grave is guarded by his faithful companion. The story sounds clean when told from a distance. The forest refuses to make it clean up close. Alvina's hunters may call the undead a trespasser. Perhaps they are right. The grave was guarded for a reason. The abyss was sealed away for a reason. Some doors remain closed, not because tyrants fear truth, but because opening them repeats an old disaster. The problem is that Lordran no longer offers innocent choices. To leave Sif alive means the abyss remains unreachable. To kill Sif means breaking an oath older and purer than most things left in the world. The prophecy pushes forward either way. The undead stands in the clearing with the ring in hand. Around them, Darkroot returns to its quiet. The trees still move in the mist. The stone knights still sleep beneath moss. The hunters still stalk the wood. The butterfly is gone from its bridge. The grave remains. Sif does not rise. From here the road bends toward New Londo. Toward water, ghosts, sealed doors, and kings who accepted a gift from the dark. The covenant of Artorias will allow the undead to step into a place where ordinary bodies cannot survive, into a blackness that swallowed knights, kingdoms, and perhaps entire histories. Darkroot has prepared the way, but not with triumph. With grief. That is the old oath's final lesson. Before the undead can question the gods' version of history, before they can meet the serpent who speaks against Framped, before they can face the four kings in the abyss beneath a drowned city, they must first commit an act that feels wrong even when it is necessary. The forest does not explain this. It does not forgive it either. The undead leaves the clearing. Behind them, Artorias' grave stands under the trees, watched now only by silence. Ahead, the black water of New Londo waits. The ring is cold in the hand. The path to the abyss is open. Below Firelink Shrine, an elevator descends into silence. It is one of the first paths the undead could have taken after arriving in Lordran. The mechanism waits near the ruins, almost casually placed, as if the road downward were no different from the climb toward the Burg or the graveyard paths toward the catacombs. But New Londo is not a place for the beginning of the journey. The first time the undead steps into those ruins, the lesson is immediate. Some doors in Lordran are open long before anyone is ready to walk through them. The elevator lowers slowly through stone and shadow. Firelink's wind fades above. The warmth of the bonfire disappears. The air grows colder, wetter, heavier. By the time the platform reaches the bottom, the world has changed completely. New Londo lies beneath the shrine like a drowned memory. The first view is almost gentle. A broken walkway, dark stone. Water far below, old towers leaning into the gloom. No sunlight reaches this place. No bonfire waits nearby with its familiar circle of orange relief. The ruins are blue, gray, and black, washed in the color of things left underwater too long. Even the air feels submerged. There is a reason for that. New Londo was once a human city, a proud one. A kingdom beneath the gods, ruled by four kings so respected that Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, granted them a fragment of his own soul. That gift mattered. Gwyn did not share power lightly. To receive part of a lord's soul was to be recognized by the age itself, to be folded into the divine order rather than merely ruled by it. For a time, perhaps, New Londo represented an ideal arrangement. Gods above, humans below. The fire still burning, the hierarchy intact. Then the dark found its way in. Or perhaps it was always there, waiting inside humanity itself. The early walkways of New Londo are patrolled by hollows, but they feel secondary. The true inhabitants of the ruins are ghosts. They drift through walls. They rise from the floor. They reach with long arms and curved blades, their bodies pale and ragged, faces stretched into expressions that no longer fully belong to life or death. They do not obey the ordinary rules the undead has learned. Steel passes through them unless the body is cursed or the weapon itself has been touched by curse. The first encounters feel wrong. A hollow soldier can be blocked. A demon can be dodged. A knight can be studied. The ghosts refuse the comfort of physical certainty. They come through stone. They attack from below. They gather suddenly in rooms that seemed empty a breath before. They turn walls into lies. New Londo makes the undead vulnerable in a way few places do. The curse, so often treated as horror, becomes a tool here. To strike the ghosts, the undead must become temporarily cursed through transient curse, or carry a weapon already steeped in that strange condition. The logic is bitter. Only one wrongness can touch another. Only the cursed can properly fight what the drowned city has become. That idea lingers. Lordran keeps forcing the undead to use corruption as passage. Humanity to kindle fires. Curses to fight ghosts. A ring from a slain wolf to walk the abyss. The tools of progress are never clean. The ruins rise in layers above the flood. Narrow bridges connect towers. Staircases lead into dark rooms where ghosts gather behind corners and beneath floors. Old houses lean against one another. Broken windows look out over black water. Somewhere deep below, most of the city remains submerged, sealed under the weight of a decision no one living can undo. The water is everywhere. Even before the undead reaches it, its presence defines the place. Every path seems to circle above it. Every tower seems to sing toward it. Every sound carries the damp echo of a city whose lower streets have become a tomb. New Londo was not slowly abandoned. It was drowned. The distinction matters. Blighttown decayed because the world left it to rot. The depths festered because the city above used them and forgot them. Anor Londo emptied into illusion. New Londo was deliberately sacrificed. The sealers flooded the city to contain the abyss and the dark rates. Thousands of people were buried beneath the water to prevent something worse from spreading. Men, women, children, soldiers, merchants, servants, prisoners, innocents, guilty, all of them swallowed together. The water became a lid placed over a nightmare. That is the horror of New Londo. Its tragedy was chosen. High above the flooded ruins, in a red robe, stands Ingrid, one of the sealers. He watches over the dead city from the rooftop, thin and solemn, carrying the long burden of a decision preserved in flesh. His presence feels less like authority than penance. He has remained for ages in a place no sane person would choose to inhabit, guarding the seal, tending the memory of a catastrophe the rest of the world has allowed to become rumor. Ingrid speaks of the four kings, of the dark wreaths, of the abyss. His words are not dramatic. They do not need to be. He belongs to the kind of man whose life has been reduced to one duty: keep the water where it is. Keep the dark below. keep the dead city dead. But the undead has come with the Lord of Vessel's demand. The old powers must be found. The four kings hold one of the souls needed to reach the Kiln. So the seal must break. Ingward gives the key only when he recognizes that the Lord of Vessel has been obtained, that the pilgrimage has reached the stage where even ancient prohibitions are expected to yield. That, too, says something about Lordran's design. The gods sealed horrors away, but also built a path that would one day require those seals to be opened. The world locks a door. The prophecy hands the undead a key. The mechanism turns no matter how many bodies were buried to keep it still. When the floodgates open, New Londo exhales. The water begins to fall. The sound is enormous, deep and finey. A whole city drains itself before the undead's eyes. Black water pours away from stairs, streets, towers, and gates that have not seen air in generations. The drowned lower ruins emerge slowly, like a corpse revealed by a receding tide. The geography of the tragedy becomes visible. Streets, courtyards, entrances. Broken buildings, places where people might once have walked. There is no cleansing in the draining, only exposure. The water had hidden the crime. Now the undead must walk through what remains of it. Below, the ghosts give way to something worse, dark wraiths. They move with a terrible purpose through the lower ruins, armored figures with skull-like helms and blades that seem to drink from the bodies they cut. Unlike hollows, they are not empty repetition. Unlike ghosts, they are not only grief made hostile. Dark wraiths feel chosen by something. They are knights of appetite. Their art is life drain, the theft of humanity from others. In their hands, humanity is no longer a quiet, black sprite consumed at bonfires, no longer a vague trace of the dark soul hidden in men. It becomes a resource to be hunted, extracted, offered, hoarded. The dark was reveal what the gods feared. Humanity is power, not merely weakness, not merely the mark of cursed men, not merely the thing that must be guided, branded, or sacrificed to extend the fire, power. The four kings fell because of this temptation. They accepted the dark, learned the art of life drain, and their knights followed them into predation. What began as royal dignity curdled into hunger. A human kingdom blessed by Gwyn became a wound through which the abyss entered Lordran. Or so the old story goes. The undead cuts through the lower ruins. Dark wraiths wait in doorways and flooded streets now left bare. Their blades move quickly. Their hands reach toward the chest with a gesture more intimate than ordinary violence. When life drain takes hold, it feels like being robbed of something older than memory. The body remains, but some inner substance is torn away and consumed. Humanity leaves the victim and enters the predator. That exchange clarifies much of Dark Souls. The world is not only fighting over territory, crowns, or even souls in the abstract. It is fighting over the meaning of humanity itself. To Gwyn's order, humanity is dangerous because it belongs to the dark. To the dark wraith, humanity is fuel and prey. To bonfires, humanity can be burned for warmth and strength. To the fair lady, humanity eases suffering. To the undead, humanity is identity, resource, temptation, medicine, and mystery all at once. Anor Londo gathers those meanings under black stone. The city asks a question the prophecy avoids. If humans carry fragments of the dark soul, then what exactly is the Age of Dark? A fall, a liberation, a natural succession, a catastrophe. The answer depends on who is speaking. Frampt, the serpent beneath Firelink, speaks for the continuation of Gwyn's order. He calls the undead chosen and directs them toward linking the fire. His version of the story is ceremonial, golden, old. The fire fades. The chosen successor must gather power and sacrifice themselves to preserve the light. Anor Londo contains the other serpent, Darkstalker Kati. He does not appear to every pilgrim. His presence depends on the path taken, on whether the undead reaches the Four Kings before fully surrendering the Lord Vessel to Frampt's guidance. Like many truths in Lordran, he waits behind conditions most travelers will never know they have missed. Cathay speaks from the abyss. Where Frampt rises beneath Firelink, Cathay emerges from darkness itself. His shape is similar, but his story is inverted. He speaks of Gwyn not as savior, but as usurper. He speaks of the Age of Fire as an age prolonged beyond its rightful end. He speaks of humans as heirs of the dark, descendants of the furtive pygmy, meant not to preserve the fire, but to inherit what comes after it. His words are dangerous because they explain too much, too cleanly. That does not make them false. It makes them another kind of trap. Dark Souls rarely allows truth to arrive without motive. Frampt has an agenda. Cathay has one too. The gods use prophecy. The abyss offers counter-prophecy. Both serpents tell the undead they are important. Both offer a role large enough to swallow death. Chosen undead, Dark Lord. Different names. Same hunger for a useful body. Anor Londo sits between those stories. Above it, Firelink shrine still burns. Below it, the abyss waits. The undead wears the covenant of Artorias and approaches the place where the floor gives way. The ring is more than an item now. It carries the weight of dark roots clearing, Siev's limp, the grave beneath the trees, and the old lie around Artorias. It is cold with the memory of a wolf guarding a path no one should walk. Without the ring, the abyss consumes the body instantly. With it, the undead can fall. There is no staircase into the Four Kings' domain. No grand gate, no bridge. Only a drop. The undead steps into the black and descends beyond architecture. The abyss is not merely dark. Darkness usually means absence of light. The abyss feels more active than absence. It has depth without walls, space without distance, floor without ground. The body lands on nothing and somehow stands. The horizon vanishes. direction loses meaning. The world becomes black enough to feel infinite and close enough to feel like pressure against the skin. After so much of Lordran has been built from hostile architecture, the abyss is terrifying because it has none. No ledges, no pillars. No staircases, no doors. Only blackness. Then the first king appears. A tall shape emerging from the void, crowned, robed, pale in the dark, sword raised. The four kings are strange because they do not feel like four separate monarchs in the ordinary sense. They arrive as repetitions of a single fall, one after another, each bearing the same ruined majesty, the same stretched body, the same abyssal power. They were once rulers. Now they are almost a process. The fight is a race against multiplication. One king is dangerous. Two become pressure. Three become collapse. The abyss does not grant the undead time to admire tragedy. It demands violence quickly enough to prevent the dark from becoming crowded. The kings float rather than walk. Their swords carve through the black. Magic erupts from them in pale bursts. Their hands reach forward with life drain, the royal form of the same hunger practiced by the dark waiths below. That gesture completes the ruin of New Londo. The kings who were gifted a fragment of Gwyn's soul now steal humanity from the cursed. The rulers blessed by the fire became servants of the dark, or perhaps servants of a truth the fire tried to bury. Their dignity did not protect them from appetite. Their wisdom did not save their city. Their fall condemned everyone beneath them to water, ghosts, and centuries of silence. The undead fights them in a place without witnesses. No bell will ring when they fall. No princess will bless the victory. No sunlight reaches the arena. Only the health of the kings diminishes, and with it one of the old powers needed to open the way to Gwyn. When the last king falls, the abyss remains. That may be the most unsettling part. The four kings were not the abyss itself. They were what the abyss had claimed. New Londo's horror does not vanish when its rulers die. The ghosts still haunt the upper ruins. Dark wraiths still prowl below. The drained city still stands exposed, its sacrificed citizens no less dead. Ingward's vigil becomes even stranger now that the seal has been broken. The water is gone, the kings are dead, and yet the moral wound remains completely intact. Victory solves the mechanical problem. It does not heal the place. If Kothi appears, the undead is given the other gospel. The dark soul, the furtive pygmy, Gwyn's fear of humanity, the coming age of dark. The possibility that linking the fire is not salvation, but submission to a dying god's terror. For the first time, the central story of Lordran can be seen from the opposite side. The fire's fading may not be a disaster. It may be a succession. The curse may not be random. It may be connected to the unnatural extension of the Age of Fire. Humanity may not be a stain on the world. It may be the inheritance the gods tried to contain. This is where New Londo becomes essential. Anor Londo revealed that divine glory could be staged. Ariamis revealed that the gods hid what disturbed their order. Darkroot revealed that legends could be edited and loyalty could guard a lie. New Londo reveals that history has factions. The god's story is not the only one, but Kathez's truth does not arrive clean. The abyss has already shown what his path can produce. The four kings followed him, or at least listened to the call of the dark, and New Londo drowned because of what followed. The Darkers are not symbols of gentle liberation. They are predators. Their hunger is real. Their violence is not divine propaganda invented to frighten children. The dark may be humanity's inheritance. It may also devour. That is the difficulty. Dark Souls refuses to let either side become innocent. Gwyn's fire preserved beauty, order, sunlight, and civilization, but demanded sacrifice, illusion, branding, and the endless burning of those who came after him. Kathi's dark promises a future beyond the gods, but its visible servants drain humanity and helps turn New Londo into a sealed grave. The undead stands between a fading light and a hungry blackness, carrying the souls of ruined powers and the instructions of serpents. No one in this world offers a choice untouched by blood. After the battle, the Lord's soul shard is claimed. The Four Kings' power enters the undead's possession, another ancient remnant torn from its resting place. The Lord of Essel's demand has begun to be fulfilled. One of the great sealed powers has fallen. The path to the Kiln comes a little closer. Yet the cost of this progress feels different from the earlier victories. The Taurus demon was an obstacle. The Bell Gargoyles were guardians. Qualag became a tragedy once understood. Ornstein and Smoo are divine gatekeepers. Sif was grief. The Four Kings are political. Their fall belongs to the struggle over the future of humanity itself. To kill them is to step deeper into the conflict between fire and dark, obedience and inheritance, divine order and human hunger. New Londo is where the pilgrimage stops being only a journey through ruins and becomes a confrontation with ideology. The undead leaves the abyss, if leaving such a place can ever be complete. The ruins above seem colder than before. Without the flood, the city looks less mysterious and more violated. Staircases lead to streets that should have remained submerged. Corpses and ghosts no longer have the cover of water. The sealer's terrible mercy has been undone because the prophecy required it. Ingrid remains above, or perhaps leaves at last his long vigil altered by the actions of a single cursed pilgrim. It is difficult to know whether freeing New Londo from the flood is liberation, desecration, or simply the next stage of an old disaster. Lordran rarely labels its consequences. The elevator back to Firelink feels different. The ascent is slow. Stone rises past the undead. The black ruins sink below. The shrine's faint light returns overhead. Somewhere above the bonfire is still burning, and Frempt may still be waiting with his vast mouth in ceremonial certainty. But the undead has heard another serpent now, or has at least walked the kingdom where that serpent's influence led to ruin. The prophecy has split. The fire still asks to be linked. The dark now asks to be inherited. The undead carries the ring of Artorias, the soul of the four kings, and the memory of a drowned city where an entire population was sacrificed to contain the consequences of royal temptation. Back at Firelink, the world is almost the same. That is the cruelest rhythm of the journey. A place is entered, its horrors uncovered. Its guardian is killed, its soul is taken. And then the pilgrim returns to the bonfire, and the flame crackles as if nothing has happened. But something has happened. The undead now knows that the gods' version of the world has enemies. Not demons, not mindless hollows. Enemies with language, with history, with a claim. Kathi's voice, whether heard directly or felt through the ruins, changes the meaning of every step that remains. The Duke's archives still wait above. The tomb of giants waits below. Last Izalith burns in the roots of the world. The Lord of Vessel must be filled. The kiln must open. But after Anor Londo, the final choice no longer waits at the end as a simple question of courage. It has already begun. Every soul gathered for the vessel feeds one possible future. Every instruction followed strengthens one version of history. Every victory makes the undead more capable of becoming exactly what someone else needs them to be. The elevator stops. Firelink opens around them. The bonfire glows, the serpent waits. And beneath the shrine, far below stone and memory, Anor Londo remains drained, haunted, and unforgiven. The path to the Duke's archives begins in Anor Londo. That matters. Seath's domain is not hidden in a swamp, buried beneath a graveyard, or drowned below Firelink Shrine. It stands near the city of the gods, close enough to share its altitude, its silence, and its cold confidence. After everything the undead has learned, that closeness feels wrong. Seath was a dragon, a traitor to dragons, a creature who helped Gwyn end the Age of Ancients. And yet his reward was not exile. It was a title, a dukedom, a place among the gods, an archive. Anor Londo's sunlight still touches the road that leads to him. The city of the gods may have hidden its shame behind illusion, but some histories were never hidden at all. They were honored, shelved, and given marble halls. The undead leaves the golden city behind and crosses toward the archives. At the entrance, armored boars wait in the corridor, plated in metal, breathing hard through the narrow stone passage. They charge with brutal simplicity, their hooves striking sparks from the floor. After Anor Londo's ghosts and the abyss's black emptiness, their physicality feels almost crude. Heavy bodies, metal hides, painful momentum. But they serve a purpose. The archives do not welcome seekers of truth. They test the body before allowing the mind to be endangered. Beyond them, the building opens into scale. Shelves rise upward into shadow. Staircases curl through wide chambers. Balconies overlook floors far below. Books line the walls in impossible numbers, stacked, stored, guarded, preserved. The place feels almost civilized at first, especially after the drowned stones of New Londo. There is no sewage underfoot, no poison fog, no swaying scaffold. There is order here. That makes it worse. The dupe's archives are not ruined in the ordinary way. They still function. Channelers patrol the halls with tridents in hand, their strange dances stirring power in the creatures around them. Crystal soldiers stand guard, bodies hardened by pale growths, armor and flesh caught in the same glittering infection. The books remain on their shelves. The mechanisms still turn. Elevators still rise. Staircases still shift. Doors still lock. Knowledge has survived here. So has cruelty. The undead moves through chambers where learning and violence share the same floor. A channeler watches from above, then vanishes. Crystal hollows advance with stiff, shining bodies. Their skin reflects the cold light as if something mineral has begun to replace whatever was once human in them. The crystal is beautiful. That is part of its horror. It catches light cleanly. It grows in angles. It makes even corruption look precise. The rot of Blighttown announced itself honestly. The poison swamp never pretended to be anything other than sickness. Sith's influence is different. It turns suffering into structure. A body becomes a specimen. A curse becomes a research problem. A person becomes material. The archives are full of this transformation. Everywhere the pale blue light of crystal suggests intelligence without mercy. It is the color of a mind that has replaced compassion with fascination. The place does not feel abandoned by its master. It feels watched by him through every shelf, every experiment, every obedient servant still moving through the halls. Sith is not like Nito. Nito sleeps in darkness surrounded by the inevitability of death. Sith stays awake. He studies, he searches. He dissects the world because the world denied him the one thing his kin possessed by birth, immortality. The ancient dragons were wrapped in stone scales that made them eternal. Seth was born without them. In the age of ancients, where dragons sat unchanged upon the archtrees, that lack must have been a kind of exile inside his own flesh. His kin belonged to permanence. He belonged to time. And from that wound came betrayal. When Gwyn and the lords rose against the everlasting dragons, Sith turned on his own kind. He gave the gods what they needed. The dragons fell. The old gray world collapsed. The age of fire began. For his treachery, Sith was rewarded. He became the Duke. He received archives, servants, authority, and the freedom to continue the one pursuit that had defined him from the beginning, the search for the immortality he had been denied. That search fills every corridor. The undead climbs deeper into the archives. The halls twist around elevators and rotating stairs. Rooms open into rooms. Locked doors reveal prisoners. Balconies lead to vantage points where enemies cast spells from a safe distance. The whole structure feels designed by a mind that distrusts straight lines. It is a library built like a puzzle box, a place where knowledge can be stored, hidden, redirected, and controlled. There is a difference between a library and an archive. A library invites reading. An archive decides what is kept. Seat's domain is devoted less to wisdom than possession. Books, souls, bodies, spells, bloodlines, crystals, maidens, dragons, sorceries, immortality, all of it gathered, classified, and bent toward the same obsession. Nothing here is allowed to remain merely itself. Eventually, the undead reaches the highest chamber. A long room of pale light and crystal gross. At the far end waits Seat the Scaleless, the traitor dragon. The pale body rises out of the chamber like something ancient and diseased, vast and serpentine, covered in white flesh where stone scales should have been. His form is both majestic and repulsive. A dragon without the perfection of dragon. A lord without the warmth of gods. A scholar without peace. He does not need to speak. The room says enough. Crystal grows around him like a second nature. Knowledge and mineral, sorcery and sickness, all gathered into the shape of his desire. Here at the summit of his archives, Seath appears to have achieved what he wanted. He cannot be killed. Not here. The undead attacks and learns the truth quickly. The body can be wounded, the health can fall. But Seath does not die. His immortality is not natural. It is engineered, stolen, hidden elsewhere. The dragon who betrayed his kin because he lacked their eternal scales has built a substitute from crystal and sorcery. He has made himself permanent by artificial means. A parody of what he envied. Then the curse blooms. Crystals erupt. Pale breath fills the chamber. The body hardens, fractures, fails. The undead, who has survived demons, bells, poison, giants, ghosts, and the abyss, is made helpless before a truth that cannot yet be overcome. The first encounter with Seath is not a battle. It is a lesson in power without access. The undead dies, or something close to death. When they wake, they are no longer at a bonfire of their choosing. They are imprisoned. The cell is high in the archive tower, far from the path they have been following. Iron bars surround them. Other cages hang nearby. The air is cold and close. The archives, for all their polished stone and scholarly grandeur, reveal the prison at their center. This is one of Seath's truths. Knowledge in his hands does not liberate. It captures. The sound of music drifts through the tower. Thin, strange. Beautiful in a way that feels sick. The source is a group of Pisikas, blue-skinned, tentacled creatures moving through the lower prison with heartbreaking confusion. They were once maidens taken and transformed through Seath's experiments. Their bodies have been remade into something aquatic, soft and monstrous, yet their behavior carries traces of fear, sorrow, and obedience. Some clutch miracles, some cry, some move toward the sound of the gramophone-like mechanism as if trained by suffering. The player may kill them because they attack. The story asks us to notice what they are. Seed's madness is not abstract. It has victims. Not just soldiers turned crystalline, not just hollows hardened into guards, but women taken into the archives and remade by a mind searching for immortality without regard for the soul inside the body. The Paisekas are among the quietest horrors in Lordran. They are not placed in a grand arena. They do not carry boss music. They live in a prison beneath a library. Their tragedy is architectural. Above them are books, spells, staircases, and research. Below them are cages. The undead escapes the cell with a key taken from a serpent guard. The prison unfolds vertically, full of snake men, locked doors, and narrow platforms. These serpent soldiers connect the archives to Sen's fortress, another sign that the gods' proving grounds and Seed's scholarship belong to the same network of power. The world's institutions overlap again, traps, research, prisons, divine roads, all feeding the same age. In one cage, Big Hat Logan waits. The scholar freed from Sen's fortress has come here, as perhaps he was always destined to. If Sen's fortress was an insult to him, a warrior's trap catching a man of study, the archives or temptation itself. Shelves of knowledge. Sorceries beyond ordinary schools. The legacy of Seath, grandfather of sorcery close enough to touch. Logan's imprisonment feels temporary. His real danger is not the cage. It is the library. Once freed, he begins to study. His words grow more absorbed. His attention turns towards Seath's work with increasing intensity. At first there is gratitude, then fascination, then distance. The man who once seemed calm and dignified begins to disappear into the thing he came to understand. That is the pattern of the archives. They do not merely kill those who enter. They recruit the part of them that wants too much. For Logan, the desire is knowledge. For Seath, immortality. The difference between them shrinks as the chapter continues. The undead navigates the archives after escaping the prison. Now the place is changed. Staircases can be rotated. Shortcuts opened. Locked rooms reached. The library becomes less like a wall and more like a machine. The undead gradually learns to operate. Every lever reveals another arrangement. Every movement of the stairs changes what can be accessed. This physical rearrangement mirrors the story itself. The archives are a place where perspective determines truth. From one angle, the building is a noble seat of scholarship. From another, a prison. From another, a laboratory. From another, a monument to a dragon's envy. All of those readings are accurate. None cancels the others. Seath's influence extends beyond the archives. It has been felt for much of the journey without being fully named. The moonlight butterfly in Darkroot Garden carried his pale magical signature. The channeler in the depths watched from above and strengthened monsters below. Crystal golems wandered near Darkroot Basin, one of them trapping dusk of Oolacile in golden light. Sorcery itself, as practiced across Lordran, owes much to Seath's discoveries and the power he uncovered. That is what makes him dangerous. Sith is not contained by his room. He is a system of thought spread through the world. The crystal soldiers are only the most visible form of it. The deeper form is the belief that the world exists to be studied, used, altered, and conquered by intellect. In that sense, Seath is not merely a mad dragon in a library. He is the shadow side of knowledge and Dark Souls. Curiosity without humility. Research without ethics. Immortality without acceptance. The archives eventually lead out into the crystal cave. The transition feels like stepping from a mind into its dream. The stone halls give way to a glittering cavern of impossible brightness. Crystals grow everywhere, massive and jagged, reflecting light into blue and white fragments. The space is enormous, hollow and cold. Where Blighttown felt like a body rotting inward, the crystal cave feels like thought frozen into landscape. It is beautiful enough to seem holy. Then the floor disappears. Invisible paths stretch through the air, revealed only by falling crystal flakes or the messages and bloodstains of those who crossed before. The undead must walk over nothing, trusting small signs in a place where vision has become unreliable. It is the perfect road to Seath. The dragon's whole existence has been built on refusing the obvious truth of his mortality. His cave now asks the undead to reject the obvious truth of empty space. Progress requires faith, but not the warm faith of clerics or the hopeful faith of Solaire. This is colder. Empirical faith. Watch where the flakes land. Read the world closely. Step where the evidence permits. A mistake means falling into the glittering void. The crystal cave is one of Lordran's purest expressions of uncertainty. It does not hide danger behind darkness. It hides it inside beauty and absence. A path exists, but the eye cannot hold it. The undead survives by attending to traces, like Priscilla's footprints in the snow, like the hidden motives beneath Anor Londo's sunlight, like the shape of history beneath prophecy. The cave is full of crystal golems, moonlight creatures, and clam-like beasts near the bottom, hard-shelled and aggressive, guarding or infesting the final approach. The place feels less populated than grown. Seath's Immortality Project has seeped into geography, turning the natural world into an extension of his body. At the deepest point waits the primordial crystal, the secret of Seath's deathlessness. A shard or formation of immense power tucked away in the cave, far from the first chamber where the undead was defeated. This is why Seath could not die in the archives. His immortality was not located in his flesh. It was externalized, hidden, protected by distance and deception. the dragon without scales found another way to become unkillable. He made his vulnerability into an object and placed it beyond reach. That detail reveals him more completely than any speech could. Seath never overcame his fear. He built a palace around it. The undead enters the final chamber. Seath appears again, pale and massive, his many tails and crystalline growths moving through the cavern light. This time the terms are different. The undead has escaped a prison, crossed the archives, followed invisible paths through the cave, and found the source of his false immortality. The primordial crystal shatters. For the first time, Seath is mortal. The sound of it breaking feels like the end of a lie that lasted for ages. Seath reacts with violence, but also with something that can be read as panic. His breath curses. Crystals erupt from the floor. His body thrashes through the chamber, filling the space with pale force and ancient resentment. The dragon who envied eternity now faces the one thing he shaped his entire existence to avoid. An ending. The battle is not noble. Seath does not carry the tragic dignity of Seath, the ceremonial grandeur of Ornstein, or the terrifying political weight of the Four Kings. His tragedy is colder, more pathetic in the old sense of the word. He is a creature whose wound became his identity. He was denied scales. He betrayed his own kind. He gained title and knowledge. He became immortal through crystal. He filled libraries with research. He destroyed bodies in pursuit of answers. And in the end, he is still afraid. The undead strikes him down. The pale dragon collapses. A fragment of a lord's soul is claimed. The archives lose their master, though not their meaning. That is important. Seath's death does not undo what he made. The crystal soldiers remain. The books remain. The Pisakas remain unless killed. Logan's path continues toward its own collapse. The machinery of knowledge outlives the mind that shaped it. After Seath falls, Logan's story reaches its final turn. Having studied the archives and absorbed the sorceries he sought, he begins to lose himself. His speech changes. The careful dignity gives way to obsession. Eventually he is found in the room where Seath first defeated the undead, nearly naked, emptied of his former composure, consumed by the knowledge he pursued. The image is devastating. A great scholar reduced to madness in the chamber of a mad dragon. Logan came seeking understanding and became another echo of Seath's hunger. He did not desire immortality in the same bodily way. His longing was intellectual, but Dark Souls does not treat intellect as immune to corruption. A mind can hollow through obsession as surely as a warrior can hollow through despair. In the end, Logan's brilliance does not save him. It sharpens the blade that cuts him apart. That is the final lesson of the archives. Knowledge is not evil. Andre's craft is knowledge. Laurentius' pyromancy is knowledge. Logan's sorcery is knowledge. Even the undead's repeated deaths produce knowledge of routes, enemies, timing, weakness, and survival. but knowledge detached from humility becomes hunger. Seath wanted to know how to escape his own nature. Logan wanted to know what Seath knew. The archives preserved everything except the wisdom to stop. The undead leaves with Seath's soul and the memory of a library that was also a prison, a school, a laboratory, and a mausoleum for a dragon's envy. Outside, Anor Londo's light still touches the high stones. Far below, New Londo remains drowned in consequence. Darker it keeps its grave. Ariamis hangs in silence behind the cathedral wall. Every major place in Lordran has now shown a different form of refusal. Gwyn refused the fading of fire. The four kings refused the limits placed upon humanity. The witch of Izalith refused to let the first flame die naturally. Seath refused mortality. Each refusal created a kingdom of suffering around it. That pattern is becoming impossible to ignore. The great powers of Dark Souls are not ruined because they lacked strength. They are ruined because they used strength to deny the one truth fire introduced into the world. Everything changes. Everything fades. Everything ends. Seath of all beings should have understood that. He was born as living evidence that even among dragons, permanence was not evenly granted. Instead, he spent his existence trying to correct the wound of being himself. The result was crystal. Beautiful, cold, unforgiving. A world where life could be preserved only by being transformed into something less alive. The undead returns from the archives stronger, carrying another ancient soul toward the Lord Visel. The path to the Kiln has narrowed again. Fewer great powers remain. The tomb of giants waits in darkness. Lost Izalith burns below the roots of the world. The old lords are falling one by one into the hands of a cursed prisoner they never expected to matter. Yet Seath's death offers no triumph. Only a question. What is the difference between the dragon who hid his mortality in a crystal and the god who hid his dying age inside a prophecy? Both feared the end. Both built systems to postpone it. Both filled the world with victims. The archives fall silent behind the undead. Somewhere inside, pages still line the shelf. Crystals still catch the light. A cage still hangs in the prison tower. And in the depths of the cave, where invisible paths cross empty air, the shattered remains of Seath's immortality gleam faintly in the cold. The road to Nido begins in a graveyard. That almost feels too obvious for Lordran. Behind Firelink Shrine, just beyond the warmth of the bonfire, the dead have been waiting since the beginning. Tombstones lean into the grass. Skeletons rise from the dirt. The path disappears into shadow between broken stones and old roots. It was always there, close enough to see from the shrine, close enough for a new undead to wander into by mistake and learn very quickly that some roads in Lordran are visible long before they are survivable. At first, the graveyard seems like a boundary, a warning, a place beside Firelink to remind the cursed what ordinary death used to mean. But the graveyard is not the end. It is an entrance. The undead descends through the graves and into the catacombs. The change is immediate. Firelink's open air disappears. The sky closes. Stone presses inward. The warmth of the shrine falls away behind layers of earth, masonry, and old bone. The catacombs are not like the depths, where water and waste gathered beneath the city. They are drier, older, more deliberate. Corridors twist through carved rock. Coffins rest in alcoves. Bridges span black gaps. Stairways descend toward chambers where the dead have been arranged, stacked, sealed, and forgotten. This is not a place where death happened accidentally. This is a place built to house it. The first skeletons rise with swords and curved blades, brittle bodies moving with shocking speed. They are not like hollows. Hollows still carry the ruin of personality, armor, posture, the last habits of soldiers, thieves, pilgrims. Skeletons have gone past that. There is no face left to pity. No skin, no eyes, no expression. Only bone-given motion. The undead cuts them down. They collapse. Then they rise again. That is the catacombs' first cruelty. Killing is not enough. The skeletons are tied to necromancers hidden deeper in the dark, robed figures who keep the dead moving from a distance. Until those necromancers are found and destroyed, the bones reassemble. A skull rolls back toward a spine. Fingers twitch. A ribcage drags itself upright. The dead return without even the drama of resurrection. It feels almost bureaucratic. Death has been given management. The necromancers do not need to be strong. Their power lies in delegation. They let bones do the work. They hide behind corners, above ledges, across bridges, wrapped in flame and shadow, turning every fight into a puzzle of source and symptom. The undead learns to look beyond the thing attacking them. That lesson has been growing throughout Lordran. The hollows in the Burg were symptoms of the curse. Prologue was a symptom of Izalith's ruin. The ghosts of Anor Londo were symptoms of a city drowned to contain royal failure. The crystal soldiers of the archives were symptoms of Seath's obsession. In the catacombs, the lesson becomes literal. The skeleton in front of you is not the real problem. Somewhere behind it, a smaller figure is sustaining the whole pattern. Lordran often works that way. The visible horror is rarely the deepest cause. The corridors continue downward. Switches rotate bridges with slow mechanical growths. Some paths invert from safe road to lethal trap. Statues fire spikes. Skeletons wait in darkness. Exploding skulls drift forward like little pieces of malice, smiling as they approach. The catacombs feel engineered, but unlike Sen's fortress, their mechanisms do not seem built to test the worthy. They feel built to confuse the living long enough for the dead to surround them. The dead know this place. The undead does not. In one of the deeper chambers, the sound of a hammer echoes through the stone. Vamos, a blacksmith hidden beneath the catacombs, surrounded by bones, flame, and dust. He works in a place no ordinary craftsman would ever choose, forging with the casual irritation of someone who has grown tired of visitors falling through his ceiling. His body is skeletal, his voice rough, his forge alive with fire in the middle of death's architecture. There is something wonderful and unsettling about him. Andre's forge beneath the parish felt like honest human work surviving near a ruined church. The giant blacksmith in Anor Londo gave warmth to a city of illusion. Vamos, a stranger. He is not merely working near death. He belongs to it. Bone and flame coexist around him without explanation. He can turn weapons toward fire and chaos, shaping tools that point downward toward Izalith, even before the pilgrimage reaches it. Lordran keeps its craftspeople in unlikely places. Perhaps because making is one of the last forms of sanity left. Past Vamos, the catacombs tighten and darken. The skeletons grow more aggressive. Wheel skeletons gather in the lower tunnels, curled into spiked circles of bone and speed. When they move, they become ridiculous and terrifying at once, shrieking across the floor with enough force to tear apart even a prepared pilgrim. They are absurd until they hit. Then they are pure panic. Dark Souls has a habit of mixing tragedy with the almost comically cruel. A solemn descent into the architecture of death can still include a skeleton wheel destroying the undead in a narrow tunnel because the body stood 3 inches too far to the left. Lordran does not protect atmosphere from humiliation. In fact, humiliation is one of its favorite teachers. The undead presses on. At the bottom of the catacombs waits Pinwheel. After the long descent through necromancers, reassembling skeletons, rotating bridges, and bone-filled chambers, the encounter feels strange. Pinwheel is not massive, not noble, not terrifying in the way Nito's name suggests death should be terrifying. He is small, hunched, almost fragile, wrapped in robes and masks. 3 masks. Father, mother, child. The body beneath him seems less like a person than a family collapsed into one shape. The story around Pinwheel is murky like so much in Lordran. What remains suggests theft, grief, and a failed attempt to command powers never meant to be held by such hands. He is associated with the stolen power of Nito, with necromancy, with rites that affect the bonfires themselves. Some read him as a scholar of death, others as a father trying to recover what was lost. The game does not stop to clarify. It lets the masks do the speaking. That is enough. Pinwheel splits into copies of himself, each one casting fire in the dark chamber. Illusions multiply, masks drift, flames arc through the air. The fight can end quickly, sometimes almost embarrassingly so, and that quickness feels like part of the point. Pinwheel has surrounded himself with the theater of death, but he is not death's master. He is a small figure wearing borrowed power in a room beneath a graveyard. When he falls, the undead receives the rite of kindling. A quiet but enormous reward. The power to strengthen bonfires beyond their former limits. That detail ties Pinwheel to one of the deepest tensions in the journey. Bonfires are comfort, return, survival. They are also part of the system that binds the undead to repetition and sacrifice. To kindle them is to feed flame with humanity. To strengthen them is to make the cycle more bearable without escaping it. From a thief of Nito's power, the undead gains a deeper relationship with fire. Even here, on the road to death, the flame takes something. Beyond Pinwheel's chamber lies the Tomb of Giants. The catacombs were dark. The tomb is different. The tomb does not merely lack light. It erases the whirl. The undead steps forward and the path almost disappears. Edges vanish. Walls vanish. Distance vanishes. The ground exists only where the foot has already found it. A few pale markers glow faintly in the black, but they do not illuminate so much as mock the need for illumination. For the first time since the asylum, the undead becomes small in a very old way. Not small before gods. Not small before dragons. Small because the next step might not exist. Every movement in the tomb feels like a question. Is there floor ahead? Is that a wall or empty space? Is the sound nearby or below? The mind tries to draw a map and fails. The body leans forward into nothing. Dark root was shadowed. New Londo was drowned. The abyss was infinite black. But the Tomb of Giants is intimate darkness. It presses close. It turns every ledge into suspicion. It makes the undead afraid of walking. Light becomes a weapon here. A skull lantern, a spell. A glowing helm taken from another horror. Whatever form it takes, light is no longer symbolic. It is practical, desperate, held out in front of the body like a hand searching for a wall. The undead learns how fragile sight really is. All the strength gathered from bells, lords, dragons, and kings means very little when the floor vanishes 3 steps ahead. Then something moves in the dark. A skeleton giant, then another. Huge bones, enormous weapons, bodies assembled at a scale that makes ordinary skeletons seem almost harmless. They stand in places where the undead can barely see them until it is too late. Their blows come from the black with crushing force. The tomb does not need to overwhelm with numbers. It lets one unseen giant do the work. Farther in, skeletal beasts wait on all 4s, distorted bodies of rib and jaw and violence. They lunge from the darkness with a speed that feels wrong for their size. Their attacks are savage, almost animal, but the absence of flesh makes the savagery stranger. These are not wolves or demons or men. They are death shaped into predatory motion. The tomb is where death stops being ceremonial. In the catacombs, bones were arranged, managed, revived, and commanded. In the tomb, they hunt. The undead moves from ledge to ledge, following faint lights and half-seen paths. The world below opens into pits that cannot be judged. Ladders appear only when nearly touched. Coffins rest in places no living mourner could have reached. The deeper architecture seems less built than carved out by ages of burial, pressure, and the slow downward pull of all dead things. Then a familiar voice calls from the dark. Patches, he appears near a pit, speaking with his usual slippery charm, friendly in the way a knife can be friendly before it is drawn. By now, anyone who has learned to read Lordran should distrust him immediately. He is too casual, too helpful, too interested in where the undead stands. He asks them to look down. There is treasure, he suggests. Something worth seeing. Then he kicks them into the pit. In another place, this might be comic relief. In the Tomb of Giants, the betrayal lands differently. The darkness has already made every step uncertain. Patches add social uncertainty to physical blindness. Not only can the ground vanish, trust can vanish too. And yet Patches is not a simple villain. He hates clerics with a special vigor, and Lordran gives him plenty of reasons to. The pious are not innocent here. The Way of White helps send undead to the asylum. Petra stands at Firelink with polite words and hidden ugliness. Clerical missions into the catacombs often smell less like mercy than ambition wrapped in scripture. Patches is a rat, certainly. But rats often know where the rot is. At the bottom of the pit, the undead finds more than punishment. Rhea of Thorland is there. A cleric stranded in the dark after betrayal, accompanied no longer by the protection her mission promised. Her companions, Vince and Nico, have gone hollow. The journey that began with holy purpose has collapsed into terror beneath the earth. Rhea's voice carries exhaustion, fear, and a faith forced to confront the fact that piety does not make the tomb any less dark. Her story casts Petrus in a colder light. At Firelink, Petrus seemed merely suspect, polished, careful, too composed. Here, the cost of that suspicion becomes human. Rhea was not just another cleric on another doomed pilgrimage. She was abandoned. The mission failed. The men who came to protect her lost themselves. The darkness swallowed the language of duty and left her with nothing but survival. If rescued, she returns above. Even that does not guarantee safety. In Lordran, salvation is often temporary unless someone keeps watch. The tomb exposes the fragility of religious purpose. Clerics descend with miracles, talismans, doctrine, and confidence. The dark does not argue. It simply waits until food, courage, and certainty run out. The skeletons do not care which god is invoked. The ledges do not widen for the faithful. Faith can be real. The institutions around it can still be rotten. Rhea embodies that tension. Her devotion feels sincere. The world that sent her here feels compromised. Past the pit, deeper into the tomb, the path opens towards strange lights in the distance. At one point, the undead can look out and see lost Izalith far below or beyond, glowing with a sick orange heat in the roots of the world. The sight is brief, almost dreamlike, the darkness of the tomb giving way to the buried fire of another lord's catastrophe. death above, chaos below. Lordran's old powers lie close together in the earth, each one failing in its own language. The tune continues toward the domain of Nito. Before reaching him, the undead encounters the presence of Gravelord servants and the atmosphere of a covenant built around spreading death. Nito is not merely a corpse waiting at the bottom of a hole. He is a lord, one of the original claimants of a lord's soul, first of the dead, associated with disease, miasma, and the quiet distribution of mortality through the world. Yet his realm does not feel ambitious. That is what makes it strange. Gwyn built a golden order and burned himself to extend it. The Witch of Izalith tried to create a second flame and burst chaos. Seth filled archives with experiments to escape his own lot. The four kings accepted the dark and dragged Anor Londo into catastrophe. Nito simply remains. The path to him is horrible, full of skeletons, darkness, betrayal, and predatory bone, but Nito himself does not radiate the same restless hunger as the others. He is powerful, ancient, and terrible, but his terror feels elemental rather than ideological. Death does not need to convince anyone. It does not need a prophecy. It does not need a false sun. It waits because all roads eventually become roads to it. The final chamber opens into a cavern of bones. Nito lies within it, or rises from it, a mass of skeletons gathered into a single lordly shape. Skulls, ribs, spines, and darkness hang from him like a mantle. At his core is a figure almost hidden beneath the dead he carries. A lord made from corpses. A grave walking under its own weight. His presence is ancient in a way that differs from Seath's. Seath felt old because he had refused time. Nito feels old because time belongs to him. The fight begins in pain. The undead drops into the arena and lands hard, wounded before the Lord even moves. Skeletons stir in the dark around the chamber. Nito advances slowly, his great curved blade dragging death through the air. He releases waves of miasma, eruptions of black force, screams from the earth, and a toxic presence that feels less like attack than atmosphere. The arena is not merely a place where Nito fights. It is a grave reacting to intrusion. The smaller skeletons rise unless properly put down with divine power. Giant skeletons wade deeper in the dark if the undead strays too far. The battle rewards restraint, which is fitting. Rush into the darkness and the grave fills with enemies. Stay close, read the Lord's movements, endure the miasma, and death becomes something that can be faced one moment at a time. Nito's attacks are powerful, but there is sadness in his slowness. He does not feel like a conqueror defending a throne. He feels like a force disturbed from sleep. That does not make him harmless. Death is not cruel because it hates. Death is cruel because it takes. The undead cuts into the mass of bones. Piece by piece, strike by strike, the first of the dead weakens. The Lord who helped destroy the everlasting dragons, who released death into a world that once knew only stasis, now falls to a cursed being who cannot properly die. There is irony in that. The undead is the contradiction standing in Nito's tomb. A creature marked by deathlessness, carrying weapons into the house of death, killing the first lord of the dead to feed a vessel meant to reach a dying flame. Dark Souls keeps returning to this kind of wrongness. The world's categories have decayed. The dead do not stay dead. The living become hollow. The gods vanish into illusion. Dragons rot. Humans burn. Fire creates dark. Death can be killed. When Nito falls, the chamber does not become holy. It becomes empty. The Lord's soul is claimed. Another ancient power enters the undead's possession. The tomb remains dark. The skeletons, if not destroyed, still belong to their old patterns. The catacombs above still twist through bone and stone. Patches still waits somewhere with his half-sincere apologies and ugly little wisdom. Ruria's fate remains uncertain. Vamos keeps hammering in the depths. Pinwheel's masks lie behind the journey like a question no one paused long enough to answer. Nita's death solves the requirement of the Lord of Vassal. It does not change the nature of death. That may be the point. Of all the old lords, Nito is the least invested in denying what he represents. He is not trying to escape death, improve death, replace death, or disguise death as salvation. He is the grave. His passivity feels almost honest beside the frantic projects of the others. And still, the prophecy demands his soul. The undead takes it. No one asks whether death should be robbed to keep fire alive. That question remains buried with the bones. The climb back from the tomb feels longer than the descent. The darkness does not release the body quickly. Every ledge must be remembered. Every ladder searched for. Every giant skeleton avoided or faced again. The path upward passes through Patch's treachery, Ria's abandoned mission, Pinwheel's stolen right, the necromancer's dead systems, and the graveyard beside Firelink where this road first pretended to be only a warning. Eventually, the undead returns to the shrine. The bonfire still burns. Its flame may now be kindled higher, fed by humanity and strengthened by the right taken from beneath the earth. That warmth feels different after Nito. More useful, perhaps. Less innocent. The journey has taken something from death and given it to fire. Again, Lordran turns one power into fuel for another. The Lord Vessel is closer to fullness. The four kings have fallen. Seep is dead. Nito now sleeps no longer. Only the ruins of Izalith remain among the great souls. The next road leads toward fire again, but not the controlled flame of bonfires or the golden sunlight of Anor Londo. It leads toward the failed fire, the artificial fire, the fire born from panic when the first flame began to fade. The tomb of giants leaves behind a blackness, bones, and the quiet knowledge that death, in its purest form, may not be the most corrupt force in Lordran. Death waits. It ends. It does not need to lie. The greater horrors come from those who cannot accept it. Somewhere far below the roots of the world, the Witch of Izalith once tried to solve that problem with flame. The result is still burning. The road to Izalith announces itself with heat. Long before the undead reaches the ruins, the air begins to change. The damp sickness of Blighttown gives way to something drier, older, and more violent. Stone sweats. The walls glow in places where they should be cold. Beneath the poison swamp, beneath Quella's domain, beneath the hidden chamber where the fair lady waits in pain, the world begins to burn. This road was visible before. After Prologue fell and the second bell rang, the undead could descend past her chamber and glimpse the demon ruins below. A path of red stone, lava, broken pillars, and distant monstrous shapes. But at that time the pilgrimage had other demands. The gate to Sen's fortress opened. Anor Londo waited. The Lord of Essel had not yet been claimed. Izalith remained below like a fever the world was not ready to explain. Now the old powers are being gathered. The 4 kings have fallen in the abyss. Seath has died beside his shattered crystal. Nito has been disturbed in the dark and reduced to another soul for the vessel. Only the witch's legacy remains. So the undead returns to the place beneath Blighttown, where the poison ends and the deeper fire begins. The transition is ugly. Blighttown was rot, damp wood, toxic darts, and green water clinging to the skin. The demon ruins are exposed, red and brutally open. Lava spreads across the ground in burning lakes. Stone bridges crack over molten pits. The air shimmers with heat. Demons stand among the ruins like survivors of an old explosion, too large, too malformed, too permanent to feel like ordinary creatures. The world here has not decayed. It has been overcooked. The first great figure waiting near the lava is ceaseless discharge. At a distance he seems almost impossible to understand. A colossal body of swollen flesh and flame, hunched at the edge of the ruins, surrounded by the unbearable heat of his own existence. He does not have the clean menace of a knight or the animal shape of a demon designed for battle. He looks wounded by being alive. The name sounds crude. The story behind him is not. Ceaseless discharge is tied to the family of chaos, to the daughters of the witch, to the ruins of Izalith and the disaster that remade them. He was once a child of that lineage, afflicted by a body that could not contain its own fire. The orange charred ring associated with him and his sisters suggests care, protection, and failure all tangled together. Even in this place of demons there are traces of family. That is what makes Izalith different from the other lordly ruins. New Londo is political tragedy. The archives are intellectual obsession. The Tomb of Giants is Death's old house. Izalith is family catastrophe. Its ruins are filled with beings who were once connected by blood, loyalty, service, or creation. The witch did not fail alone. Her daughters, her children, her followers, and eventually the demons themselves were pulled into the consequence of her attempt. Ceaseless attacks when the undead disturbs what he guards. Perhaps it is rage. Perhaps grief. Perhaps nothing so clean remains in him. His arms slam down with the weight of a collapsing tower. Fire and flesh crash against stone. The lava below glows around his body, making the whole arena feel unstable, as if the fight is taking place on the rim of a wound that never stopped bleeding. When he falls, the lava below drains away. The ruins open further. Progress comes from killing something pitiable again. Lordran rarely allows a path to clear without leaving a body behind. The undead descends. With the lava lowered, the demon ruins become more navigable, though never welcoming. Copper demons and Taurus demons appear here in numbers, no longer as singular walls in the journey, but as ordinary inhabitants of the lower fire. What once felt like a major trial on the Burg's battlement is now just another demon among many. That change is quietly effective. The Taurus demon was terrifying because it seemed exceptional. Here its kind gathers in the heat like remnants from an industrial accident. The old bosses of the early journey are revealed as fragments of a much larger origin. The demons that obstructed the undead above were not isolated horrors. They came from somewhere. They had a homeland, or at least a birthplace. This is that birthplace. The demon ruins feel like the underside of the entire game's demonic logic. A place where all those horned bodies, all that fire, all that twisted life finally points back to a single disaster. The Witch of Izalith, one of the first lords, a being powerful enough to stand beside Gwyn and Nito when the world changed. She found a lord's soul in the first flame. From it she and her daughters drew the art of flame. In the war against the dragons they unleashed firestorms, fierce enough to help end the Age of Ancients. They were not minor figures in Gwyn's story. They were architects of the Age of Fire. Then the first flame began to fade. Every great lord faced that truth differently. Gwyn chose sacrifice. He would burn himself and extend the age through his own soul. Cease chose research, hiding his mortality in crystal and madness. Nito did not seem to choose much at all. Death had no need to panic. The witch tried to solve the problem as a creator. She attempted to make another flame. That decision defines Izalith. It is one of the most important acts in the history of Lordran and one of the most catastrophic. The witch did not simply cast a spell that went wrong. She tried to reproduce the primal force that had introduced disparity into the universe. She attempted to imitate the first flame with her own Lord's soul as the source. The result was chaos. The word is easy to flatten into evil fire. It is worse than that. Chaos is life without balance. Fire without order. Creation without form stable enough to remain itself. It breeds, mutates, consumes, and transforms. From it came demons, and from those demons came an entire branch of suffering the gods would eventually push downward and away from their golden city. Izalith was not destroyed by an enemy. It was transformed by its own solution. The undead moves through the ruins of that solution. Stone corridors lead deeper beneath the earth. Demons patrol platforms and broken stairways. Fires burn in places where nothing should still have fuel. The architecture carries traces of an ancient city, but those traces are buried under lava, ash, and warped bodies. Izalith does not look conquered. It looks like a place that became incompatible with itself. At one point, the path leads to the demon firesage. The shape is familiar. Too familiar. A massive demon with the same basic form as the asylum demon, the stray demon, the old tutorial horror that first taught the undead how small and fragile they were. Here, deep below the world, that form appears again, carrying fire and old power in a ruined chamber. The repetition matters. Dark Souls often reuses bodies as echoes. A monster first encountered as singular becomes a type. A personal terror becomes part of the species, a lineage, a pattern. The demon firesage suggests that the demonic world has its own hierarchy, its own elders, its own degraded memory of origin. He is called a firesage, a title that implies something almost religious or scholarly. A demon of flame with the residue of ritual. The title is sadder than the fight. If demons were born from the failed flame of Izalith, then even they are not merely invaders into Lordran's order. They are children of a lordly mistake, inheritors of a fire that should never have been made. Their violence is real. Their suffering may be real too. The game leaves that question uncomfortably open. Beyond him, the path narrows toward another guardian. The centipede demon waits near the lava, a body of limbs, heat, and restless motion. It seems less like a creature than a collection of burning impulses forced into shape. The fight takes place at the edge of molten death. Space is limited. The floor itself becomes part of the threat. Flame punishes distance. Contact punishes hesitation. From this creature comes a ring that allows the undead to walk to lava. Again, progress depends on absorbing something from the thing that tried to kill them. The orange charred ring changes the body's relationship to fire. Lava, which once meant immediate destruction, becomes painful terrain. The undead can now step where no ordinary body should step, crossing a lake of flame toward the buried city beyond. By now, the pattern is impossible to miss. The abyss required Artorias' ring. The ghosts required curse. The demon ruins require a demon's protection against fire. Lordran never gives purity as a tool. It gives compromises. The road to Lost Izalith crosses lava. Even with the ring, the journey feels wrong. The undead walks across a molten surface, while enormous shapes stand in the distance. The lower bodies of dragon-like creatures, strange and repeated, scattered across the burning plain. They are among the most surreal sights in Lordran. Rows of legs and tails, unfinished or severed forms, moving without the full dignity of a body. They feel like remains from a creation process that lost its mind. The landscape is too large and too empty after the tight misery of the demon ruins. Orange heat fills the horizon. The ground burns. The sky above the underground city is not a sky at all, only the glow of buried catastrophe. Everything here suggests scale but not grandeur. It is vast in the way a disaster zone is vast. Lost Izalith finally appears through the fire. Ancient roots break through stone. Huge structures sit half swallowed by earth and lava. The city seems to have been built close to the foundations of the world, near the arch tree roots and the deep places where the first flame itself was once found. That proximity feels meaningful. Izalith was trying to return to the source of creation, or to imitate it, or to steal its logic. Now roots and ruins share the same corpse. The first impression is strange emptiness. For a place so important to the lore, Lost Izalith is quiet. Too quiet. The city of the witch, mother pyromancy, birthplace of demons, site of the failed second flame, should feel full of narrative force. Instead, much of it feels hollowed out, emptied by catastrophe so completely that only architecture and heat remain. That emptiness works in its own way. Some disasters do not leave rich detail behind. They leave zones where meaning has been burned away. Still, there are guardians. Chaos eaters lurk in pits and broken spaces, bulbous and grotesque, their bodies shaped by consumption and decay. Statues breathe fire. Demons remain in pockets of ruin. A Titanite demon waits in the shortcut path, twisted and dangerous, guarding the hidden root that may decide the fate of Solaire. That shortcut matters. By serving the fair lady, by offering humanity to the Chaos Servant Covenant, the undead can open a hidden path into Lost Izalith before the ordinary route. Behind that door are sunlight maggots, small parasitic creatures glowing with a sick golden light. One of them carries the sunlight maggot helm. A little false sun, a parasite that shines. Here the story of Solaire can bend toward salvation or ruin. Solaire came to Lordran seeking his own son. His hope was strange, earnest, and fragile from the beginning. On the bridge beyond the Burg, beneath the real sky, his devotion felt almost charming. In Anor Londo, the city of false sunlight, it became sadder. By the time the journey reaches Izalith, that search enters its most dangerous form. A man desperate for light can mistake any glow for grace. If the parasite survives and finds him, Solaire appears wearing the sunlight maggot, his mind overtaken, his voice broken into a terrible imitation of fulfillment. He has found his son, or believes he has. The object on his head glows, and that glow is enough to complete the lie. The tragedy is almost unbearable because it is so small compared to the ruins around it. Wind burned himself to extend an age. The witch created chaos and birthed demons. So filled archives with victims. The four kings drowned their city in darkness. Solaire wanted light. That was all. Lost Izalith turns even that longing into a trap. If the undead kills the maggot before it reaches him, Solaire survives. He may continue diminished but not consumed, and in the final battle against Gwyn, he can be summoned. That possibility changes the emotional texture of the entire pilgrimage. Friendship, or something like it, can survive Lordran. It requires attention, sacrifice, and knowledge of a hidden danger. It requires the undead to care about a road that was not strictly necessary for the Lord of Essel. The world does not save Solaire automatically. The player must notice. That is one of Dark Souls' most important moral designs. Compassion is optional. The main path continues whether or not it happens. The ruins of Izalith are full of such optional grief. Gwylana, if encountered in Blighttown, carries the memory of this place from a distance. She is one of the daughters who escaped the worst of the transformation, a teacher of pyromancy living in the swamp above her ruined home. She speaks with sorrow, restraint, and the exhausted dignity of someone who has survived a family disaster large enough to become mythology. Her request is simple and terrible. End her mother's suffering. The Witch of Izalith is no longer a queen of flame. She is the bed of chaos. That name sounds almost abstract until the undead sees it. Deep inside Lost Izalith, past stone roots and burning corridors, the final chamber waits. The entrance leads into a vast space dominated by an enormous tree-like structure, glowing with orange fire, wrapped in roots, branches, shells, and chaotic life. It does not resemble the other lords. It does not stand like Nito, rage like Seath, or emerge from the abyss like the Four Kings. It sprawls. The bed of chaos is less a person than an event that never ended. A failed creation still happening. The witch's attempt to recreate the first flame did not produce a stable source of renewal. It produced a living furnace, a chaotic womb, a root system of fire and mutation. The mother of pyromancy became the mother of demons in the most literal, horrifying sense. Her identity was swallowed by the thing she made, or by the thing she became. The fight is infamous for reasons that almost break the mood. The ground collapses, branches sweep across the arena. The undead runs toward glowing roots on either side, destroys them, dives to falling floors, returns, tries again, and slowly opens the way to the center. It feels less like a duel and more like dismantling a machine while the floor gives way beneath your feet. That mechanical awkwardness can feel frustrating. Strangely, it also fits the story. The bed of chaos should not feel like a noble battle. There is no warrior left to duel. No queen standing with a staff in hand. No final conversation with the witch about fire, fear, or regret. Only a malfunctioning god organism at the heart of a ruined city, lashing out with the blind violence of something that creates and destroys without distinction. The arena itself breaks apart. Izalith's disaster is architectural now. To reach the core, the undead must pass through the chaos of the outer shell. The branches sweep. The floor collapses in jagged sections. The path changes with each successful strike. Death feels cheap, sudden, almost insulting. But the image at the center is quiet. After the roots are broken and the outer violence opens, the undead runs along a narrow branch into the heart of the bed. There, hidden inside all that scale and fire, is something small. A fragile, insect-like core, tiny compared to the massive structure around it. The whole catastrophe can be ended with a single blow. That contrast is devastating. A disaster large enough to create demons, ruin a civilization, transform a family, and scar the lower world has at its center something delicate and pathetic. The witch's grand attempt to master flame ends in a small, trembling life hidden inside a shell of chaos. The undead kills it. The bed of chaos dies. The Lord's soul is claimed. Lost Izalith falls quiet. The silence after this victory feels different from the others. Seed's death ended a mind's obsession. Nito's death disturbed an ancient inevitability. The Four Kings' death cut down rulers who had embraced or been consumed by the abyss. The bed of chaos feels like putting down a wound. There is relief in it. There is also no triumph. Quolana's mother is dead. Qualak is dead. The fair lady still waits behind a hidden wall, blind and sick, perhaps never knowing exactly what has happened to her family. Caesar's discharge has fallen. The demons remain as a species, born from someone else's fear. Solaire may be saved, or lost with a parasite glowing on his head like a cruel joke told by the universe. The witch's attempt to save the Age of Fire has ended in ashes, roots, and bodies. The undead stands in the chamber where the second flame failed. That phrase matters. The first flame introduced disparity. The witch's flame introduced chaos. The difference between them is the difference between origin and imitation. The first flame remade the universe because it was the event through which difference entered reality. The witch tried to reproduce that power as an act of will, under pressure, in fear of decline. She reached toward creation and created suffering instead. This is the same error repeated across Lordran. The old powers confuse preservation with salvation. They see the end approaching and answer with force. Gwyn burns himself. Izalith makes chaos. Seath builds crystal immortality. New Londo floods itself. The gods maintain illusions. Even the undead, in fulfilling the prophecy, gathers power by killing what remains of the old world and feeding those remnants into a vessel. Every solution becomes another wound. Lost Izalith is the clearest example because it is physical. The wound glows. It breeds. It has architecture, descendants, bosses, covenanters, shortcuts, and family members still suffering in distant chambers. It is not a mistake that ended. It is a mistake that became a civilization of pain. And yet the witch's fear was understandable. That is the uncomfortable part. The first flame was fading. The world built around it was beginning to fail. For beings who had known the Age of Fire as order, warmth, life, and purpose, the approaching dark must have felt like annihilation. The witch did not act from cartoonish evil. She acted from terror, brilliance, pride, and perhaps love for an age she did not want to see die. That combination is more dangerous than malice. Malice destroys because it wants to. Desperation destroys while calling itself necessary. The undead leaves the chamber with the Lord's soul. The road back to Izalith feels emptied of momentum. The heat remains, but the heart of the ruin has stopped. The demons do not vanish. Lava still burns. The city is still lost. The consequences of chaos are not undone because the bet has died. Dark Souls rarely lets killing the source repair the damage. The world is too old for clean reversals. Still, something has changed. The Lord of Vessel can now be filled. The great souls have been gathered. The sealed powers have fallen. New Londo, the archives, the tomb, and Izalith have all given up their ancient remnants. The path to the kiln of the first flame is almost open. The pilgrimage that began with a key in a cell has reached the edge of its final purpose. But before the end, one shadow remains behind the story. Artorias, Oolacile. The abyss before New Londo's fall. The legend that Darkroot only hinted at. The wolf's grief, the ring, the grave, the rescued princess from another time, the dark that Cathay speaks through, the humanity that moves like liquid in the hands of men and monsters. All of it points backward to a place where the story of the abyss became a lie. Lost Izalith shows what happened when a lord tried to replace the fire. Oolacile will show what happened when humans reached too deeply into the dark. The undead leaves the roots of the world behind. Above, Firelink still waits. The Lord Vessel waits, the Kiln waits. Somewhere, if he survived, so there still searches for light. Somewhere, if he did not, a parasite shines over a hollowed smile in the ruins below. And in the dead city of Izalith, the children of chaos remain among the ashes of their mother's impossible ambition. The fire she made has finally gone quiet. The fire she feared is still fading. Before the kiln, the road bends backward. The Lord of Vessel is nearly full. The old lords have fallen one by one into the hands of the undead. The four kings have been cut down in the abyss beneath New Londo. Sea's crystal immortality has shattered. Nito's tomb has been disturbed. The bed of chaos has gone quiet in the roots of the world. The path to Gwyn is almost open. The ending is close enough to feel inevitable. Then Lordran reveals one more wound. Not ahead, but behind. The story of Artorias has followed the undead for a long time, though rarely in a straight line. His grave waited beneath the trees of Darkroot. His wolf guarded the ring needed to cross the abyss. His name clung to legend, one of Gwyn's four knights, the Abyss Walker, the hero who faced the dark and became a symbol of resistance against it. In New Londo, the ring made the impossible possible. In Darkroot, Sif died so the undead could wear it. But the grave never explained the man. The legend never explained the wound. To understand Artorias, the undead must leave the present. The path begins with Dusk of Oolacile. She was found in Darkroot Basin, trapped inside a golden crystal golem near the still water where the Hydra once waited. Her appearance felt impossible even then. A woman from an ancient kingdom speaking with old manners, preserved outside her own time by forces she could not fully understand. She was gentle, formal, grateful, and strangely distant, like a voice carried out of a story that should have ended centuries ago. Her homeland was Oolacile, a kingdom remembered, if at all, through sorcery, old names, and the spreading stain of the abyss. Later, in the Duke's archives, among the crystal servants of Seath, a broken pendant is found. It is a small thing, easy to overlook after so much death and grandeur. Yet Dark Souls often hides its deepest doors inside objects that barely announce themselves. A key does not always look like a key. The pendant draws the undead back to Darkroot Basin, back to the place where dusk was freed, back to the water, the cliffs, the old shadows beneath the garden. There, the air tears open. A black shape reaches from the past. Not a gate of light. Not a holy passage. A hand. Enormous, dark, and sudden, it reaches out from a rupture in the world and drags the undead into another age. The journey to Oolacile does not feel like chosen pilgrimage. It feels like abduction. The world folds. The present breaks. The forest vanishes, and the undead falls into the past. When they awaken, the air is older. The sanctuary garden is green, damp, and strangely alive. It is not the dead quiet of Darkroot as the undead knows it. This place breathes with an earlier force. Trees stand fuller. Moss grows thick across stone. The light feels different, filtered to a world that has not yet become ruin in the same way. Yet the calm lasts only a moment. The sanctuary guardian descends. A winged beast of lion, horn, tail, and storm, it attacks with the ferocity of something placed at the edge of a forbidden place. Lightning cracks from its body. Poison gathers in its tail. Wings beat the air into violence. It is not the abyss itself, but it guards the road toward it, a living threshold between the outer green and the darker truth ahead. The fight is fast, bright, and savage. After so many battles against rotting kings, sleeping death, mad dragons, and failed fire, the guardian feels almost natural in its brutality. It is a beast defending territory. A storm given claws. In another world, that might have been enough to make it noble. Here, it is simply the first warning. Oolacile is not yet fully consumed, but the sickness has already reached its borders. Beyond the garden waits Elizabeth, a giant mushroom, ancient and gentle, rooted in the sanctuary with a voice that feels older than fear. She speaks of Oolacile, of Princess Dusk, of the abyss spreading through the land, and of the knight Artorias, who came to stop it. Elizabeth belongs to a kind of wisdom very different from the serpent's. Framed speaks with ceremony. Cathay speaks with revelation. Elizabeth speaks with grief. She does not try to make the undead feel chosen in some cosmic design. She asks for help because someone has been taken, because the land is being swallowed, because the hero who came before has failed. Her words are soft, but the situation beneath them is not. Dusk has been captured. Oolacile is falling. The abyss is spreading. And Artorias, the legend, has been defeated. That last truth lands quietly. Too quietly. The story in the present made Artorias into a hero who conquered the dark. His grave, his ring, his wolf, his title, all of it suggested a man who stood against the abyss and became eternal through victory. In Oolacile, the legend is still happening, and already it is broken. The undead leaves the sanctuary and enters the royal wood. At first, the land is beautiful. Tall trees, ruined stone, soft light, ancient paths winding through green shadow. It resembles Darkroot, but not completely. Darkroot in the present feels like a memory covered by moss. The royal wood feels like the memory before burial, wounded but still recognizable as a place where people once walked under living branches. Then the guardians appear. Stone guardians, wooden scarecrow-like creatures, and corrupted inhabitants move through the forest with hostility sharpened by the abyss's approach. Some are still part of the kingdom's old defenses. Others seem altered by darkness already creeping through their bodies and minds. The land is caught between two states, not yet destroyed, no longer safe. The undead walks through the early stages of a catastrophe whose end they have already seen. That is the strange cruelty of Oolacile. In Lordran's present, many tragedies are ruins. Their causes are inferred from corpses, architecture, item descriptions, old names, and survivors too broken to explain everything clearly. Oolacile, the undead, arrive before the wound has finished opening. There is no comfort in that. Knowing what a place will become makes every remaining tree and wall feel temporary. The royal wood descends toward a coliseum. The arena waits in a wide hollow of stone, ringed by arches and old seats. It feels ceremonial, as if the kingdom once used this place for contests, displays, gatherings, or rituals now erased by urgency. The path narrows. The air changes. The abyss presses closer. Inside waits Artorias, the abyss walker. He lands with violence. A knight in dark armor, blue cloth torn and stained, moving with the speed of a legend and the damage of a corpse that has not yet admitted defeat. His greatsword is enormous, his cult. His body is lean, controlled, and broken all at once. One arm hangs useless at his side. The other grips the blade with terrible force. The first sight of him is confusing. He is magnificent. He is ruined. He is not the hero the present remembers. Artorias does not speak. The abyss has taken too much for speech. He moves like a man fighting through the remains of his own purpose. His attacks are ferocious, acrobatic, almost beautiful in their violence. He flips through the air, slams the greatsword into stone, lunges across the arena with impossible speed, and gathers dark power around himself in bursts that make the body seem less like a knight than a vessel cracking under pressure. Every movement contains contradiction. Training remains. Honor remains somewhere in the shape of the stance, but the mind behind it is gone, or nearly gone. The abyss has entered the legend and made it wear itself as a weapon. The fight is heartbreaking because Artorias is still recognizably great. If he were a mindless beast, it would be easier. If he had become a pure monster, the story could place him cleanly among the enemies already slain. But Artorias fights like someone whose body remembers nobility after the soul has been drowned. He is what remains when heroism fails but refuses to lie down. The undead faces him in the arena. Steel against steel. Darkness gathering around the night. Stone breaking beneath the blade. The old legend dying in real time. This battle changes everything about the grave and Darkroot. In the present, Sif guarded Artorias' resting place. The wolf carried his sword, protecting the Covenant ring, protecting the path to the abyss, perhaps protecting the world from another fool repeating the same descent. That loyalty already felt tragic. Here, the reason becomes visible. Artorias did enter the abyss, but he did not conquer it. He was consumed. Before that, he used his great shield to protect Sif, saving the companion who would one day guard his grave. He gave the last intact part of himself to the wolf. That detail reshapes the whole legend. The most heroic act Artorias performed may not have been defeating the abyss. It may have been failing and still saving one friend. The undead kills him. There is no triumph in the moment. Artorias falls in the arena of Oolacile, far from the grave that will later bear his name, far from the simplified story that will polish away his failure. His soul is taken. His body disappears. The Abyss Walker is gone, but the legend has not been born yet. That comes later. Near the arena, after the battle, Chiron appears. Lloyd's blade Karen, one of Gwyn's 4 knights, assassin, companion to Artorias, perhaps something more intimate than the old histories ever say. She stands near the place where he fell, small and still against the weight of what has happened. Her voice is controlled, but grief moves beneath it. She asks for his soul, not for power, not for prophecy, for mourning. That request cuts through the entire logic of the pilgrimage. The undead has been trained to treat souls as progression. Souls buy strength. Souls open paths. Souls fill the Lord vessel. Souls turn obstacles into usable power. The whole journey has made consumption feel natural. Chiron interrupts that habit. To her, Artorias' soul is not currency. It is remains, a last fragment of someone loved. The player can give it to her, or refuse, or kill her. Dark Souls allows the cruelty because it trusts the player to feel what the menu does not say. A soul can be an item and a relic at the same time. A choice can be mechanically useful and morally ugly. The world will not stop you from being monstrous. It will simply remember quietly in the shape of what you did. Karen's presence gives Artorias back a human shadow. Without her, he could remain only myth, knight, abyss walker, boss, soul. With her, he becomes someone mourned. Someone whose loss is not historical but personal. The fall of Oolacile is large, cosmic, tied to humanity and the abyss. But grief enters through one woman standing near an empty arena, asking for what is left of a friend. The path continues. Beyond Artorias, Oolacile Township descends into madness. The change from Royal Wood to Township is brutal. The forest had been wounded but still green. The township is a civilization collapsing from the inside. Buildings lean over narrow streets. Bridges connect broken towers. Windows glow with hostile eyes. The architecture suggests a place once full of life, study, ritual, and delicate sorcery. Now it crawls with distorted citizens, their bodies stretched and darkened by the abyss. Oolacile was known for its light sorceries. Gentle magic. Subtle magic. A civilized art different from the cold crystal brilliance of Seath or the raw pyromancy of the Great Swamp. That makes its fall into darkness more tragic. This was not a kingdom of obvious monsters before the abyss arrived. It was refined, curious, perhaps too curious. Its people reached toward things they did not understand. They disturbed something buried. They were encouraged, perhaps, by a serpent who knew exactly what human curiosity could unlock. Kotha's shadow hangs here. Not always directly, but strongly enough. The people of Oolacile were led to awaken or disturb Manus, a primeval human whose humanity had grown wild, immense, and anguished. The details remain half buried as they should. The result is everywhere. Humanity, the quiet black substance carried by men, has erupted into the world as violence, distortion, and grief. The abyss is not an outside invader in the simple sense. It comes from humanity. That is what makes it frightening. The citizens of Oolacile attack with elongated limbs and dark sorceries. Their bodies seem pulled by something from within, as if the human shape itself is failing under the pressure of its own origin. Some laugh, some shriek, some cast, some crawl. Humanity sprites drift and gather like living fragments of black hunger. The streets are filled with the feeling of a society that opened the wrong chamber inside itself. The undead descends through the township. Every balcony and staircase gives a new view of collapse. Magic fires from windows. Enemies wait behind corners. Dark projectiles follow with unsettling intention. The abyss here is not pure emptiness, like the void beneath New Londo. It is crowded, intimate, almost social. It has entered houses, bodies, streets, and rituals. New Londo showed a city drowned to contain the dark. Oolacile shows the dark before the lid came down. This is the outbreak. And beneath it all, somewhere deeper, Manus reaches. His presence is felt before he is seen. The black hand that dragged the undead through time belonged to him. His pull crosses centuries. His grief, rage, or longing is strong enough to break the boundary between ages. He kidnapped dusk. He spreads the abyss. He waits below the township like the heart of a wound. Manus is called Father of the Abyss. That title may be too clean. He may not have created the dark itself. The dark soul is older. Humanity is older. The abyss may be what happens when humanity is disturbed, wounded, swollen beyond proportion, left to rot and multiply under pressure. Manus seems less like an origin of metaphysical darkness and more like a human source point through which it erupts catastrophically. A primeval man. A grave disturbed. A pendant broken or taken. A longing twisted into apocalypse. Dark Souls never lets us hold him comfortably. If Manus is a monster, he is a monster made from humanity. If he is a victim, he is a victim whose suffering devours kingdoms. Both readings stand uneasily together. In the chasm of the abyss, the last descent begins. The township falls away into black roots, broken stone, and living darkness. Humanity sprites drift in clusters, small black shapes with white eyes, almost innocent in appearance until they gather and strike. They are fragments of humanity made visible, and their presence changes the meaning of every humanity item the undead has carried, consumed, offered, and lost. Humanity is not abstract here. It has eyes. It moves. It hungers. It can kill. The deeper path feels less like entering a cave and more like moving through the underside of the human soul after it has been torn open. The abyss is not clean darkness. It is thick with fragments, memories, impulses, and old pain. Where seeds crystal turned life into cold structure, the abyss turns life into excess. Too much feeling, too much longing, too much self without form. Near the end, Sif can appear. Not the great wolf of Darkroot, but young Sif, protected in the past by Artorias' shield. The undead may find and rescue them from the darkness. In that moment, the entire tragedy folds in on itself. The wolf once saved by Artorias becomes the guardian killed by the undead in the present. The ring taken from Sif allows the undead to survive the abyss. The trip into the past reveals why Sif guarded it. Then young Sif can help the undead face Manus. Time does not heal this story. It knots it. If the undead met Sif in the past before the grave in Darkroot, the later fight becomes worse. Recognition enters the wolf's eyes. Sif knows the undead. The guardian understands who stands before them. And still the duty remains. The fight still happens. The wolf still dies. That is one of the cruelest pieces of Dark Souls storytelling. Knowledge does not always create escape. Sometimes it only makes necessity more painful. At the bottom waits Manus. He erupts from the dark as a massive, broken, furious shape. His body is huge and hunched, covered in black fur, bone, and distorted flesh. One arm is enormous, the same arm that reached across time. His eyes burn with a wild intelligence that feels buried under pain. In his movements there is animal rage, human desperation, and something older than either. This is not the elegant darkness of Katha's speeches. This is the darkest suffering without form. Manus attacks with overwhelming force. His giant hand slams into the ground. His body lunges with terrifying speed. Dark magic erupts around him in waves, rain, circles, and crushing bursts. The arena becomes a storm of black humanity, a place where distance, timing, and nerve are tested under pressure that feels almost personal. He does not fight like a king. He fights like a wound defending itself. The pendant can help. A small object, broken and intimate, can repel the dark sorceries of the Father of the Abyss. That detail matters. Against Manus, the answer is not only strength, not only a great weapon or a powerful soul. A personal relic interrupts the storm. Something connected to memory, longing, or identity pushes back against the monstrous expansion of humanity. The abyss is vast. A pendant is small. In Dark Souls, small things often carry the deepest grief. The undead fights Manus in the black below Oolacile, perhaps with young Sif at their side. The battle is brutal, chaotic, and heavy with implication. To kill Manus is to stop the spread of the abyss in this time. It is also to kill a primeval human whose suffering was unearthed, manipulated or misunderstood by those above him. Again, the road offers no clean feeling. Manus falls. The dark settles. Dusk is saved, though the scars of what happened to her and her kingdom remain. Oolacile's fate does not reverse. The township is still ruined. Its people are still transformed. Artorias is still dead. Kieran still mourns. Sif still carries the future of grief inside them. The abyss has been checked, perhaps, but not erased. In the present, history will remember the story differently. It will say Artorias defeated the abyss. It will make him the Abyss Walker in the cleanest sense. The undead's role will vanish. That erasure is one of the most important truths in the entire journey. The legend is false, but not simply malicious. Artorias did stand against the abyss. He did enter the dark. He did sacrifice himself to save Sif. He did fail in the task history assigns to him, but his failure contained courage. The lie told afterward preserves something real while hiding something inconvenient. The world needed a hero. The gods needed the legend of one of Gwyn's knights to remain intact. The truth was messier. A broken knight, a saved wolf, an unnamed undead from the future, and a kingdom destroyed by the consequences of human darkness. So the story changed. Artorias became the one who conquered the abyss. The chosen undead became no one. This should feel familiar by now. Lordran is built from edited stories. Anor Londo edited absence into sunlight. The prophecy edited sacrifice into destiny. New Londo edited massacre into containment. Ariamis edited exile into a painting. The legend of Artorias edits failure into heroic victory. The difference is that this lie hurts more because Artorias deserves honor. He does not deserve falsification. He deserves to be remembered as he was, brave, doomed, loyal, broken, and unable to finish the task alone. But history rarely preserves people that precisely. It preserves what institutions can use. A flawless abyss walker is useful. A failed knight saved by an unnamed undead from another time is not. After Manus falls, the undead leaves Oolacile carrying knowledge that does not belong cleanly in the present. They have seen the origin of a legend. They have witnessed the dark in a form more intimate than New Londo's void. They have seen humanity become catastrophe, and they have seen the gods' version of history begin to form around a lie. The journey back feels haunted. The royal wood will become dark root. The arena of Artorias will become a grave. Young Sif will become the great wolf guarding that grave, sword in mouth, duty sharpened by centuries. Dusk will become a displaced remnant. Oolacile will become a name. The abyss will remain. And the undead will return to a Lordran where the final decision still waits beside the dying fire. But after Oolacile, that decision is darker. Not because the Age of Dark is simply evil. The chapter has shown the opposite of simplicity. Humanity is powerful, ancient, and central to the world. It may be the rightful inheritance of mankind. It may be what Gwyn feared most. It may be the future the fire has delayed unnaturally. But Oolacile shows that humanity, when disturbed, manipulated, or left to erupt through grief and desire, can become monstrous. The dark is not the childish evil preached by a frightened order of light. It is also not a gentle liberation waiting innocently beneath the world. It is human. That is why it can be tender. That is why it can be horrifying. The same substance offered to the fair lady to ease her pain appears in the chasm as swarming black sprites. The same inheritance Cathay names as humanity's destiny pours out of Manas's rage. The same dark Gwyn feared may contain the future of mankind, but futures are not automatically merciful. The gods lied about the dark. Their fear may still have recognized something real. This is the terrible maturity of dark souls. To reject the gods' propaganda does not require pretending the abyss is harmless. To see Gwyn's sin does not require making Kata pure. To honor Artorias does not require believing the official legend. Every truth arrives damaged. Every side has blood on it. The undead is now seen enough to understand that the final choice cannot be solved by simple reversal. Light has oppressed. Dark has consumed. Fire has comforted and enslaved. Humanity is healed and devoured. Legends have lied and still carried fragments of love. Oolacile leaves the undead with no innocence left. Only understanding. The kind that comes too late to save most people. When the undead returns to the present, the path to the kiln remains. The Lardifasso waits to be filled. The old souls have been gathered. The gate to the first flame can open. Somewhere, Gwyn remains at the end of the world, not as the radiant lord of sunlight who broke the dragons, but as the burned remnant of a god who could not let his age die. Before facing him, the undead carries the memory of another fallen hero, Artorias, who was not strong enough to defeat the abyss. Sif, who guarded the consequence. Chiran, who mourned a person beneath the legend. Dusk, who survived the collapse of her kingdom. Manus, whose humanity became a wound large enough to swallow a city. And an unnamed undead, erased from the story they helped complete. That erasure may be the clearest preparation for the end. The chosen undead has never truly been chosen in the way songs would claim. They have been used, tested, guided, lied to, aided, and opposed. They have killed guardians, friends, victims, kings, lords, and monsters whose stories often became clear only after death. They have walked through systems designed by beings terrified of endings. Now only the first and greatest of those terrified beings remain. The kiln is waiting. The legend of Artorias has been stripped of its golden skin. The abyss has shown its human face. The fire is still fading. And somewhere beyond ashen white silence, Gwyn burns on. The old souls have been gathered. One from the drowned kings beneath New Londo. One from the pale dragon in his crystal cave. One from the first of the dead in the tomb of giants. One from the failed mother of chaos, hidden at the heart of Izalith's burning roots. The Lord of Essel is no longer an empty promise. It has become heavy with the remains of an age. Every soul placed within it carries a kingdom behind it. New Londo's black water. The archive's cold shelves. Nido's dark. Izalith's fire. Each one was taken from a ruin that once believed itself powerful enough to endure. Now those powers sit together in a vessel. Fuel, key, offering. The undead returns to the altar beneath Firelink, to the place where the path of the gods sinks into the earth. The shrine above still burns quietly. Anastasia tends the flame in silence if she has been saved. The crestfallen warrior may be gone, his despair having finally turned him hollow. Petrus may still wear his careful piety. Fraint may wait with his vast mouth and old ceremonial certainty. Or perhaps Kathi's voice has already led the undead toward another reading of the world. By now the shrine feels smaller. At the beginning, Firelink was the center of everything. Every road seemed to leave from it and return to it. A place of rest, confusion, and fragile warmth. Now it feels like a threshold. The pilgrimage has outgrown comfort. The undead places the great souls into the Lord vessel. The air changes. Deep below, something ancient recognizes completion. Stone mechanisms awaken. The sealed way opens at last. Gates that held for countless years begin to part. The world does not celebrate. It does not sing. It simply permits the next ascent. This is what all the bells, trials, lords, and ruins were for. A door. Beyond it lies the kiln of the first flame. The name carries too much weight for the place that waits behind it. After Anor Londo, one might expect another city. After the archives, some vast chamber of knowledge. After Izalith, another burning underworld. After the tomb, another sacred darkness. The phrase flame suggests origin, divinity, the deepest furnace of creation. The place where disparity entered the universe should feel impossible to describe. Instead, the kiln feels almost empty. The undead steps into a world of ash. White ground stretches beneath a pale sky. Ruined columns rise in the distance, half buried, broken, stripped of ornament. The air is still. No crowds, no gods, no priests, no dragons circling above the old battlefield. Only dust, silence, and the soft crunch of ash underfoot. The kiln does not look like the beginning of the Age of Fire. It looks like what remains after every beginning has been burned for too long. The path forward is narrow and quiet. On either side, the landscape fades into blankness. It is difficult to tell whether the kiln is underground, outside the world, or somewhere between memory and matter. The ruins seem less built than scorched into existence. Everything has been reduced to the same color: bone, ash, old stone, dead flame. Here Lordran finally stops pretending. No false sun, no poison swamp, no hidden painting, no library polished around a prison, no drowned kingdom sealed beneath water. The kiln offers no disguise. This is the end of the Age of Fire in its purest form. Exhaustion made visible. Along the path stand the Black Knights. They wait in silence, scattered to the ash, like memories that still know how to kill. Once they were Gwyn's silver knights, warriors of the Age of Fire, servants of sunlight, soldiers who helped fight the dragons and preserve the rule of the gods. When Gwyn chose to link the first flame, many followed him into the kiln. They entered the fire with their lord. They did not come back unchanged. Their silver armor blackened. Their bodies became charred vessels of duty. Their weapons still bear the shapes of the old war: swords, great swords, axes, halberds, the brutal tools of knights who fought at the edge of history and then remained there as the world decayed around them. They are not hollow in the ordinary way. They feel more like burned commandments. The Black Knights do not speak. They do not explain why they remain. Perhaps there is no reason left beyond the last order. Their bodies remember. Guard the kiln. Guard the Lord. Guard the fire. The undead has seen this pattern before. Soldiers in the Burg guarding a city without citizens. Silver knights defending a palace without gods. Forest hunters protecting a grave whose story was incomplete. Dark wraiths serving a hunger older than their kingdom. The Black Knights are the final version of that idea. Duty after meaning. Steel after history. Movement after the soul of the command has gone cold. Fighting them feels different from fighting the enemies who guarded earlier roads. The Black Knights carry the full weight of the fire's old violence. They are not random obstacles placed before the final boss. They are the remains of Gwen's age standing between the undead and the truth of what Gwen became. Each night is dangerous. Each one feels singular. There is no swarm here. No dogs, no hollows with firebombs, no channelers watching from balconies. Only one warrior at a time, placed in the ash with enough space for the duel to feel personal. After the crowded panic of the lower Burg, the poison attrition of Blighttown, the architectural cruelty of Sen's fortress, and the cosmic blackness of the abyss, the Kiln returns combat to its simplest form. A knight. A weapon. A mistake. The undead advances through them one by one. The fights are quiet except for metal, fire, and footsteps in ash. A sword strikes a shield. A halberd carves through pale air. Sparks vanish quickly. Souls are taken. The black armor collapses or dissolves, and the path remains. These were Gwyn's followers. His loyal ones. His burned witnesses. Their condition tells the story before Gwyn appears. The linking of the fire was not a clean sacrifice performed in isolation. It had a court. It had soldiers. It had consequences that reached into bodies who trusted him enough to follow. The great myths speak of Lord Gwyn sacrificing himself to extend the age of fire. The Kiln shows the wider cost. A king rarely burns alone. The path narrows toward a white fog gate. There is no long speech before it. No final guide standing outside. No princess. No serpent at the threshold. No companion unless the player has kept one alive long enough to stand beside them. If Solaire survived Izalith, his summon sign can appear before the end. That small possibility changes the entire emotional shape of the finale. Solaire, who once stood beneath the sunlight after the Taurus demon, who offered cooperation in a land designed for isolation, who searched for his own son through every layer of Lordran's deception, can arrive here. Not as a savior. Not as a chosen replacement. Simply as a friend, or as close to friendship as the cursed roads allow. If he was lost, the silence is heavier. If he survived, the final walk becomes less lonely. Either way, the fog waits. The undead steps through. Gwyn is there. At first, the mind tries to supply the legend. Lord Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, the one who found a Lord's soul in the first flame, the god who hurled lightning at the everlasting dragons. the king of Anor Londo, father of Guinevere, Gwyndolin, and the nameless god of war whose memory was stripped from history, the ruler whose fears shaped the fate of gods and men, the one who linked the fire, the architect of the age. But the figure inside the kiln is not the radiant lord from the old stories. He is thin, burned, and still moving, but diminished beyond dignity. His beard hangs like ash. His body is wrapped in the remains of royal cloth and charred flesh. He carries a flaming sword, but the flame no longer feels like triumph. It feels like the last habit of a body that has forgotten everything except battle. This is Gwyn, or what the fire left of him. The music begins. Soft piano, not thunder, not choir, not the sound of divine judgment. A fragile melody moving through the ash. The choice is devastating. Every major power in Lordran has been introduced through scale, dragons, cities, bells, fortresses, abyssal kings, crystal archives, tombs, lava, gods. The final battle refuses that scale. It gives a player a sad old song and a burned man with a sword. The music tells the truth before the fight does. Gwyn is not waiting as a victorious god. He is grieving without the mind to know it. The fight begins quickly. Gwyn rushes forward with surprising speed, sword burning in wide arcs, body lunging across the ash with desperate aggression. He does not move like a serene ruler. He attacks like something cornered. His strikes are relentless. He gives little room. He presses, grabs, swings, and drives the undead backward toward the edges of the chamber. There is still power in him. That matters. This is not a powerless corpse. This is a god reduced, not erased. A fragment of the old sunlight remains in the motion of the blade. The body is ruined, but the violence still remembers divinity. Gwyn may be hollowed by fire, emptied by sacrifice, burned down to instinct, yet even his remains can kill the undead again and again. The final enemy of Dark Souls is not evil in the simple sense. He is fear that won. Fear with a crown. Fear that became law, religion, architecture, prophecy, and sacrifice. Long ago, Gwyn looked upon the fading of the first flame and saw the end of everything he had built. Perhaps he saw the rise of humanity. Perhaps he saw the age of dark. Perhaps he saw the gods losing their place in the world. Whatever vision came to him, he answered it by burning himself. That act is easy to call noble from a distance. A king sacrificing himself to preserve light. A lord giving his soul so the world might continue. A father extending the age for his children and his people. There is truth in that reading. There is also horror. Gwyn did not only sacrifice himself. He turned sacrifice into a system. The fire would fade again. Another body would be needed. Then another. Then another. The age of fire became something that survived by consuming successors. The chosen undead was guided, tested, strengthened, and brought here to stand before the same flame that devoured Gwyn. The pilgrimage was not simply a journey to meet him. It was training to replace him. Gwyn's tragedy is that his fear became inheritance. His children inherited it. His knights inherited it. His city inherited it. The humans branded by the dark sign inherited it. Every undead sent toward Lordran inherited it. Even those who curse the gods walk roads the gods prepared. The fight continues. Gwyn leaps. The sword falls. Fire catches against the shield. Ash rises around both bodies. There is something intimate about the violence. After all the great monstrous forms of Lordran, Gwyn is roughly human in size. He can be parried. That detail has become famous, almost mechanical, but it carries a strange thematic weight. The First Lord of Cinder, the great god of sunlight, can be interrupted by timing, nerve, and a small movement of the hand. A legend can be parried. A god can be made vulnerable. The world spent the entire journey convincing the undead that Gwyn was beyond ordinary scale. The kiln reveals a burned body whose attacks can be read, whose rhythm can be learned, whose fire can be answered with steel. This does not make him lesser. It makes the tragedy sharper. He is not untouchable. He never was. The undead strikes. Again. The Lord of Sunlight weakens. The music continues, almost indifferent to the rhythm of combat, as if morning has already decided the outcome. Gwyn's health falls. The flame around his sword keeps burning. His body keeps moving until it cannot. At last, Gwyn falls. The chamber goes still. The First Lord of Cinder is dead. No bell rings. No city changes color. No voice declares the curse lifted. No god returns. The final guardian of the Age of Fire collapses in the ash, and the undead stands alone beside the first flame. After everything, the flame itself is small. That may be the greatest shock. The first flame was the origin of disparity. From it came heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. It gave the Lord's souls their power. It ended the gray stasis of the ancient world. Its fading drove Gwyn to sacrifice, the witch to catastrophe, Anor Londo to drowning, Anor Londo to illusion, and countless undead toward this road. The entire world has bent around this fire. Now it waits in the center of a quiet chamber, diminished, hungry, and fragile. A flame is never only light. It is need. It must be fed. The undead now understands what feeding it means. Souls, humanity, bodies, and ages. The choice is simple in action and impossible in meaning. Link the fire, or walk away. If the undead approaches the flame and offers themselves, the body ignites. Fire rushes outward, bright and violent, filling the chamber with sudden heat. The ash glows. The kiln erupts. For a moment, the Age of Fire is renewed through another sacrifice. This ending can look heroic. It may even be heroic. The world does not immediately fall into dark. The old cycle continues. The god's order survives a little longer, or at least its shape does. Bonfires will burn. Pilgrims may still find warmth. The terror of the unknown is postponed. But the cost has finally become clear. The undead does not cure the curse. They become fuel. The flame accepts them as it accepted Gwyn. Their long journey, their suffering, their victories over the old lords, their relationships, their doubts, their memories, everything that made them more than a hollow body becomes part of the attempt to keep a dying age alive. Perhaps this is mercy. Perhaps it is obedience. Perhaps there is no difference left by the time the body burns. The other choice is quieter. The undead turns away from the flame. No grand battle follows. No divine hand stops them. Gwyn is dead. The knights have fallen. The serpent's stories have been spoken. The fire remains behind, unfed by the one brought to feed it. The undead walks into darkness. Outside, primordial serpents gather and bow. Kothi's language takes form. The Dark Lord rises. Humanity's age may begin. The fire that Gwyn feared is allowed to fade. The long postponement ends, or begins ending. A new world approaches, one the gods spent everything trying to prevent. This ending can look liberating. It may be liberation, but Oolacile prevents it from feeling innocent. The dark is humanity's inheritance, perhaps. It is also the abyss that swallowed Manus, twisted a kingdom, broke Artorias, and forced Sif into centuries of grief. The gods lied about the dark, but their fear did not come from nothing. Darkness may be rightful without being gentle. Human rule may be natural without being merciful. The age of dark is not a clean answer. It is an unknown. That is why the final choice works. Dark Souls does not ask the player to choose between good and evil. It asks whether an exhausted order deserves to continue because the alternative is frightening. It asks whether fear of what comes next justifies burning generations to preserve what came before. It asks whether light remains good when it survives by consuming the cursed. It asks whether darkness becomes evil because the powerful named it so. By the time the undead stands beside the first flame, the old categories have collapsed. Light gave warmth, beauty, order, and Solaire's impossible hope. Light also gave illusion, branding, hierarchy, sacrifice, and Gwyn's endless inheritance of fear. Dark gave humanity future, depth, and the possibility of an age beyond the gods. Dark also gave life drain, the abyss, Manus, Oolacile, and the black hunger beneath New Londo. Fire gave the world meaning through disparity. Fire also taught the world to burn. No choice can undo what has happened. Linking the fire does not save Quella. Walking away does not raise New Londo. Neither ending restores Artorias, frees Priscilla from exile, cures the fair lady, returns C's victims to their bodies, or gives the hollows back their names. The world is too old for redemption in a single gesture. The final choice is not about repairing Lordran. It is about deciding what kind of failure will inherit it. That is the bitterness at the heart of the ending. The chosen undead was told there would be a fate to discover. A grand purpose hidden behind bells, trials, vessels, lords, and flame. Yet at the end, the revelation is almost unbearably plain. The fire is dying. Someone can burn to extend it. Someone can refuse. The myth was built around that. All the grandeur, all the prophecy, all the divine architecture, all the serpents' speeches and golden illusions and sacred tests were ways of bringing a body to this room. The story began with a corpse in a locked cell. It ends with that corpse choosing whether to become kindling. If the fire is linked, the chamber becomes light. If it is abandoned, the chamber becomes dark. Either way, Gwyn is gone. The age of fire, as he knew it, is already over. Even if the flame roars again, it will do so as a repetition, a copy of a copy, another postponement bought by another body. The original brilliance cannot return. Anor Londo's true gods have fled. Izalith is lost. Nito is dead. Seath is dead. The four kings are dead. Artorias is legend. Sif is silence. The old world has been hollow for longer than anyone wanted to admit. That may be why Gwyn's fight feels so sad. He is not defending a living age. He is defending the memory of one. The undead stands at the end of the world and sees the shape of the entire journey behind them. The asylum where the cursed were hidden. Firelink where dying roads met around a small flame. The Burg where hollows repeated old duties. The Parish where the first bell rang over a ruined church. The depths where appetite became a dragon. Blighttown where love survived inside poison. Senta's fortress where the gods tested bodies before letting them see the sky. Anor Londo where sunlight lied beautifully. Ariamis where the unwanted asked to be left in peace. Darkroot where loyalty guarded a grave. New Londo where a kingdom drowned to contain humanity's dark. The archives where knowledge became a cage. The tomb where death waited without needing to persuade. Izalith where desperation created chaos. Oolacile where the heroic legend broke open and revealed a human wound underneath. All of it leads here, not to victory, to understanding. The first flame flickers. The undead moves. The screen does not explain the choice. It simply lets it happen. That restraint is the final act of trust. After a world of manipulation, Dark Souls leaves the last movement to the player. No speech overpowers the moment. No moral label appears. No god descends to confirm the correct ending. The player must carry the weight of everything they have seen and decide what that weight means. The fire waits. The dark waits. The age waits. A single undead, nameless at the beginning and unknowable at the end, stands where gods failed, kings drowned, scholars went mad, mothers burned, heroes broke, and serpents whispered through the cracks of history. Then the choice is made, and Lordran at last receives its answer. At the end of Dark Souls, the world does not explain itself. There is no final council of gods, no restored kingdom, no gentle voice telling the undead what their suffering meant. Wind falls, the first flame waits, and the player is left with a choice so simple in movement that it becomes almost unbearable in meaning. Step toward the fire, or walk away. That is all. After the Age of Ancients, the first flame, the war against the dragons, the rise of the gods, the curse, the asylum, the bells, Anor Londo, the abyss, the old lords, and the ash of the kiln, the whole mythology narrows down to a single gesture. A body approaching flame. A body refusing it. Dark Souls ends there because it trusts the silence more than explanation. For most of the journey, Lordran has been a place of instructions. Ring the bells. Seek Anor Londo. Place the Lord of Vessel. Gather the great souls. Open the way to Gwyn. Link the fire. At first, those instructions feel mysterious, then sacred, then suspicious, and finally, almost mechanical. Every stage gives the undead a new objective before the previous one has fully revealed its cost. The world keeps the body moving. That movement matters. A moving undead is useful. A questioning undead is dangerous. Firelink's shrine gave the first hint. The prophecy did not explain why the bells mattered. It only said to ring them. The crestfallen warrior understood the absurdity of that better than anyone. He had seen enough pilgrims pass through to know that purpose, in Lordran, often arrives as a command with its meaning removed. Ring the bells. So the undead rings them. The bells awaken, framed. Framed points to Anor Londo. Anor Londo gives the Lord a vessel. The Lord of Vessel demands souls. The souls open the kiln. The kiln presents the fire. Step by step, confusion becomes obedience. That does not mean the quest is meaningless. It means meaning has been managed. Gwyn's genius was not only military. He defeated the dragons, built Anor Londo, and shaped the Age of Fire, but his deepest victory came later. He turned his fear of the dark into a sacred structure that could outlive him. The Age of Fire became more than an age. It became a religion, a law of nature, a moral order, a story in which light meant life, dark meant ruin, and the highest calling of an undead was to burn. That story is powerful because it contains truth. Fire did bring warmth. fire did bring life. The world before it was gray, still, and changeless. No death, yes, but no life either. The age of fire gave history its colors. It made kingdoms possible. It made desire, memory, growth, loss, love, ambition, and tragedy possible. Without fire, there would be no Lordran. No gods. No humans as we know them. No Solaire searching for his son. No Andre hammering beneath the Parish. No Gilad protecting her sister. No Artorias saving Sith. To call fire only a lie would be too easy. Dark Souls is crueler than that. The fire is beautiful. That is why people keep feeding it. But beauty does not make something eternal. The first flame is always going to fade. That truth sits at the center of the entire story. Fire consumes. Fire requires fuel. Fire changes what it touches. A flame that never fades is no longer a flame in any honest sense. It becomes an institution pretending to be nature. Gwyn could not accept that. The tragedy begins there, not in simple malice, in refusal. Gwyn saw the dark approaching and treated it as an enemy rather than a season. He saw humanity's inheritance and feared the end of divine rule. He looked at change and called it catastrophe. Then he did what the powerful so often do when their age begins to die. He made the world pay for his terror. His own sacrifice was immense, but it did not end with him. By linking the first flame, Gwyn created a pattern. When the fire fades, someone must burn. If no god remains willing, then a hero. If no hero, then an undead. If the undead resists, then prophecy, religion, illusion, and desperation can shape them into fuel. The chosen undead is not simply chosen. They are prepared. The asylum discards them. Oscar frees them. Firelink receives them. The bells direct them. Cinter's fortress tests them. Anor Londo seduces them. The Lord Epsil burdens them. The Lord's souls empower them. By the time they reach the Kiln, they are strong enough to replace Gwyn. That is what the pilgrimage has made. A suitable sacrifice. And yet the undead is not only a victim. That is another uncomfortable truth. The player chooses to keep going. They kill Qualak. They kill Sif. They drain New Londo. They break Seed's crystal. They disturb Nito. They end the bed of chaos. They walk through Oolacile and discover the truth behind Artorias. They gather power through violence again and again. Some of that violence is necessary. Some of it is tragic. Some of it may be selfish. The game rarely separates those categories cleanly. The player may be manipulated, but they are not innocent. They may be guided, but they still swing the blade. Dark Souls makes progress feel heroic, then slowly reveals the bodies underneath it. That is why the final choice cannot erase the journey. Linking the fire does not wash away the cost. Walking away does not restore the dead. The fair lady remains sick. Sif remains fallen. Artorias remains a legend built over a womb. Oolacile remains swallowed by its own disturbed humanity. New Londo remains drowned and haunted. Ariamis remains sealed behind a painting. Side's victims do not become whole because he dies. Lost Izalith does not become a city again because the bed of chaos is destroyed. The world has been damaged too deeply for one ending to feel clean. That is the point. Most fantasy endings ask who wins. Dark Souls asks what winning even means in a world where every victory has become another form of consumption. If the undead links the fire, they preserve continuity. Bonfires may keep burning. The dark may be delayed. The familiar structures of the Age of Fire may continue, diminished but alive enough to seem worth saving. For the frightened, the weary, and the faithful, that may be mercy. There is no shame in understanding why someone would choose it. After everything the undead has seen of the abyss, the dark is not comforting. Manus was not a metaphor invented by the gods. Oolacile was not propaganda. The Four Kings and the Dark Waits did not embody peaceful liberation. Humanity, when wounded and swollen beyond form, can become monstrous. The dark is not harmless. But linking the fire has its own horror. It preserves the world by repeating its central wound. Another undead burns. Another age stretches beyond its natural span. Another generation inherits the lie that sacrifices destiny. The flame roars, perhaps, but beneath that roar is the sound of a cycle refusing to end. To link the fire is to become part of Gwyn's answer. Maybe that answer is necessary. Maybe it is cowardice wearing the face of duty. Maybe it is both. If the undead walks away, the Age of Fire is allowed to fade. The gods' long postponement begins to fail. The dark rises. Humanity may inherit the world that was denied to it. Kathi's promise takes shape. The serpents bow, and the undead become something like a lord of the coming age. There is power in that ending. There is also uncertainty. The Age of Dark is not shown as paradise. It is not accompanied by a vision of healed humans, restored names, cured hollowing, or a just kingdom rising from the ashes of the gods. It is darkness, silence, and serpents bowing to a figure whose humanity has survived a journey of killing and consumption. That image should not be romanticized too easily. The dark may be rightful. It may still be terrible. The gods lied about it, but lies often grow around a seed of fear. This is where Dark Souls becomes more mature than a simple rebellion story. It does not say that, because the gods lied, the opposite of the gods must be good. It says the gods lied because they were afraid, and perhaps they had reasons to be afraid, but fear still does not give them the right to bind the world forever. The final choice lives inside that tension. Fire is not pure good. Dark is not pure evil. The age of fire is not worthless. The age of dark is not automatically damnation. Gwyn is not a cartoon tyrant. Cathay is not a clean liberator. Frampt is not simply wise. The undead is not simply a hero. Every name in Lordran has been damaged by use, chosen, cursed, hollow, god, monster, and human. Dark Souls spends the entire journey corroding those words until the player can no longer rely on them. That corrosion is the real revelation. At the beginning, the undead is told they are cursed. The dark sign appears as punishment, disease, exile, shame. The human kingdoms hide the undead away because they fear what the curse represents. The asylum exists to remove the problem from sight. But by the end, the curse has become more complicated. The inability to die is horrific. It erodes memory. It hollows the self. It turns people into routines with weapons. Yet that same persistence allows the undead to do what gods, knights, kings, and scholars could not. They return after failure. They learn through death. They carry memory across repetitions until the world itself becomes readable. The curse destroys identity. The curse also makes the journey possible. Again, Dark Souls refuses purity. Even hollowing is not only physical. It is existential. To hollow is to lose purpose, memory, desire, and selfhood. The danger is not merely becoming ugly or violent. The danger is continuing to move after the reason for movement has vanished. That is why so many enemies feel like mirrors. The hollows in the Burg still patrol. The Silver Knights still guard. The Black Knights still defend the Kiln. The Forest Hunters still protect the grave. The Dark Wraiths still drain. The Clerics still preach. The Scholars still seek. The Demons still burn. Everyone in Lordran is repeating something. The question is whether repetition still contains meaning. The chosen undead may be different only because the player keeps choosing to stand up again, to return to the fog gate, to spare Priscilla or kill her, to save Solaire or miss the chance, to give Artorias' soul to Kieran or keep it, to serve Frampt, seek Cathay or distrust both, to link the fire or abandon it. The game gives no final speech because the player's accumulation of choices is the speech. Lordran is a world of fragments. Item descriptions, ruined buildings, half-mad NPCs, optional areas, hidden covenanters, repeated enemy types, and environmental scars. Its lore does not arrive as a completed doctrine. It arrives as remains. That is why the story feels archaeological. The player does not simply learn what happened. They excavate meaning from things that have survived badly. A ring from a wolf. A doll in a cell. A pendant from a golem. A soul in a corpse. A bell in a tower. A fire under a shrine, a city under water, a sun that can be turned off, a hero whose legend was wrong, a god who is less than his title. The truth of Dark Souls is not hidden in one secret. It is distributed across the dead. By the end, the player understands enough to realize how much remains uncertain. That uncertainty is not a failure of storytelling. It is the emotional texture of a world this old. No one in Lordran has the whole truth. The gods edited it. The serpents weaponized it. The kingdoms forgot it. The undead walks through what remains and decides anyway. That may be the most human thing in the game. To act without complete certainty. To choose with only partial knowledge. To inherit a broken story and still move. The ending returns us to the image from the beginning. A body without a name. A corpse in a cell. A brand on the flesh. A key dropped by a dying knight. At first that prisoner seemed insignificant. One more undead thrown away by kingdoms that did not want to look at their own future. But the whole story of Dark Souls depends on what discarded things can become. The furtive pygmy was easily forgotten. Humanity was underestimated. The undead were locked away. The unwanted were painted into Ariamis. The abyss was buried. The fair lady hid beneath the swamp. The truth of Artorias was removed from his legend. Again and again, the world's hidden things return. That is the quiet revenge of the forgotten. The gods built a world around suppressing what came after them. But the future does not disappear because an old age refuses to name it. It waits in prisons, swamps, paintings, flooded cities, graves, and fragments of dark soul passed down through countless human bodies. Eventually, something reaches the kiln. Maybe it burns. Maybe it walks away. Either way, the old world has already failed to keep control. That is why the ending feels less like conclusion than release. The player may link the fire, but they now know what that means. The light is no longer innocent. The player may choose the dark, but they now know what that means too. The dark is no longer simply forbidden power. Knowledge does not make the choice easier. It makes it honest. And perhaps that is the only victory Dark Souls allows. Not saving the world. Not destroying it. Seeing it clearly enough to understand why neither answer can be clean. The tragedy of Lordran is that every power tried to escape the nature of fire. Wind tried to make it last forever. The witch tried to remake it. Seath tried to avoid the mortality it brought. The four kings tried to seize the dark it revealed. Nito alone seemed closest to acceptance, and even he became fuel for another cycle. The undead reaches the end because they have lived the lesson every lord resisted. Fall, rise, lose, learn, continue, and eventually decide. The first flame flickers. The dark waits beyond it. The age turns. No ending repairs the world. But one thing has changed since the corpse first woke in the cell. The undead knows the cost. And in dark souls, that knowledge is the closest thing to freedom. And when the last ember fades, Lordran is left in silence. Pale as ash, heavy as memory, and quiet as a bonfire, burning alone at the end of the world. If you have traveled with us this far, through the fog, the bells, the drowned cities, the painted worlds, the abyss, and the fading light of the first flame, we hope you have found something in the telling of this tragedy. Not comfort, perhaps. Dark Souls rarely offers that, but maybe a kind of stillness. A place to sit beside the fire for a while and listen to the echoes of a world that could not let itself end. If this journey stayed with you, consider leaving a like and joining us by subscribing. Your presence here is what allows these forgotten worlds, these broken legends, and these quiet tragedies to continue being told. But the history of dying worlds is long, and there are many more kingdoms waiting in the dark. Tell us in the comments. Which story should we narrate next? Which world would you like to enter before the fire fades? Until the next legend begins, may your bonfire burn softly. May your road be kind, and may you never go hollow.